At the Navy's late-night banquet, everyone raised their glasses in cheer. Following was the social gathering of the upper class, each dressed in splendid and luxurious formal attire. Outside, the night sky was incredibly beautiful, and the final destination, the casino in the entertainment district. Bastian stepped out of the carriage, looking around. Suddenly, someone came up and patted Bastian's shoulder, asking what he was doing. "Hurry up and go in. This person is Lucas von Ewald, the only son of Count Ewald, chairman of the Berg Imperial Chamber of Commerce." Bastian quickly answered Lucas's question. Because of a slight unexpected event, Erihi followed, vaguely saying, "You will know soon enough." Erihi winked playfully and said, "Depending on how you look at it, there are many interesting things here. And Erihi is Erihi Faber, the eldest son of the Faber family, a rising force in the steel industry." Seeing Bastian's indifferent expression, Erihi was curious. "What is wrong? Do not you like casinos?" Erihi and Lucas stared intently at Bastian, leaving him unsure of what to say. Then he suddenly closed his eyes. Preparing himself, he went inside with his two friends. "Let us go in," Erihi cheerfully praised Bastian. "That is the spirit. I would have been so disappointed if you had gone home." Entering the casino, everyone was intently playing cards. Then, three handsome, tall men radiating charisma walked in. Seeing the three of them, the casino owner happily jumped up to greet them warmly. "Finally, you have arrived." The casino owner ran over to tell them about his worries. "I have been so anxious, because it has been so long since you have visited." At this moment, the casino owner looked at Bastian. Seeing him as someone he was meeting for the first time, he asked Lucas curiously. "But this gentleman," Lucas happily replied to the casino owner. "I introduced him. It is his first time here, so it is understandable that you do not know him." Lucas decided to reveal Bastian's identity to the casino owner. "Do you know the person who has been causing a stir in the news recently?" In the naval battle in the Troza Islands, he did not hesitate to engage in close combat right on the deck, bravely jumping into the enemy base and capturing the admiral of the Nobita army alive. "He is the hero of the Empire, Captain Bastian Clausitz. He looked incredibly valiant at the time. And he is standing right here." Lucas happily introduced him to the casino owner. "That person is standing right here." Hearing Bastian's name, the casino owner immediately realized he was incredibly wealthy, and his eyes lit up with admiration. "I never dared to dream I would meet the hero who protects the Empire's sea borders here. It is a true honor for me, Captain." The casino owner bowed respectfully and invited the three of them upstairs. "Please go this way. I will take you to the special room prepared on the second floor." Erihi, walking behind, admired Lucas's introduction. "Every time you meet someone, you introduce me in such an exaggerated way." But Lucas did not care, and was even proud of Bastian. "So what, I want to brag about my friend." As the three were going upstairs, Bastian heard a man's voice echoing in his ear. "Please, just one more time. Please, give me one more chance." He glanced over. He saw a gambling addict begging the guard incessantly. "Please let me in. I still have money to bet." The guard, seeing the addict kneeling and begging, could not help but look down on him. "Ah, it is indeed true," the beggar duke. "Then show me where you are hiding that betting money." The addict, hearing this, trembled and stammered, that." The addict immediately thought of his daughter, whom he could use as collateral, disregarding familial affection. "That is right, my daughter. I will use my daughter as collateral." The addict became increasingly outrageous, constantly praising his daughter to get the highest price. "You all know how talented and beautiful my daughter is. Is not she? Compared to that child, is the bet even worth mentioning? So just let me play one round." Before the addict could finish speaking, someone came up and put a hand on his shoulder, calling out, "Hey, can you take responsibility for what you just said?" The addict turned around to see who was talking to him, and Erihi continued, "That your daughter will pay off all the bets and more. I mean, can you guarantee that?" The addict, hearing Erihi's words, hesitated but then affirmed, That is natural. My daughter is in this city. No, I can proudly say she is the most beautiful woman in the Empire." Erihi, hearing the addict's affirmation, simply smiled faintly. Then, gradually standing up, he exclaimed, "It seems this is going to be even more interesting." Erihi turned to ask Bastian and Lucas for their opinions. "What do you guys think?" Lucas, also very interested, ran over. "It is worth a try, is not it?" Lucas stopped Bastian from leaving. "Bastian, you have come all the way here. You can't leave halfway." Bastian, hearing this, could only helplessly sigh in response to his friend's pleas. "I know." At this time, the addict was brought into the room and sat with the three of them. The waiter immediately dealt the cards. Then, he discarded the remaining cards to the side. Bastian did not seem to care much about this game. Perhaps being the loser would not be too bad. Thinking this, he smiled and said to everyone, "Let us begin." Outside, the sky was as dark as ink. Inside the casino, the area where the four of them were sitting was incredibly crowded with onlookers. Others, seeing the crowd, curiously asked those watching, "What kind of gambling is going on here that everyone's gathered?" The watchers straightforwardly replied, "TCH, you are late, so you probably have not heard. that beggar Duke has bet his daughter. And it looks like the bet is about to end. The addict looked at the cards in his hand with a worried expression, sweating profusely. He disappointedly discarded his cards because he lost the bet. I could not salvage anything this round. Lucas also could not win this round, me neither. Then, Lucas turned to curiously ask Bastian, who was seriously looking at his cards. What about you, Bastian? Bastian casually replied, well, the cards in my hand are not too bad, after all. Saying this, Bastian placed his cards on the table, causing the addict to be shocked, speechless. He was so astonished that he jumped up and exclaimed, wow, that is practically a royal flush. Lucas teased Bastian, so, Captain Clausewitz has brought home the most beautiful woman in the Empire. He could not believe Bastian was so lucky. What is this? Playing cards with the goddess of victory blessing him, is not that against the rules? The addict, currently losing his mind, said, I lost. Impossible. Those who were watching earlier came closer and told the addict, come on, now you have to pay the bet. Another watcher chimed in, teasing, is the beggar Duke choosing a son-in-law? The addict quickly denied the watchers' words. No, something's wrong here, Bastian. Hearing that the addict did not want to do what he said, felt uncomfortable and thought, he is so pathetic that I do not want to look at him anymore. Bastian quickly stood up to leave. Everyone stop it. Let us go. Lucas, hearing Bastian urge them to leave so hastily, was startled and reminded him, what are you saying? Bastian, you have to collect the bet. He also ran to stop him. That is right, it is your rightful claim. At this moment, the addict suddenly realized something. He immediately stopped Bastian. Wait a minute. The addict begged Bastian to play one more time after the previous loss. Please forgive me just this once. If we play again, I will definitely. Seeing the addict so pathetic, made Bastian uncomfortably glare at him, causing the addict to shudder in fear. Bastian could not help but feel disgusted and quickly pushed him away. Seeing Bastian's behavior, Lucas quickly understood his mood. He is getting angry. Lucas called the guard. Hey, I want to collect the bet as promised. The addict, hearing this, was startled. He resentfully did not want to lose his beautiful, stunning daughter so easily. He stood up and made a threatening gesture. Do you guys know who I am? The addict suddenly rushed towards Bastian, constantly shouting about himself. Daring to treat me like this, you will be repaid for it soon. If news of you touching my daughter reaches the Emperor, you definitely won't be left in peace. Because that child, he said, smirking. The addict affirmed that his daughter was flowing with precious royal blood to the point that, you can't even look up to her. The addict's daughter was indeed as beautiful as the rumors said. The night grew later and later. The clock struck exactly 12 o'clock at the same time. A girl was knitting and suddenly stopped. Then she looked outside, anxiously waiting for her gambling addict father. It is late. I wonder when father will be back. Odette gently called out to the girl sleeping soundly beside her. Tira. Tira woke up when she was called. Then, she hurriedly sat up and asked Odette, Sister Odette, father still has not returned. Odette smiled happily as she looked at the worried Tira. No, not yet. Tira anxiously kept asking Odette for her opinion. What if something happens again? What will we do? She took Tira's hand and comforted her. It is okay. Nothing will happen. It is late. Do not wait anymore. Let us go to sleep first. Tira obediently did as she was told. Okay. The two of them walked back to the room together. Suddenly a creaking sound rang out in front. Scaring Tira. That sound is scary. Odette comforted Tira. Oh, it is okay. It is just the wind. Although Odette comforted her, Tira was still very scared and hid behind her. But it sounds like a ghost crying. Reaching Tira's room, Odette laid Tira on the bed, patting her gently. Sleep well, Tira. Being gently cared for by her sister made Tira feel like she had another mother. I am not your child, though. Odette did not say anything, but smiled beautifully. Then she left. Odette returned to the living room and continued to be busy, regardless of how late it was. So now I need to rearrange the list of essential items to buy and go to sleep. Tomorrow I can sell the lace that I have finished making in the past few days. Odette's family had truly become poor because her father was a gambling addict. Last year, I was still living comfortably in a house with hot water, but father caused trouble. So we do not have much money left, so we had to find a cheaper place to rent. Odette remembered what Tira had said earlier. Tira said it sounded like a ghost crying, but that creepy sound in my ears was somehow sweet, because the whole family was almost kicked out on the streets. Odette felt a little relieved. However, I managed to get the attic of an old building. All thanks to the royal grant for my deceased mother. Thinking this, Odette took out her mother's picture to look at. According to what she knew about her mother, she was actually the first princess, the one whom the late emperor of this country loved dearly. Princess Heroine, born and raised in the love of all the people, she was incredibly beautiful and radiant, making everyone who met her fall in love. Even the flowers were ashamed. The princess once had a fiancé, the heir of Robita. They were a couple blessed by both the royal family and the people. But one night, 3 months before the wedding, the princess suddenly disappeared. She followed the darkness and fled, with her secret lover, Duke Dessin, a family that had fallen into utter ruin. Of course, that shocked the entire empire. The emperor was disappointed in his daughter. He bluntly announced a break in relations and ordered the confiscation of all the princess's assets and status, and exiled her from the empire. The outcome was not difficult to predict. Her parents became poor wanderers in an instant. At that time, Odette's mother stroked her hair and called out, "Odette." She advised Odette to remember, never lose your dignity in any circumstances. Odette also smiled brightly, deeply engraving her mother's words. Yes, mother. Her mother had strictly raised her, constantly hoping that one day she would regain her original royal status. Dancing, etiquette, music, painting, and learning many different foreign languages, she devoted herself to learning everything according to her mother's wishes. But, suddenly one day, Odette cried out, "Mother!" Her mother slumped down with a mouthful of blood, leaving her last words to her beloved daughter, "Odette, my dear daughter, you must regain your original position." Odette, hearing her mother's words, could only cry sadly. The day we return, with our former honor, has not yet come. The mother, who always clung to hope as a faith, breathed her last in a miserable reality with no way out. Odette placed the picture of her deceased mother back on the table. Then she thoughtfully thought about herself. Will my ending be like mother's? While lost in thought, someone knocked on the door outside and asked, "Is anyone there?" Odette, hearing the call, looked back. Then, without hesitation, she casually opened the door and asked the person who came, "What is the matter? It is so late at night." The guard asked for Odette's name. "Are you Miss Odette, the daughter of Lord Desson?" Odette, hearing this, was startled, thinking something had happened to her father, and immediately affirmed, "Yes, that is me. What happened to my father?" The guard quickly said, "Then please come with me." The guard told Odette everything about her gambling addict father. It seems he has caused another terrible debt at the casino. She could not help but be startled upon hearing this. The guard reminded her, "Please go there to hear a more detailed explanation." Knowing her father had caused more debt, she angrily clenched her fist. "Father again." Odette spoke up, "I see." Then she quickly went back inside to prepare, not forgetting to tell the guard, "I will get ready, please wait a moment." Seeing Odette so calm as if nothing had happened made the guard feel sorry for her. Has she gotten used to this situation? Her life is gradually being destroyed completely by her trash father. Odette went to put on her gloves. Then, taking her cloak, she remembered the words her deceased mother had taught her. "Mother taught me not to lose my dignity in any circumstances." She repeated that sentence like a habit. Surely someone will scorn that it is useless, but I do not want to erase the traces of the past. After all, that is still the last thing mother left me. Before she passed away, after preparing, Odette turned to the guard and said, "I am ready. Let us go." On this side, the addict was constantly begging the casino owner to spare Odette. "I beg you, do not do that to her. She has royal blood in her. If you do that, there will be big trouble." But the casino owner did not care, and was even very annoyed with him. "Are you trying to have your cake and eat it too? You were the one who bet that noble daughter." Now, begging is useless. The guards have long gone to pick up your daughter. The addict, hearing this, trembled in disbelief. No, impossible. At this time, Lucas came over and curiously asked Bastian for his feelings. "Hey, Bastian, you are about to meet the granddaughter of His Majesty the Emperor. How do you feel?" Bastian did not answer, and turned to ask Lucas a question. "Do you believe that man's words?" Lucas quickly stated his thoughts in a half-hearted manner. "I just think, if it is true, it would be very interesting," but as for believing it, he was very puzzled as to why Bastian would ask such a question when he already knew that his daughter was a beautiful person. Isn't his affirmation that she is the most beautiful woman in the empire trustworthy? Seeing Lucas and He so interested made Bastian have to go along with everything. They seem quite interested. "I guess I have to try to cooperate with this mess to the end." At this moment, the guard brought Odette. "I have brought her." Bastian curiously looked over. Those who were watching also eagerly waited. Finally, "She is here." Odette walked inside, gradually moving towards her father. But unexpectedly, she brushed past, causing the addict to panic. Odette, covering her face with a black hat, asked everyone in the casino, "Tell me, how much does my father owe?" Everyone was very surprised upon hearing her question. Those watching, hearing Odette's question, began to whisper and discuss. What is up with that girl? Why is she so arrogant? The watcher next to them quickly realized. She probably does not understand the situation. He took the initiative to tell Odette about the current situation. "It seems that Missa is mistaken about something. We did not call you here to pay off the debt." Odette, hearing this, immediately wanted to leave. "If that is the case, I have no reason to stay here anymore. I will take my father away." He quickly stopped her. "That makes it too difficult for us. Let your father go, but you have to stay." Odette asked in confusion, "You said..." He immediately stated what was placed as a bet in the game. "Because that father bet you." Odette could not help but be startled upon hearing this. He continued, "And the person standing over there, Is the person who won that bet immediately everyone's gaze focused on Bastian? Heroine, after updating Odette on the situation, asked again, do you understand the situation? Odette was extremely shocked. She shouted, Father, the addict could only kneel on the ground and beg, I am so sorry, daughter. I did not think things would turn out like this. Thinking the addict had understood, he still stubbornly said, clearly, I could have won big. Hearing this, those around could not help but laugh mockingly. Odette was so angry that she clenched her fist. Then she remembered the attire of the three men, splendid white uniforms. Without guessing, they were naval officers. If they work in the capital, then they must belong to the upper class. What should I do? Should I run away with Father? No matter how we run, there are still guards outside. Odette quickly turned away. Her eyes immediately became sad. As expected, this is the only way. Odette approached Bastian. When she just stopped, Odette shouted and asked Bastian, aren't you ashamed? Soldiers who protect the Empire are actually involved in gambling. Surely you also know that you can't make contracts to trade people, right? Bastian sneered dismissively. Pulling out morality and law in this place is not a satisfactory solution. Odette still tried to use that professional ethics to pressure Bastian, since when can soldiers use the location as an excuse for losing their honor and dignity? Bastian became annoyed with Odette's scolding. I did not expect to be lectured in this situation, and she is even speaking with such a straightforward attitude. After saying a bunch, Odette begged Bastian, please forgive my father's mistake this once. I will pay off the entire bet on behalf of my father. Bastian, hearing this, put his hand in his pocket and said, what should I do? I do not want to. His face at this moment looked very punchable, causing Odette to be startled. Bastian gradually approached Odette and affirmed, the one who has the right to command here is me. Because you have fallen into my hands, Bastian said with a very smug expression. Then, Bastian challenged Odette, try taking off that veil. I do not care about the money, and I am not interested in you, but I can't be the only one who is losing out. So let me see your face once, and then end this matter. Odette stepped back and staggered. Then, Bastian glanced at Odette with interest, acting like this is probably worth watching. Lucas, seeing the scene between the two, sighed. It is a bit perfunctory, is not it? Heroine also wanted to see and told Bastian, drag it out a bit more. Bastian felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, seeing these two so verbose. These guys do not know when to stop. Bastian was uncomfortable and did not want to drag it out. If I just let people go without paying, then I will continue to be involved with her. I have already made a concession by getting caught up in this troublesome matter. Odette's father, hearing this, came forward and urged his daughter, okay, do as they want and leave here quickly. Bastian also affirmed, yeah, if you do not want to, then I can only follow the rules. Odette was unsure and asked again to confirm, can you keep your promise? Bastian, hearing this, only smiled without saying a word. Following honor and dignity is integrity. Too noble to seek them in a casino. Bastian turned back and affirmed with certainty, of course. Odette, hearing this, clenched her hands until they trembled. Then she prepared to take off the veil. You must keep your promise. Lucas and Heroine were very much looking forward to seeing Odette's beauty. To the surprise of everyone in the casino, Odette took off her hat, revealing her eyes. A face as beautiful as a sculpture. Bastian, upon seeing that face, seemed to be entranced and lost in thought. He remembered what Odette's father had said before, and was a little surprised. I thought he was a pathetic scammer. Standing before Odette, he could not help but sigh in his heart. But his daughter is really beautiful. That truth is perfectly undeniable. The next morning, Odette's father had returned home and slept soundly, regardless of the troubles he had caused. Tiara came to the front of the room early in the morning to ask Odette for her opinion. Sister, should I block the door with a wooden board? She happily asked from inside. Block the door. Then what will you do? Tiara said sadly, you do not need to know. To be honest, even if father is locked in that room and whatever happens to him, I do not care. No, it is better that way. Seeing her sister react like that made Odette worry. Tiara turned away and said resentfully, every day I have to endure. He is always drinking, then debt from gambling and everything else. Those things are okay. I am used to it. I will never forgive what he did to you and me. Look at him, Tiara said, revealing her resentment towards her gambling addict father, to the point of selling his daughter. Tiara was annoyed by her father's dead-like sleep. He comes back leisurely as if nothing happened, and now he is stretching out his legs, sleeping soundly. How can he be so shameless? Odette did not seem to pay attention to Tiara's words, but remembered that last night, she was able to return safely. It was all thanks to the man who won that despicable bet. Bastian had let Odette go then. Just consider that I received the bet. Odette felt very lucky. Thankfully that officer kept his promise, because I had to endure the humiliation of revealing my face. Thanks to that, father and I were able to escape from that place. Suddenly, Tiara spoke up and asked, can't we report this to His Majesty the Emperor? Tiara wanted Odette to ask the royal family for help. Before father causes more trouble, please ask them to help you. What if they agree to help? Besides, you are the Emperor's granddaughter. Suddenly, the book Odette was holding fell to the ground. She stood up to stop her. That is not allowed, Tira. Suddenly being blocked by Odette, with such a harsh attitude, startled Tira. What Odette feared was, if they find out about what father did, the royal family might cut off our allowance. She went to hug Tira's shoulders tightly and advised, listen carefully to what I say. Absolutely no is no, understand? Seeing Odette's harsh reaction, Tira was also very surprised and called out, sister. Tira decided to listen to Odette. I know, I am sorry for bringing up the royal family. Hearing Tira's words, Odette was relieved and hugged Tira. At this moment, Odette thought sadly, why would they be willing to help me, a daughter of a trash who ruined his younger sister's life? Because my existence is contemptible to the emperor. Ardemas, a coastal city near the capital, where the mansions of royalty and nobles are concentrated. The northern region has countless beautiful scenery, known as the Pearl of Ardemas. Originally, it was owned by a long-standing count, but as eras passed, they gradually weakened and someone bought the territory. At the territory, a car drove in, a newly rich family monopolizing most of the railways of the Berg's empire. It was the Clausewitz family. As soon as Bastian returned, someone ran out to greet him. Oh my, Bastian. Did you drive that pile of metal all the way here yourself? This woman was Maria Gross, Bastian's aunt. Bastian pointed to the car for his aunt to see. Yes, as you can see, Maria spoke up and scolded affectionately. I can't understand you anymore. Why do you keep doing the things your father hates so much? Bastian then put his hand forward and replied, you would not know. Maybe he will have mercy on the son who does not have enough money to hire a driver, Bastian said with a bright and very handsome smile. At this moment, the door of the mansion was opened. Inside was very decorated, making everyone dazzled. Servants stood respectfully, greeting on both sides. Maria and Bastian entered with the greeting of the servants. Maria spoke up to remind Bastian, when someone cares about your assets more than you do, that is your father. Bastian, hearing this, only replied gently and casually, it is not to the extent of calling it assets, it is just an old house and a trivial trust fund. Maria, hearing her nephew answer so indirectly, quickly understood. Still as evasive as ever, the rumors that he inherited a huge fortune from his mother's family have spread. Maria also quickly understood Bastian. If you do not want to show off, then I will respect you instead. But also did not forget to warn, remember to hold on tight. Maria suddenly mentioned his grandfather. The reason my grandfather handed you the knife, she meant, you know better than anyone. Bastian quickly pretended to be innocent and smiled brightly. What are you talking about? I do not understand. Maria knew her nephew was a stubborn person, so she had to sigh helplessly. Then she pointed forward and asked, you know right, today's party is to announce the engagement of Franz, your younger brother. I heard the target is the daughter of Count Klein. Bastian affirmed. Yes, Marion, hearing this, could know the expression Bastian's father showed. Then I know too well how wide your father's smile was. Suddenly Bastian's eyes darkened. Remembering his younger brother, Franz, his half-brother, his mother was a noble. His father had always yearned to improve his status, and without hesitation, chose Franz as the successor to the family. Suddenly Bastian smirked, thinking, that darling son has a high-ranking aristocratic wife. He must be ecstatic. Maria, seeing that he still did not have a target to marry, quickly reminded him, and you should also marry someone who will be your wings. Bastian immediately gave a bright smile and returned to Maria. Yes, I will keep it in mind. Hearing his answer made Maria even more uneasy. That is a really reliable answer. At this moment, Maria remembered the main thing and reminded Bastian, and let me warn you, it is best not to dare look at Princess Isabel, who will make you fall into hell. Bastian wondered. She is the eldest daughter of Bergs. Maria affirmed, yes. Rumors that Princess Isabel is madly in love with you have spread throughout the upper class. Hearing this, he remembered, that one who followed the emperor when I was still an officer. At that time, that look in her eyes made him very pressured. He shook his head and refused. I do not have any feelings for that one. Maria did not care, and talked about the emperor. You think so, but the emperor is different. Maria then told him the reason, because the emperor once saw his younger sister blindly ruin her life for love. If you think his daughter can live like Princess Heroine once did, then it will be very difficult to give a reasonable explanation. Hearing this, he knew who that person was, the unfortunate Princess Heroine. Suddenly, Bastian remembered Odette's father, thinking about it. The beggar duke in the casino also mentioned that name. He said his daughter had royal blood. Maria, seeing that he was not paying attention to the conversation, wondered and called, Bastian, are you listening to me? Bastian currently did not care about the father-daughter pair of Odette anymore. Well, I am too familiar with the tricks of those scammers who specialize in impersonating identities. He smiled and affirmed to Maria with certainty. There will definitely be nothing for you to worry about. Thinking too much is just a waste of time. At the palace of the Berg's empire, the woman looked at the secretly taken photos of Bastian and felt uncomfortable, What should we do about this matter? The person on the other side reassured. Calm down, madam. It is just a few photos. This woman was not happy. The wedding is coming up soon. But every night the girl looks at photos of another man. Do you really still think this is trivial? This woman was the Empress Bergs. The man next to her reassured. As you said, Isabel will get married sooner or later, no matter how much she admires Bastian. That fact will not change, and this person was none other than the Emperor. Bergs. The Empress hugged her face sadly. Helene also had a fiancé, and disregarded everything to ruin her pre-arranged marriage for love. The Emperor stopped when he heard this. The Empress then realized that she had mentioned something that should not be mentioned. So she quickly turned to reassure the Emperor, I am sorry, I did not intentionally offend the royal family. It is just that I am afraid something similar to Princess Helene will happen. So the Emperor understood the Empress. I know. Madam? The Emperor crossed his arms and affirmed with certainty. But that will absolutely not happen. Although Bastian is a wonderful man, he absolutely cannot be paired with the princess. Hearing these words from the Emperor, the Empress remembered the matter of Princess Helene. Are you really going to abandon Odette forever? The Emperor, hearing this, was startled and wondered, why are you suddenly mentioning Odette? The Empress mentioned the situation of Duke Dessin. Duke Dessin seems to be causing a lot of trouble. The Emperor understood with boredom. He is always like that. What is surprising? The Empress was very worried about Odette. He even sneaks into the casino. If this continues, what if something happens to Odette? The Emperor did not seem to care much about Duke Dessin. The only reason I have been taking care of them is because of Odette. Other than your sister, I do not care if anything happens to him. The Empress also agreed with the Emperor's words. I really hate Duke Dessin, but she denied one thing. But we can't just stand by and watch the precious daughter of Princess Helene suffer those misfortunes. The Emperor, hearing this, did not say anything. The Empress immediately gave her opinion. Therefore, I have been thinking. Wouldn't it be better to find a suitable marriage partner for Odette, like Captain Clausitz? The Emperor could not help but be startled upon hearing this. Pointing to Bastian's picture on the table, Clausitz, you mean Bastian Clausitz? The Empress affirmed, yes, although his status is a bit low. He is a hero who has successfully led the Great War, and I think he is qualified to marry someone from the royal family. The Emperor was a little confused at this time. Even if his blood is a bit lowly, he is still the son of the wealthiest family in the empire. A strapping young man like him can marry any low-status, noble wife. Why does it have to be the daughter of Duke Dessin? The Empress gave her opinion. Even if the family is currently collapsing, Dessin is still the duke of a long-standing family. Moreover, Odette also has royal blood. The Emperor was still a little hesitant, but the Empress did not let the Emperor think, and took his hand to persuade him, and this might be very good for Isabel. The Empress stated her main purpose. If Bastian Clausitz becomes a couple with her cousin, maybe she will have no choice but to reconsider her feelings. The Emperor could not help but be surprised upon hearing this. Then the Empress kept whispering in the Emperor's ear. You are the Emperor, he is just a small officer, you have enough power to control him like a puppet. Please let Bastian Clausitz and Odette get married, to protect our Princess Isabel. In this world, marriage is an opportunity for commerce that could not be any more perfect. The huge fortune obtained from marriage with his mother, to the elevated status when remarried to the beloved daughter of a noble family. The lesson that his father, through 2 marriages, taught him himself. He had never been lenient, even in the royal family. Bastian's appearance was very attractive to everyone's eyes. At this time, a duchess came to greet Bastian. Long time no see, Lord Bastian. How do you feel when you hear the news of your beloved younger brother's engagement? This duchess was Sandrine d'Enlevier, the only daughter of Duke Levier, the wealthiest family in Pelia, and also Lucas's cousin. Bastian glanced at Sandrine and pondered. Anyway, if I have to sell myself, then I have to make a transaction that brings the greatest profit. Thinking of this, Bastian greeted with a warm smile. Of course, I will consider it an honor for my family. Sandrine, hearing this, also agreed with Bastian's words. That is right, it is an honor for the Clausitz family, as if I do not know how much influence that has on you. Then Sandrine turned to call the waiter. Bastian observed Sandrine and thought, Sandrine d'Enlevier. A few years ago, she married and became the Countess Renat. But due to many conflicts in the early stages of the marriage, she is preparing for a divorce anyway. By next year, if nothing changes, she will return to being the beloved daughter of the Duke's family. After all, Lavier is a very powerful family. After entrusting it to the waiter, Sandrine turned to call Bastian Tauf. Sandrine spoke up with hope. I am working hard to help you achieve the glory that can get closer. I believe that during that time you won't make any foolish mistakes just because you rashly made a high mistake. Bastian, hearing this, also affirmed with Sandrine. Of course, I will also try not to lose the trust in our relationship, however. Suddenly, the light approached and bent down, whispering in Sandrine's ear to remind her, don't trust me too much. At the moment, the Levier family is my first choice. But you also know, the trend of the marriage market is always changing. Right? Sandrine, hearing this, could not believe it and asked again, are you threatening me? Bastian did not affirm but gave a radiant smile. Why would I? Just see it as a word of encouragement. I hope you find freedom as soon as possible, Countess. Sandrine, seeing his actions, also became helpless. Then she criticized his face. "That smiling face is too affectionate, sir, but the words you spit out have no affection at all," Bastian replied. "Oh, really?" While talking to Bastian, Sandrine noticed someone was coming in. Aha! She reminded Bastian, "Lady Clausitz is looking resentfully in this direction. Seeing her son standing here with the daughter of a prestigious duke's family, her heart must be boiling over." Bastian, hearing this, could not help but praise. "As expected, you are very perceptive." Sandrine also sighed helplessly, calculating to that extent. "You are admirable." Sandrine did not want to talk to him anymore and was about to leave, affirming, "Around this time, I am leaving, because today I also want to confirm how reliable we are." He listened politely and replied, "Yes, then we will meet again next time." Watching Duchess Sandrine leave made the other ladies discuss the relationship between Sandrine and Bastian. Did you see it just now? Yes, the relationship between those two looks particularly unusual. As expected, Countess Renat's remarriage partner is Captain Clausitz. The words of the two ladies were heard by Maria. Bastian did not seem to like the atmosphere of this party, so he went outside, standing, observing the surroundings, breathing in the air. Looking up, Bastian realized, thinking about it. That girl did not cry until the very end. Clearly, that beggar duke won't easily fix his bad habits. It is like a decision for that girl's future. Not like me at all. Today, I have paid attention to trivial matters twice. While thinking, Maria suddenly came out in surprise. "So you're here, Bastian." He turned to smile and say to Maria, "I am taking a break. Being on the battlefield all the time, it takes quite a bit of time to adapt to parties." Maria's face darkened with worry. "Even so, why are you looking in that direction? That is not a good memory." Maria became hesitant. "You almost died on that beach." Back then, on the beach, wild wolves kept chasing. Bastian, with a wound on his shoulder, ran away from the wolves. While running, he ran out of road. In front was a cliff, below was a large river. Bastian turned around. He saw two wolves waiting in front of him. They opened their mouths wide and charged. Bastian became scared. Then he decided to jump down, making the woman on this side witness it and be startled. Maria, who was young at the time, was curious when she saw something falling into the sea. What is it? Could someone have jumped into the sea? Maria was startled at this time when she saw that the person in front of her was Bastian. After a while, Bastian was brought back to the mansion and was bandaged by the servant. Maria scolded. "While the boy is in this state, what the hell is the teacher like you doing?" The teacher quickly denied his mistake. It was an accident, sir. The young master was riding on the back of a horse, then it suddenly became agitated and ran away. I also tried my best to find the young master immediately after that." Maria angrily questioned, "Then where did those wild dogs come from? Did you not check if that was a safe place to learn?" The teacher was speechless. That. Maria was determined not to let this matter go easily. "I won't let this matter go easily. I will investigate clearly." Then, before Maria could finish her intentions, a man put his hand on her shoulder to advise. "Stop it, Maria. You heard the teacher. It was just an accident. During learning, this man was Jeff Clausitz, Bastian's father." Maria was angry when she heard her brother say so casually as if nothing had happened, and shouted loudly, "Your son almost lost his life, and you are going to see it as simply an accident and let it go." Jeff quickly gave a neat solution. "This matter will end here. I will fire that teacher. It was due to his negligent supervision." Maria did not accept Jeff's easy decision, brother. Jeff went to the front of Bastian to ask, "Are you okay?" Bastian, when asked, looked up with cold eyes. Seeing his son still alive and well, Jeff was pleased and admired. "You are lucky too." Jeff's words from the position of a father scared Bastian. Maria, on this side, observed the situation of the two fathers and sons, and could not help but be disappointed with Jeff. "My brother is clearly not sober anymore. He said it was wild dogs biting, but the wounds on the boy's body are definitely not traces that appeared in just one day. I won't let Bastian live in this house any longer." While thinking, Maria clenched her hands and trembled with determination. "As soon as I made that decision, I contacted the boy's maternal family. The maternal family, the Illis, came and took the boy away just 1 week later. Although their greatest wish was for the little one to leave, I do not regret that decision. Because Bastian must survive, then he can think about revenge." Maria then spoke up with her own opinion. "In fact, I am not completely satisfied with that divorced girl, although you can't call her that because she is not divorced successfully. But that girl, I can't deny that she is the ideal bride model that you need most. If the Lavier family is backing you, then clearly this will be a big threat to your father and son." Bastian, hearing this, felt comforted because Maria understood him. "Thank you for understanding me." Maria said so, but still trusted Bastian very much. But you can't give up all the remaining options because of that, because you always need to have a backup plan. Bastian, hearing this, fell into contemplation. Backup plan. Then he spoke up to affirm with Maria, "I will remember. Lady Gross." Returning to Odette's side, Tira was uncomfortable because she was exactly like her gambling addict father. Why does my appearance have to be exactly like your father's? The older woman sitting across from Odette sipped her teacup. Also, I am glad that at least that guy did something useful for his child. I am talking about the guy who upset the entire empire with his face. This older woman was Countess Trier, the emperor's cousin. The countess wondered, "Where's Duke Dessen?" Odette bowed her head and replied, "Father went out. Maybe he will be late." The countess, hearing this, could not help but feel lucky. Fortunately, I did not meet that pathetic person. At this time, Odette noticed something. She took the initiative to ask, "Then what is the purpose of the lady's visit?" The countess put down her teacup and affirmed, "Yes. I came to tell you about the marriage. The royal family has chosen a groom for you." Odette was surprised to hear this. "What?" She sat up and did not want to. "Why are you suddenly mentioning marriage?" The countess did not want to beat around the bush, so she said straight, "I do not like to talk around and waste time, so I will get straight to the point. The emperor wants Odette, you have to marry to Bastian Clausewitz." Odette was shocked to hear those words. Then she became curious. Why? Why would His Majesty suddenly? The countess truthfully told Odette the reason, because the emperor's eldest daughter, Isabel, is in love with Bastian, but he is a commoner with lowly blood. Completely unable to become the partner of the princess, Odette felt even more uncomfortable hearing this. But without revealing her attitude, she sat down calmly. In a place where no one could see, Odette clenched her fist with great resentment. Then she spoke her mind, frankly. "So His Majesty wants to take advantage of me." The countess was very satisfied when she saw Odette understood so quickly. "Fortunately, you are not a stupid child, that is right. If you and he get married, it can make Isabel break up quickly." But according to news from the noble class, Bastian does not seem to have any feelings for Princess Isabel. This is also your luck. The countess was a little satisfied, honestly. Although he does not have a title, Clausewitz is still a knowledgeable family. After running a profitable business industry for many generations, now that family has risen to the ranks of the wealthy and is known as the railway king of the empire. Although remarried, Clausewitz married the daughter of a prestigious noble family. In fact, he has been recognized as a member of the upper class. However, the station master Bastian Clausewitz, the son of the first lady, is an exception. Everyone knows about the lowly blood on his maternal side. Of course, the maternal family, the Illis, is also very wealthy, but that is wealth accumulated from trading antiques from the slums. There are also rumors that they are holding all the monetary blood of the world. Thanks to this, the nobles have given the grandson. They raised a title, the trash grandson, but it seems that this child does not know about the rumors in the noble class. The countess affirmed one thing to Odette. Bastian is not a bad groom. It seems that he is not valued by his father, so he can't become the heir, but he is a talented naval officer, to the point of being touted as the hero of the empire. If he is lucky, he will be promoted to naval admiral. To be honest, he does not completely want to become your father's son-in-law. Odette had been listening silently all this time. Then she suddenly offered, "If so, can the countess convey my wishes to His Majesty?" The countess was startled to hear this. She loudly scolded, "What do you mean? Do you think this marriage is the emperor asking you for a favor? This is not a request, but an order, Odette." Odette spoke up to argue. Why should I obey such an unreasonable request? The countess quickly gave an argument that made Odette speechless. "Because you are the daughter of Duke Dessen and Princess Heroine, do you still not understand?" Odette's face changed when she heard this. "His Majesty the Emperor wants me to bear the debt of my parents' past sins," the countess said, then sighed helplessly. She slowly stood up to remind, "And Odette, in my opinion, this is a precious opportunity that I have brought you. You will not be able to find a better husband than this for the rest of your life." Odette heard this but still had her own opinion. "But I have never once tried to think about getting married." The countess gently approached to persuade. "I understand. You say that just because you grew up with a father like that." The countess wanted to make Odette understand one thing. Do you want to follow and clean up your father's mess, and live your whole life with an appearance that is not even as good as a maid? Odette was still a little hesitant, but Countess, The countess stroked Odette's cheek, gently and tenderly, advising, "Why do not you give it a try? You never know. Bastian Clausewitz might just be the type of man to be dazzled by a pretty face." At Bastian's private residence, Butler Lovis greeted him. "You are back, master." "The dinner party lasted longer than I expected," Bastian explained. "These days, everyone is focused on politics. To achieve my goals, I have to maintain good relationships. Since I will be wearing the uniform for a few more years, the butler felt that Bastian carried a heavy burden. "Come to think of it, you have already worked so hard." Standing in front of the room, the butler opened the door. After they both entered, the butler announced, "Oh, that is right, Miss Odette sent you a letter." Bastian was a little confused. When he heard that, Miss Odette, the butler explained the identity of the person. "She is the niece that His Majesty the Emperor introduced." Bastian's face darkened when he heard this. "Ah, that young lady." The butler took Bastian's coat and announced, "As usual, I have placed the letter on the desk." Bastian said, "You have worked hard. Go rest." The butler immediately obeyed and left. "Yes, master." Bastian pondered. Waiting for the lady to contact me first is the politeness of the nobility. But I was hoping that side would refuse first and never contact me, looking at the letter on the desk. Making Bastian visibly uncomfortable, it seems this damn marriage must really be carried out. A few days ago, the Marquis summoned Bastian to announce, "I called you here because there is an order that needs to be conveyed to you. As you know, His Majesty the Emperor considers me a close friend, so I think he gave me this important task. This is Marquis de Mel, Admiral of the Navy." The Marquis asked Bastian, curiously, Princess Heroine, the Emperor's sister, who was previously expelled from the royal family, right? He simply replied, "Yes." The Marquis conveyed the Emperor's intention. "His Majesty wants to introduce you to the daughter of Princess Heroine." Bastian was startled when he heard this. "Did you just say this is an imperial order?" The Marquis closed his eyes and confirmed, "Yes. His Majesty wants you to marry Miss Odette, the daughter of Princess Heroine." Those words of the Marquis shook Bastian. Back to the present, he had showered, then threw the towel away, sat down uncomfortably. How could the Emperor do such a ridiculous thing? He frowned, remembering the princess. It is clearly because of Princess Isabel, that troublesome brat. Knowing he could not do anything. Even if he is the Emperor, he can't force me to marry. But this is inherently a military order. I can't ruin what I have built up until now just because of this marriage. After resting, he picked up the letter on the desk. Then looking around, he thought, after showing enough sincerity to save face for the Emperor, I have to rearrange everything. According to the current situation, the best way is... The person who wrote this letter is Odette Theresa Marie Charlotte von Dyson. Seeing the full name on the letter surprised Bastian. He smirked with interest. "Miss Odette? What a girl with a memorable name." Back to Odette's side, Tira reported. "I have put your letter on the desk, sister." "Thank you, Tira." Odette received the letter and opened it to read. "I agree with Miss Odette's opinion. 2 p.m. this Wednesday. I will reserve a waiting room at the Rhinefield Hotel on Prive Avenue." After reading the letter, Odette was surprised, really. Odette's eyes darkened with discomfort. What a rude man. To show that the letter was formal, I introduced myself fully, but the reply was only 3 short lines, not even wanting to write the name, just the initials. She sighed, feeling helpless and frustrated. Odette was really a little curious about her future husband. What kind of person is Bastian Clausitz? Even the reply letter is like this. "I have a bad feeling," but suddenly she remembered the words the Countess had said earlier. "Are you treating this marriage as a request from the Emperor?" "This is not a request, but an order, Odette." Odette felt that those words were no different from threatening her. She looked at the only beautiful dress on the wall, thinking, besides obeying the Emperor's orders for the subsidy, I have no other choice. I did not expect to wear the dress my mother left behind in a situation like this. First, I have to meet and talk to this person before the Royal Palace Dance Festival. At the Royal Palace, Lucas was wearing boots with a feeling of fatigue. When will these troublesome things end? Lucas kept complaining. "I have to study at this old man's academy every day. I have already been reassigned to headquarters, but I am still in charge of etiquette education. It is too much." Bastian quickly offered a solution for Lucas. "If you are dissatisfied, why do not you sign up to return to the naval battle team?" Lucas replied gloomily. "I kicked away the position Dad gave me like that. Do you think he will leave me alone? I even abandoned the mission and followed you unconditionally." Lucas then realized something. "What are you trying to say?" "Anyway, it seems my dad is very satisfied with you. He once said he wanted to have another drink with you." "What do you say, Bastian?" While adjusting his clothes, replied happily, "If your dad invited me, it would be an honor." Lucas really admired Bastian a bit. After all, it is really admirable, because you have the innate ability to please those old-timers. "Give me the secret." Bastian heard this. He just smirked. "The hunting dog protects the sun. For Count Ewald, I will be used for those things." At that moment, Lucas was knocked down by a group of bullies. They scorned and criticized. "The master of the Ewald family is so weak. I heard that the people in your family are famous naval officers." Then one of them grabbed Lucas' hair and lifted him up, asking, "But you are just a child who was picked up, right?" Someone stopped the guy who was bullying Lucas. Those words were too much. The guy was startled when he heard that. He turned around uncomfortably and asked, "Who the hell are you?" But before he could finish speaking, he was punched and fell to the ground. Another guy was scared and kept backing away, stammering, You. Seeing the bully in front of him being punched repeatedly shocked Lucas. Dusk arrived. Lucas followed behind Bastian, calling, "Hey, you." "Thank you, you." "It is Bastian, right?" Bastian turned around coldly when he heard that. Lucas introduced himself. "I am Lucas. Lucas von Ewald." Bastian was pleased that Lucas approached him. seeing that his goal had been achieved. The timid son of Count Ewald is indeed a blessing that has come to me. The deep friendship with the Ewald family, the solid relationship built from that wish, has boosted my position and prestige in the Navy by a notch. If it is with that fake certificate, even if I act like a hunting dog, it is not bad. Lucas was curious, seeing Bastian preparing so carefully. So you are going to meet that girl now. Perhaps Sandrine's marriage will be arranged next year. Do you really intend to accept this marriage? If Sandrine knows about this, she will cause a ruckus. Bastian replied cheerfully, I must handle the next meeting well. Because it is an imperial order, I have no choice. Lucas reminded Bastian with good intentions. Even so, you should be careful not to get caught. You also know that even with a noble lineage, this will not be good with a woman like that. Bastian simply replied indifferently, Okay. Princess Helene will marry Crown Prince Belov and leave Berg. Just try to reconcile with this terrible marriage until then. If I show that sincerity, the Emperor will not insist on forcing the marriage. Then, after divorcing, I will marry Sandrine when she has finished dealing with her personal affairs. Nothing will hinder the schedule. I can't get caught up in something like this and ruin my plans. If only Miss Odette were a smart lady. That would be great. At the waiting lounge of a coffee shop, Odette looked at the clock. It has been an hour past the appointment time. She just sat there waiting. Then thinking, is the person who wrote the letter not coming? Ever since I received this letter, I clearly had an ominous feeling, but at this moment a man in uniform entered through the door, and the staff greeted him. Welcome, Captain Clausitz. I will escort you to the reserve table. Seeing that person, Odette confirmed. He is finally here. That person approached, making Odette shocked and stunned. Odette was a little incredulous. No way. It can't be. Odette immediately remembered. That despicable gambler back then is the hero of the Empire. Bastian was also shocked and could not believe it when he saw Odette. She is the marriage partner. The two looked at each other for a moment, without saying anything. At this time, the staff asked curiously, Is there a problem? Bastian thought he had come to the wrong place. I do not know if there was a mistake in the reservation. Please check again. The staff helplessly confirmed. This is exactly the table Captain reserved. The young lady has been waiting for you for more than an hour. Please take a seat. Bastian did not know how to refute, then fell into contemplation. The beggar duke of the casino. If all the boasts of that impostor are really true, then the current situation completely coincides. Looking at Odette, Bastian confirmed, it is the bet money from that night. It is her? Thinking, Bastian smirked. Seeing that smile, made Odette afraid. Bastian took off his hat and introduced himself. I am Bastian Clausitz. Perhaps this is not the first time we have met, is it, Miss Odette? After the two were seated, Odette poured tea for him. Then asked with a grave face, You knew everything from the beginning, did not you? Bastian took the cup of tea and denied, I would not dare, Miss Odette. Bastian was not sure before if that person was Odette. It is a pity my imagination is not so outstanding as to think that the father who bet and sold his daughter at a back alley casino was that gentleman. Duke, and the daughter who was bet in that place was the granddaughter of His Majesty the Emperor. Odette was startled after hearing that, then fell into contemplation. Actually, I knew from the moment we first met that Bastian Clausitz was despising me, and he had no intention of accepting this marriage. However, I feel the same way. Thinking this, Odette clenched her fist, then proposed to Bastian. Please tell His Majesty that I am not happy with this marriage. Please reject me, Captain. Seeing Odette's attitude, Bastian had to look with different eyes. Then put the teacup down. Then refused? I am sorry, miss, but I have no intention of rejecting you, Miss Odette. Bastian recalled his first meeting with Odette. He was quite surprised that Odette was still the same. Nothing had changed, and Bastian thought to himself, she was still exactly like that night. In the flashback, Odette loudly scolded Bastian. Aren't you ashamed? Odette coldly and loudly scolded Bastian with anger. What kind of soldier is involved in gambling and betting? While reminiscing, Bastian wondered why Odette was so strangely calm. If others were in such a situation, they would only kneel down and beg. But she still looked dignified and calm. Interspersed with Bastian's thoughts was Odette's scolding of him from gambling to trafficking. Don't you know that trafficking is illegal? Bastian was still immersed in his own thoughts. He was very curious about Odette's attitude when she had nothing in hand, she had no power at all. Could it be because she carried noble blood that she tried to appear so proud? In Bastian's memory, Odette was very cold, serious and decisive. Please reject me, Captain. Bastian smiled arrogantly in his heart, he thought. Even if she lived at the bottom of society, it seemed that the young lady's personality was imprinted in her blood. Inside, Bastian secretly assessed Odette. Outside, he politely asked her about the recent rumors with sarcastic and mocking intentions. Do you know about the rumors about the Dyson family? Odette frowned slightly. Odette's face sank. Her voice was somewhat lacking in confidence, I know. Bastian crossed his arms, looked at her, and said with a mocking and sarcastic tone, "So why do you think I still came here, even though I know everything?" Suddenly Odette raised her face, her sharp eyes with anger mixed in. "Please, get straight to the point, Captain." Bastian's voice became more serious, no longer with a mockery. As before, his eyes were also more serious. "Right now, I am trying my best to show my loyalty to the Emperor." Odette felt flustered by Bastian's seriousness. He no longer had the teasing and sarcastic look as before, but instead a serious and decisive look. This made Odette feel worried. "So that means, you will accept this marriage?" Bastian crossed his arms and looked at Odette, smiling smugly. "Unfortunately, I think it will be difficult for both of us to get married, so why do not we put on a show for each other until Princess Isabel gets engaged?" Hearing Bastian say that she had to act to fool the Emperor and everyone, Odette was startled. Her eyes widened and filled with panic. Act? You mean deceiving the royal family?" Bastian's eyes turned cold a few degrees. He said in a cold voice, "Even if it is just a play, we still have to look like a couple about to get married." Odette could not keep her composure when she heard him say that. Her eyes widened. Bastian continued, "That is what the Emperor wants." The atmosphere in the room dropped. Bastian crossed his arms and said with a helpless voice, "As you can see, I am a naval officer, and the Emperor controls the army of this empire. So if he is ordered, I have to obey, Miss Odette." Odette closed her eyes and frowned slightly. She knew that she was just a shield. "I am just a shield to protect the princess. I had already realized this when I came here." Odette thought and hesitated about something, but then she asked Bastian in a soft voice, "Don't you think that the rumors will affect my reputation in the meantime?" Bastian casually raised his hand and replied, "I do not care. I am not a polite gentleman or anything." Bastian's voice was teasing, making Odette so shocked that her eyes widened and her mouth opened slightly. "Ah, or it can be understood that I do not care about those gossips." Then Bastian rested his hand on his chin, looking mysterious and smiling. "So I think you should make a decision." Bastian started using a sarcastic voice mixed with a bit of banter to talk to Odette. "Compared to a naval officer like me, the Emperor will surely value the opinion of his beloved granddaughter more." Bastian's words made Odette's mood drop. Her face became gloomier when she heard Bastian's words. "Isn't that so?" Odette was silent and did not respond to Bastian. She just sat still, while Bastian still rested his hand on his chin and felt very excited. Bastian's blue eyes narrowed slightly. He began to think. Bastian suspected that Odette was trying to approach him for some reason. If that were true, she could have rejected this marriage from the beginning. This woman must have some purpose for coming here. After feeling that Odette did not want to act with him, Bastian took the hat on the table, intending to leave. His heart thought, "I do not want to waste any more time. If you do not want to, then let us end everything here." When Bastian turned around to leave, Odette suddenly realized. Odette hurriedly ran after Bastian. "Please wait a moment." Bastian turned his head when he heard Odette calling. Odette gave him a white envelope. The scene became strangely quiet. Bastian looked directly at Odette in surprise. The two looked at each other for a moment. Bastian was surprised and thought to himself, "It is an envelope with money." He quickly asked Odette, "Are you going to pay for the tea?" Odette was so embarrassed that her cheeks turned pink. She was still holding the envelope in her hand. "Yes, I do not want to skip out on the captain's tea money." Odette shyly handed Bastian the envelope. Her cheeks flushed pink. Bastian did not say anything. He just smiled slightly. Then he laughed out loud. Odette felt extremely surprised at Bastian's attitude. However, he refused and instructed, "Keep that money." He said to her in a sarcastic tone, "Giving more money to the Duke so he can gamble is quite good, so I won't have to see you there again." She did not understand what Bastian was saying. "What do you mean?" Bastian said in a cold and contemptuous tone about her father selling her to him. "You should feel lucky that he sold you to me that day. There is no guarantee that you will be so lucky next time." Hearing Bastian say that, Odette was shocked and could not believe it. Odette realized Bastian's sarcastic attitude towards her. "That man is looking down on me." Odette quietly thought about the plan that Bastian had said, "Pretend to be engaged until the princess gets married. That plan of his will surely succeed." Odette was still afraid and not ready to face the current situation, but the sunset gradually descended behind the houses. Odette silently walked home with tired steps. She sighed after what had happened. Today was really terrible, and she was immersed in her thoughts. "Actually, I do not want to see his face again, but no matter how hard I try, I have no other choice." Suddenly, there were loud arguments coming out, causing her to return to reality. "You still won't let it go. I do not want to." Odette realized that the sound was coming from her house, from my house. Could it be? She quickly ran back and opened the door. Odette quickly ran too and opened the door of her house. Inside, her younger sister was hugging the savings that she and her younger sister had kept. Next to her was her gambling-addicted father, who intended to steal that money to gamble. "This is the emergency fund that my sister and I have worked hard to save." Her father angrily raised his hand to hit her sister. "You insolent little thing. Seeing this, Odette shouted her sister's name, Tira. She ran to take a slap from her father for Tira. Bastian was shocked to see this. He said loudly, "Odette." Tira trembled and asked, "Odette, sister, are you okay?" Her father trembled and asked, "Why you?" Odette coldly glared and warned her father, "Never lay a hand on Tira again." Odette's eyes turned cold as she looked at her father. "If it happens again, I won't let you off." Her father was scared, but still challenged her loudly. "What? Won't let me off? What are you going to do to me?" Odette walked closer to him and warned, "If this happens again." Odette threatened her father, "I will make your biggest fear come true." The father angrily said with a strained voice, "Are you threatening your father?" Odette bluntly said, "If it were not for me, you would not receive a single subsidy from the royal palace. I believe you know that, right?" Count Bastian frowned in fear, while Odette still did not change her attitude and looked at him coldly. Her father angrily left. "You vicious brat." Odette stood still silently, while Tira broke down and cried. She quietly thought, "I know I am his weakness. As long as he still receives the subsidy, he won't intend to let me go, because I am his only connection to the royal family." Odette pitied Tira. "Although we do not have the same mother, I still love Tira very much." She was determined to protect her life, and she also did not want to lose the life that she had always tried to protect. Odette told herself not to be weak, not to become soft. As long as I can protect what I cherish, I will endure everything. She was willing to endure everything to protect everything. Whether it was her father or anyone else, she was willing to endure it, even if it was her father. Or even that play to blind the princess. At Bastian's mansion, the butler frantically looked for Bastian. "Master, you are here. What is wrong, Lovis?" Lovis took out a blue envelope. "An invitation to the Queen's birthday party has been sent." He felt very happy for Bastian to be invited to the party at the royal palace. If the mistress in the other world knew, she would be very happy. Bastian silently thought, "They invited me just to confirm the progress of the marriage." Holding the invitation in his hand, Bastian could not help but exclaim, "Not too bad." He looked up at the sky. A royal party. He remembered the story of meeting Odette that afternoon. "Yes, I do not want to skip out on the captain's tea money." Suddenly smiled. The butler felt surprised. Master must be very happy inside. He felt very much looking forward to it. "I am really looking forward to it." Bastian smiled and thought, "I wonder what she will look like at the party." At the royal palace in the carriage, there was a man crossing his arms and looking out the door. He was surprised and thought, "That is the Duke Herhard's carriage." Bastian's father happily said, "Finally, today I can meet the best aristocrat of the empire." Franz Klaus wondered, "What do you mean, Franz Klaus, Bastian's half-brother?" Bastian's father asked Franz Klaus sternly, "Duke Herhard, you have been studying together for so long, but you are not close," Franz Klaus replied. "Even if we go to school together, we can't become friends, Dad." Before what Franz said, the father felt extremely angry. Moreover, Duke Herhard, that man was not very close to Mom, and the school year is different from yours. Bastian's father angrily thought, "I spent so much money so you could enroll in a prestigious private school, Franz, a kid who has good grades, but not just about studying." He clicked his tongue irritably. "I could not fit into the world of children who pursue meaningless concepts like art or philosophy." Franz Klaus's mother saw this and spoke up. "Thinking about it, the Duke Dissen's daughter will also attend the dance this time, right?" He showed a contemptuous expression and said, "What Duke? Because he is educated, he can be considered an aristocrat, but his circumstances are no different from those loafers." Franz Klaus's mother smiled and said, "Anyway, there is nothing wrong with meeting someone with royal blood. Is not it time for Bastian to get married?" Bastian's father agreed with Franz Klaus's mother. "That is right. But why get involved with the daughter of that family?" Franz Klaus's mother's eyes became sharp. "The Klaus family has been accepted as a member of the aristocracy. It is thanks to our continuous efforts. Of course that qualification is limited to my husband and I and Franz. In ancient aristocratic society, Bastian with lowly blood cannot be accepted." She felt that Bastian was a big obstacle. "But Bastian, now he has crawled up here. How'd it get, Jeff? I just cleared the old wife's name like shackles that hinder his path." Unwilling, when Bastian becomes famous. Franz Klaus suddenly spoke, "But is not that a dishonorable thing for us? He is also a member of the Klaus family." His mother spoke to him. "Not to worry, Franz, no one can see Bastian's bride as a member of our family. That child, after leaving Arden at the age of 12, lived at her mother's house." Franz Klaus was about to say something, but his father spoke. "You and Mom are right, Franz." He advised him not to worry about anything. "You just need to worry about your future. Moreover, your brother will also attend today's dance. Franz has to shoulder the responsibility of the family successor, so show me what you can do under the name of the Klaus family successor." Franz narrowed his eyes, thinking about Bastian. Then he obeyed his father and did not say anything more. "Yes, father." Royal University Hall. Captain Klaus has arrived. Franz Klaus was biting his nails and thinking excitedly. I was so excited that I thought I would run here. He felt jealous of Bastian. Anyway, in everything he always shows that he is good. He only appears right before the dance starts. But very quickly he changed his attitude. Even so, to exchange for hunting people you have to eat meat first. What a mediocre beast. Does he realize that now, the world that I and he live in is so different, despising his brother's identity? Suddenly, someone shouted and ran to Bastian, Captain Klaus. When they saw Bastian coming, everyone ran around him. Come on. They admired and surrounded Bastian. It is hard to see you once. Can you come to my private party next time? Hey? I promised that Captain Klaus would attend my party first. What is going on? They took turns talking to him. Franz was shocked to see this. High-ranking aristocrats, even the royal family know him. A girl appeared from somewhere and asked Franz Omo, is that person close to Duke Gerhard, Ella von Klein, Franz's fiancée? However, he was still shocked by what had just happened, and did not pay attention to his fiancée really. Is K. Matthias von Gerhard here? No, it can't be. He was even more shocked when he saw a noble figure with a high position shaking hands with Bastian. Bastian glanced and saw Franz sulking. He strode to him and greeted him. Hello, Franz. There is also Miss Klein. It is nice to see you again. Klein happily replied, Hello. It feels so strange to meet the captain at the royal palace like this. Suddenly, Franz spoke, despising Bastian. How do you feel when you finally set foot in the royal palace? Bastian's eyes were no longer like before, they became sharper. But very quickly he regained his cheerful expression. I am very grateful and honored for my life. But even so, when answering Franz, he did not hesitate to despise him in return. I mean, like you once did. Franz was stunned by Bastian's response, like I once did. He was afraid and did not know how to answer. Is he mocking me? How should I answer? The palace servant spoke. The Duc de Scenes's daughter has arrived. Franz suddenly changed his attitude. He felt happy when he saw Odette appear. She is finally here. If his fiancée has problems, it will naturally ruin this dance. Countess Trier stepped in first. Behind her was Odette. But before he could be happy, he was surprised. Odette's small but seductive shoulders appeared behind the countess. Franz's eyes widened. Franz could not believe his eyes when he saw Odette. No, it can't be like that. Clearly. He could not believe his eyes. Odette was far from his imagination. Is this the rotten meat that the emperor threw away? Franz exclaimed in his heart. So beautiful! He felt so scared and shocked that his mouth opened. His image now looked so terrible. Bastian walked past him. He gently strode to Odette in a gorgeous outfit. Odette coldly looked at him without saying anything. Bastian was the same. He stared at Odette for a moment. Then he raised his hand and bowed politely, inviting Odette. Let us go, Lady Odette. Outside the castle, in the sky, the stars sparkled brightly. Inside the castle was the image of musicians performing. The nobles were inviting each other to dance to the music. At the head position, the emperor and queen were side by side. The queen looked at the scene in front of her with great joy. Franz was dancing with his fiancée. His eyes were still full of panic and surprise. On this side, Bastian and Odette were dancing together. The two created a very beautiful scene. Bastian said softly, I thought you would not come to the dance today. I was worried for nothing. Odette replied, For me, Huang Myung is very important. Bastian still did not give up the idea of wanting her to act with him. If so, can you join me in this play? Odette silently turned her face away without saying anything. Her eyes hesitated. Seeing Odette hesitate, he thought that after tonight, the reputation of this woman would be ruined, and there would be no way to save it. Even knowing that, she still came to the ball. Suddenly, Bastian pulled Odette's hand hard. In Bastian's heart, he was feeling that Odette was a girl who only knew how to take advantage. Indeed, she wants to benefit from the emperor. Odette suddenly lost her balance. Bastian quickly supported her. He thought, because there is a purpose to take advantage of each other. He leaned close to Odette and said, Then let me know if you agree or not. I will tell you exactly how to please the emperor. The scene shifted to outside the hallway. At this time, Odette was walking with Countess Trier. She turned around and said to Odette, Don't forget that the future of the Dessen family depends on the success of this matter. Odette seriously replied, I know. I will do what the emperor wants. Instead, you must keep your promise to persuade the emperor, hoping that even if this marriage is unsuccessful, the subsidies for me will not be cut off. The woman calmly replied to her, The emperor, even if cruel, is not so despicable. If Isabella regains consciousness thanks to this marriage, then you can do whatever you want. Thank you, Countess. When Odette left, the Countess sighed. So pathetic. She felt sorry for this poor little girl. Even though she is pretending to be calm, she will be in chaos if she is suddenly pulled into such a strange world. although I brought this child to the ball, but seeing her being sold for money. While walking, Odette suddenly stopped and turned to look at the garden of flowers in bloom. Then she suddenly remembered the words her mother said. The garden of the palace is full of flowers, just like Mom always said. Odette remembered every time her mother told her about the palace. When Mom told me about the palace, she was always strangely excited. She remembered her mother telling her with enthusiasm. She just kept going like that, and finally, she would cry and sit down. Odette remembered what her mother had gone through. When she remembered the days in the palace, she burst into tears. Her mother cried in pain. She wondered why her mother was like that. Why love if you will regret it? Is love everything? She wished that she should not have chosen her father, should not have betrayed her country and family for a man like her father. Odette also blamed her mother that if she had chosen, she should have accepted the consequences of the path she had chosen. If you chose wrong, you should at least humbly accept the consequences. Odette recalled her mother and what she had to go through in the past, but Mom always only pursued illusions. The love has passed, and the past cannot be returned when love is lost. Like a tourist in the desert who is fascinated by mirages, the mother has lived a thirsty life. Back in the palace corridor, at this time Odette had arrived with the Countess in front of the door of the ballroom. The daughter of the Duc d'Athènes has arrived, Odette promised herself. I will never live a life like that. Odette strode into the hall. Life is very important. She just kept following the Countess. I know how important money is as a foundation, although I do not intend to sell my honor and self-respect to earn money, but... Then she saw Bastian standing and waiting for her. Honor and self-respect are not priorities in this life either. That is how I maintain my dignity and respect. Bastian bowed and held out his hand to support her. Let us go, Miss Odette. Odette was still immersed in her thoughts. My subsidy is betting on this marriage. Even though I know he despises me. Yes, Captain, the reason for me to act with this man is enough. Suddenly Bastian leaned close to Odette's lips. So I can consider that you have agreed. We must show it clearly so that the Emperor can be satisfied. Odette saw Bastian put his face so close to her, she immediately closed her eyes tightly. Her cheeks turned red with embarrassment. She turned her head away, leaving Bastian stunned. Bastian pursed his lips tightly. The two turned around and saw someone in the distance looking at them. Don't reveal that we are acting too much, because our most important guest is watching. On the railing of the banquet hall, a blonde woman was drinking wine. Her eyes were full of hatred looking down. Isabelle. Seeing this, Odette was silent. Her eyes were a little sad. She grasped Bastian's hand tightly, then continued to dance with him. Bastian lowered his eyes and looked at Odette, praising. Even so. Your dress and jewelry are very beautiful. Odette thanked Bastian on the surface. Thank you for the compliment, Captain. What is he going to say again? But in her heart she was quite uncomfortable. Bastian smiled and asked Odette, After tonight, will you return them, causing her to be startled? Odette was silent. She looked at Bastian, thinking, I have heard of Bastian a lot, but Odette felt quite surprised that he spoke so impolitely. I heard that this man became an officer after graduating from the prestigious history department of the Royal Military Academy. He understands the etiquette of the aristocracy more than any aristocrat, so speaking disrespectful words. She remembered the scene when she first met Bastian. Indeed, it was because he saw my appearance at the bottom of society at the casino. Odette pursed her lips, thinking, if there is nothing to hide, I would rather be upright, and upright she faced, and looked straight at Bastian and replied, Yes, because this is something I rented for one night, and then I have to return it. Bastian was surprised by Odette's words, but do not worry too much, because I still have extra money to do other things. Bastian mocked Odette. Miss Odette is a richer woman than I thought. Odette also responded, that is, thanks to the captain's care. Captain Bastian was surprised by the care. Odette smiled brightly like a flower. Yes, because I benefited a lot from the tea money. She happily said, thanks to that, until this play is over, I do not have to worry about this set of gems and this dress anymore. Odette happily smiled. Her mood was very comfortable. Bastian suddenly laughed, making Odette a little bewildered. He teased Odette. Do you know, this is the first time I have seen you smile, Odette frowned. I am just trying to finish the play and not let everyone find out. Odette and Bastian were dancing and talking. It is good that the tea money is spent on something more valuable than the Duke's gambling, because that is the money I got from paying off the captains. Debt, so it must also be used for things that benefit you. Bastian teased Odette. If so, I must treat you to a lavish meal next time, so that the lady can save more money. Odette also teased back, sorry, but I would like to decline that offer. Bastian asked why. Odette replied, because it is difficult for me, with debts beyond my ability to pay. I can't imagine a woman being sold to pay off debts. Bastian joked. Odette's sharp eyes glanced at Bastian. I do not know either. From the day I first met the captain, you did not give me any trust. Bastian's eyes sank. Bastian and Odette were dancing together, although the nobles were so rigid. He looked at Odette in front of him and exclaimed, But Miss Odette does not give in to anyone. Bastian looked at Odette's neck. She is really a woman with a long and straight neck. If that neck... Suddenly, the whole hall was in turmoil. Bastian and Odette turned around when they saw this. Isabel was angrily walking down. Princess Isabel. Her eyes were full of resentment and hatred. Isabel was angrily walking down with a heroic spirit. A noble next to her asked, "Princess, are you okay?" The people around started to discuss. "It seems she is drunk. Should not we call a servant here?" She walked quickly to where Odette and Bastian were standing, then glared angrily. Seeing this look, Odette had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. Suddenly, Isabel raised her hand and slapped Odette hard. She screamed angrily and cursed, "Stay away from Bastian, you beggar!" She started to think crazily. "So Mom allowed me to attend the ball because she wanted me to see this." She stood and watched Bastian and Odette dance together. "I have been hurt, so I do not have any regrets for Bastian anymore." Thinking, she angrily put the glass of wine down hard. "But if you follow Bastian for the past 6 years, you can understand." She glared and gnashed her teeth angrily. That Bastian is only following the imperial order, not because he likes that woman, so that is why. Seeing the scene between Odette and Bastian, she became even more angry. The daughter of the war hero with a low lineage and an abandoned princess, right? This exciting combination deserves the attention of society. Enough to put an end to the strange rumors about me. She felt pain when she saw Bastian having to marry Odette. But must Bastian's heart listen to the unfair treatment just because he listened to the imperial order? Her tears started to fall. That pain surged higher. Bastian is so pitiful. Isabel became crazy. Only I understand Bastian's heart. She ran and thought crazily. Even though he loves me, he can't express that true feeling because he is a loyal person to the point of being foolish. Bastian, you decided to sacrifice yourself for me, did not you? Why force yourself to face and dance with that ugly woman? Just because of the royal family's opposition to the level of status. She lost control and rushed forward. Did you abandon the feelings for me? Seeing Odette, she lost even more control. Just for money to get into that position, that woman? Isabel angrily glared at Odette. How can you understand the heart of the poor Bastian? Losing her mind before what was happening, she became crazy and could not control herself and went to hit Odette. Stay away from Bastian, you beggar. Odette fell to the ground by the slap of that woman. Isabel started to curse. Odette's necklace was also broken. I know you are doing this to get out of the miserable life. She cursed more and more crazily. You stay away from him. You have no self-respect. Being said that by her, Odette was so shocked that her eyes widened. You have no self-respect. Bastian stood shielding Odette. His voice was serious. Please calm down, Your Highness. Seeing him shield her, Isabel became even more crazy. Bastian, that woman is charming you for money. Just like, she used vulgar words to say that Odette was no different from a high-class prostitute. Odette was said that. She was silent. The princess was blinded by unrequited love and jealousy, so she wants to lower me with those ordinary words. That princess does not know how I have lived. Thanks to your words, I know how to protect my heart more. Odette calmly picked up each pearl that the princess had broken. To be honest, there is no heartache at all. Moreover, now I'm only acting according to the king's orders. Before this action of Odette, everyone was surprised. Isabel saw that and got even more emboldened. Now you look, Bastian, she is only fascinated by that jewelry. Is not that so? You borrowed it, right? You are a greedy beggar. Odette did not say anything and turned to glare at her. Seeing this attitude of Odette, Isabel widened her eyes in surprise. But however, Odette did not even bother to pay attention to her. She turned away sharply. Then, Odette went to a nearby servant and asked, Please help me keep it until the end of the dance, huh? Yes. The princess saw Odette like that. The anger in her body burned even more. Dare to disregard my words. Suddenly an arm stopped her, Princess. It was Bastian. You are drunk. The princess saw him and was infatuated. Her cheeks turned pink. Bastian. She became infatuated, looking at the eyes that were looking at me tenderly. Indeed, he loves me. I love you. I love you so much, Bastian. No longer able to keep her composure, she leaned into and hugged Bastian. The smell of alcohol. Please calm down. Princess Bastian could not stand the strong smell of alcohol from her, so he gently reminded her. The queen, when she saw this scene, could not keep her composure and slumped down. Isabel. You must. The emperor jumped up. Queen. Quickly bring a doctor here. Franz's mother was afraid that this would involve them. Don't let our house be at odds because of this. Everyone was discussing in uproar. It would be better if Queen Helen helped. At least I would not do anything so embarrassing like this. They wondered why Odette's mother would be so infatuated with someone lower than her. Is that all? I heard that Duke de Sen is an aristocrat. Why is the Princess of Berk so blind to a mean man like that? It is true, anyway. Captain Klaus still has more influence on his ability and finance. The Countess felt worried for Odette when everyone was talking about her mother Odette. Odette sank. The princess was still causing trouble. Don't hide your feelings from me anymore, Bastian, Bastian said coldly. Then he pushed Isabel's hand away forcefully. He glared at her. She was stunned and confused by his actions. Isabel felt confused and disoriented. Why? Are you going to continue avoiding me? I am like this. Someone loudly called her Isabel. It was her brother, he reminded her, and dragged her away. You are too drunk, let us go, brother. But she was still crazy in her fantasy. No, I do not want to, Bastian, answer me. You love me too, right? Let go. Bastian is waiting for me. She was dragged away in a frenzy. Please wake up, Isabel. Bastian turned around to look at Odette. He gently asked her. Odette's face had become silent. Are you okay, Miss Odette? However, she quickly regained her confidence. Bastian glanced at her. Odette gently stroked her hair to one side. One side of her cheek was red from the slap just now. Before what just happened, she still did not change her attitude, still calm and polite. It is surprising. Even though she was insulted like that, her expression did not change. Odette gently lifted her skirt. Bastian realized something. Could it be? He was very surprised that Odette could still be so calm. Will she still maintain her price by dancing to the end of the waltz, as if that embarrassment and humiliation were nothing? Just like the day she was sold by her father due to gambling debts, she still dared. Anyway, she is very strong and brave. Only this can be acknowledged. Now Miss Odette looks like a proud queen. Bastian put his hand behind. If so, then I would gladly accept. Bastian politely replied to Odette. If so, then I will gladly accept it. Even though her face is pale, as if she wants to faint immediately, she will still proudly maintain her dignity to the end. She deserves to receive a polite invitation to dance with all sincerity. Everyone was surprised and continued to discuss in an uproar. What is that, after all? Bastian and Odette were still very relaxed when such a big thing had just happened. Even though they just encountered such a thing, the two of them still seemed to be okay. Bastian realized something unusual, indeed. Odette was trembling with fear. This woman is trembling. Just now she was very calm, but now she is scared. Her face has turned pale. Even so, she still pretends that nothing happened in front of everyone. Suddenly, a hot tear ran down Odette's cheek. Suddenly, Odette tripped. Bastian quickly pulled her back. Odette turned to him in surprise. He advised her to try to endure it. You do not want everyone to find out you are trembling, do you? Odette blushed shyly. Bastian took Odette's hand. The two strode side by side. Just like that, they left the center position. In a corner of the room, the Countess was standing quietly, waiting for Odette. She thought to herself, Bastian Clausewitz. She silently watched the two of them. Although I have been following him throughout the dance, he exudes the politeness and relaxation of an aristocrat in a strange way. The Countess could not believe her eyes. I did not believe they would cross the threshold of the royal palace for the first time in their lives. When the two of them arrived at her place, was it fun to be with Odette? Bastian politely replied. It is an honor to be with such a beautiful lady on such a special day. Well, see you again, Captain. Yes, Countess. Bastian and the Countess said goodbye to each other. Odette and the Countess stood watching Bastian's back as he left. The Countess turned to ask Odette, What do you think of Bastian? Suddenly her eyes widened. Odette felt dizzy and uncomfortable. Are you okay? Yes, I am okay. The Countess felt bitter and sorry for Odette. How can you be okay after encountering such a thing? She pitied her and admired Bastian for being willing to sympathize with Odette. Whether this child has to endure in this situation, or whether Bastian is willing to sympathize with the child, who is more cruel of the two, praised Odette's mother for teaching her well. Helene raised her daughter very well, but however, still criticized Odette's mother's choice of husband. Her eyes for men seem bad, but she is a good mother. The Countess smiled brightly. Well done. You were very perfect. Before the praise of Countess Trier, Odette was very surprised. Then her face immediately sank. She said softly, Thank you, Countess. Outside a gambling house, Bastian was pushed to the ground. The gambling house owner shouted angrily, Don't say such unreasonable words. Bring the money here quickly, money. He knelt and begged, Let me play one more game. If so, I will share a portion of the money I receive with you. The gambling house owner loudly said, Oh my God, what a daydream. The owner did not bother to pay attention to him, scolded him and closed the door and left. The kind of person who is in debt and has all the money they have stolen. Bastian angrily cursed in his heart. Damn it. After getting involved with those unlucky officers, nothing goes right. He stood up and brushed off his clothes. I was even kicked out of the game in this suburb. Suddenly someone called him. Hey, are you Duke Dyson? The black-haired man said, Looks like you lost the bet and got kicked out again. Right? This is not your place? Go see your eldest daughter. Bastian wondered, why suddenly? What about my daughter? The man continued to say, I heard people say that she has a man, maybe she has received pocket money for her father. But Duke Desson did not care. Odette has a man. I have heard all those nonsense words. The man did not know where he heard it. If not, why is she dressed up and frolicking every night? Hearing that, Duke Desson turned around sharply. What? The image of Odette leaving the carriage was told by the man. Not long ago, I clearly saw her get out of the carriage in the middle of the night. Moreover, see. That carriage was very glittering and magnificent. Is not it unusual? The next sentence of the man made Duke Desson unable to say anything more. I do not know, but it seems that she has hooked a wealthy man. You as a father do not care what your daughter does, and where she goes. Duke Desson walked alone on the street. He silently pondered. Thinking about it, that child has been going out frequently recently. It seems that she has something to hide. Suddenly he stopped when he saw Odette. He quickly hid behind a wall. Odette. Then he peeked out to look at her, wondering. Dressed like that, where is she going? Then Duke Desson remembered the words that the man said. I heard people say that she has a man. Duke Desson could not believe it and started to suspect Odette. Could it be? That child, really? He leaned against the wall in shock. This matter can't just stand still and watch. He decided to follow Odette. I have to confirm directly. At a high-end restaurant in downtown Rheinfeld. The waiter stood politely, pouring wine. A voice rang out. Thank you for inviting me, Countess. The waiter turned around and left after finishing his work. Only Odette and the Countess were left in the room, Odette said softly. But she felt worried about the necklace that Isabel had broken last time. What about that necklace? The Countess teased her. It seems that you still have time to worry about the broken necklace after encountering that matter. Right, Odette replied. I did not fulfill my responsibility to the thing that people trusted me to borrow, so I am not at ease. The Countess took the glass of wine on the table and said calmly, I do not like goodwill only through beautiful words, girl. Odette said seriously, I will seriously repay if the Countess wants. The Countess wondered. Me? Want? What? Odette said. I want to talk to His Majesty the Emperor. That matter was entirely due to the misunderstanding of Princess Dianha. The image of the broken necklace appeared, the Countess said casually. You want to ask the father to compensate for the gemstone necklace that his daughter broke. It seems that the Emperor will prick up his ears and listen to your words. Odette immediately retorted. Although he does not care about me, I think he won't forget the reasoning with the noble superiors in the royal family, which is the Countess here. Countess Trier smiled lightly. Odette's expression was surprised. That is right, it is really troublesome when the Emperor of the Empire can't resolve the mistakes of the princess. I will send a request to the royal palace according to the estimated repair costs from the gemstone store. Odette's eyes widened and asked. So it can be repaired? The Countess lifted the glass of wine and replied. Yes, they said it is thanks to you collecting each broken stone. Odette smiled happily. That is great, Countess. The Countess narrowed her eyes, silently praising the girl in front of her. Facing a stranger, she is not like a rock, but smiles brightly like a flower blooming in the dark. The scene of the restaurant, with people coming and going, the sound of music and voices mixed together. Oh, I heard that Isabel has been taken to the summer palace of the royal family. The situation is no different from being imprisoned there. The Countess comforted Odette. So you can rest assured and focus on the marriage completely. Look at the upper class. Is noisy about the matter at the dance. It seems that the effect is obvious. She said. As time goes by, Isabel will also accept reality and give up Bastian toy. Odette nodded and replied, yes. The Countess seemed to be waiting for someone. By the way, it should have been time to appear already. Suddenly a voice rang out behind her. Oh my. A white-haired man appeared. What a coincidence, Countess Trier. The Countess turned around and greeted happily. I did not expect to meet the Admiral here. Odette was surprised and wondered in her heart. Admiral? Another person also appeared. And Bastian also appeared. He was surprised to meet Odette. In this situation, Odette seemed surprised by his appearance. The Countess greeted him happily. It is an honor to meet Captain Closets again. Bastian was surprised and did not say anything. Odette was also very surprised to see Bastian. The Countess smiled and said, It is great, because it has been a long time since we have met like this. She suggested everyone have a meal together. Let us have a meal together, what do you say? The sky with floating clouds, sunlight shining through those clouds, and stopping at a restaurant, exclusively for the aristocracy. At the restaurant in the downtown area, where famous people in the upper class frequent. That restaurant only serves the upper class families, high-ranking officials, and those belonging to the most powerful class in society. Lunchtime on the 7th. The busiest time, there were two girls looking ahead whispering to each other. And right at the table, placed in a position that attracts everyone's attention. An arrangement so skillful that it seems random, that place is the dining table of 4 people. Just a glance is enough to recognize their presence is something that no one can miss. This is ridiculous. Bastian Closets looked around, his face cold with a bit of boredom. He picked up a glass of red wine, slowly brought it to his lips. his eyes calm as if he understood everything that was happening. Because they wanted the upper-class people to see him and Miss Odette next to each other, those two had arranged this matter. Sitting at the same table with him were two people, Marquis de Mel and Countess Trier. The two of them were talking to each other, making the space between him and Miss Odette private, in a very intentional way. He gently shook the glass of wine in his hand, closed his eyes and pondered. The Emperor must be restless if he saw them using such shallow tricks, even causing a riot at the dance. His eyes coldly looked into the space, as if he did not care about this. So what, it does not matter. Sooner or later they have to show the image of him. And that lady meeting, Odette sat opposite. Her face not expressing emotions, she quietly enjoyed the meal. Marquis de Mel smiled softly, raised his hand to signal, and spoke to break the silence. Isn't the weather very cold today? Although it is April, winter has arrived again. The weather in Rastu is too erratic. He put his hand on his chin, his face flashed with worry, and continued, Oh right, it would be troublesome if the match was delayed due to the weather. Funan Trier looked at him and asked softly, Do you have an important event? He replied, Yes, the friendly polo match between the customs and the army is scheduled to take place next weekend. This is a meaningful activity organized annually to strengthen the harmony of the army on both sides. Funan Trier said, Oh, I have heard about it too. Her face was calm. She glanced at him and asked, Is the captain also participating in that match? He paused for a moment and then calmly replied, Yes, Countess. In the somewhat suffocating atmosphere, where everyone's eyes were cautious and wary of each other, suddenly Marquis de Mel excitedly patted him on the shoulder repeatedly and said loudly, Actually, Captain Clausewitz is the best player on the team every time he is the main force who scores good points. Even though he was dragged into the middle of the story, his face did not change at all. Funan Trier continued, Is that so? So he is not only active on the battlefield, he immediately continued. Of course, whether it is on the front line or on the playing field, he is a hero who does not know failure. In that situation, at the dining table, only the two of them continued to talk, while she and him still quietly faced each other without saying a word. Odette still maintained her attitude of silence. She calmly brought the food to her mouth. The movements were slow, as if the surroundings had nothing to do with her. He kept talking about him non-stop. He holds from great achievements to strategic tactics. Surely the day of commanding the fleet is not far away. Her face was indifferent, and did not care about those words. She swallowed the food, and let out a small sigh. After finishing eating, she gently took a napkin to wipe her mouth. Her eyes, still without emotion, stopped for a moment on the plate with the remaining food. In her heart she thought, There is too much food left, I am sorry. Bastian Clausewitz looked up. His eyes accidentally met her face when she had just finished eating. Marquis de Mel still happily smiled and kept boasting about him. It is not because he is my superior that I say so. The captain is really an outstanding soldier, no different from a treasure of the navy. He heard him say that and glanced with a sarcastic face, thinking to himself, Even a treasure of the navy is not as good as salmon. After boasting about him, Marquis de Mel turned his head and asked Odette, By the way, how about Miss Odette also try to watch the match? It would be great if you came as the captain's partner. I am sure the lady will enjoy a fun time. She looked blankly when she heard his question. Her eyes looked away elsewhere. The captain's partner Clausewitz. She suddenly remembered that day. I heard that it is polite for the player's partner to attend from the welcome party to the dinner party. The image in her head reappeared as a dance between her and Bastian. If so, then I and Bastian have to act like the dance night last time. The nobles of the upper class will also come in full force, even those who attended the dance back then. The image of the judgmental eyes of other nobles looking at her. Isabel slapped her in the face and angrily shouted loudly in the middle of the crowded party, You are a beggar! That thing has no self-respect! She closed her eyes tightly and felt a shiver when she thought back to that scene. Now I have nowhere to run. The three of them looked at her waiting for an answer. She lowered her face and hesitated to answer the Marquis's words. If you invited me then. Her face was a little sad, but she still spoke. I will be happy to attend, she told herself. I have to take responsibility for my own decisions. It is okay, I know how to protect my feelings. If I do not give away feelings, or even anything. In front of her was Bastian Clausewitz, his face without emotion, holding a glass of wine in his hand. In this marriage, I will never be hurt. The lunch ended. They walked together to the horse carriage. Funan Trier turned around and said to him, Because I have something urgent to report to the Empire, Miss Odette will have to rely on the captain. Even Marquis de Mel also turned his head and said, Didn't we just have a meal, so you can take the lady back, right, Captain? She was startled when she heard the two of them speak. Funan Trier just stepped onto the carriage while speaking in a soft but meaningful voice. Enjoy the time together. Immediately after, Marquis de Mel also stepped up and said, See you again, Captain. The two of them clearly made an excuse to leave, leaving a private space for him and her, an arrangement so skillful that anyone who looked at it could think that this was a date that was implicitly acknowledged. She and him quietly stood, watching the horse carriage walk away without anyone saying a word. She shyly stroked her hair. Bastian Clausewitz looked at her, then spoke to break the awkward atmosphere. So it turned out that all of this was their plan. She smiled softly, seeming to understand the intention of the two people who had just left. Her voice was gentle and said, "Perhaps we should pay more attention to everyone's eyes." He also realized it and exclaimed, "That is also because of the imperial mandate. Let us just follow it." He gently turned to look at her. His voice still kept the politeness and continued, "If the lady has any place to think of, just say it, Miss Odette," after hearing him speak. Her face turned to him in a daze. Her eyes were blank, as if she had not had time to fully understand the meaning of that invitation. She put her hand on her chin, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, thinking about where to go now. After thinking for a while, she blurted out, "I am sorry, but I do not know much about things like this." Bastian turned to look at her and asked, "Things like this," she replied. "Then it is about the relationship between a lady and a young gentleman." Her eyes suddenly lit up, nodded in agreement. "I will do it the way the captain does." "See, you saying that is not a good idea." He smiled and looked at her eyes with a teasing look and said, "You startled me." She thought to herself, "What? Did I slip up?" A bit of confusion flashed by. She proposed an idea. "Then what about a place with many people paying attention? After all, this meeting is to create rumors." He turned his head to look elsewhere and said, "That direction will bring the most effect." He looked around where he was standing, considering if there was any suitable place to take her. He secretly thought, "The opera house is not bad, but it is not yet time for the performance to start. Jumping in at this time will be difficult to get a good seat." Then Bastian glanced elsewhere. "The shopping center. There are too many people. On the contrary, it is difficult to attract attention." He thought for a moment. "Or go to the hotel." Bastian turned to look at the girl standing next to him. Her innocent face made him silently abandon the intention just now. It is difficult to cooperate with this lady in that way. If so, then, he asked her, "Does the lady like paintings?" Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared. It was Bastian. He stood quietly behind the wall, his eyes carefully observing Bastian Clausitz and Odette when they stood next to each other. He had a surprised look when he saw her and him together. He thought to himself, "She is dating a man. That person's words are true." After observing for a while, Bastian felt something was strange, but was not sure. "But why does that person's face look so familiar? I remember meeting him somewhere." Bastian startled, horror filled his eyes when he realized that the person standing next to his daughter was Bastian Clausitz. "It is the officer who won the bet money at the casino." The image of him winning the bet at the casino suddenly appeared in his mind. Bastian's face was full of fear when he realized that is right, it is that guy. A large white building stands out in the city, the Museum of Art History. Bastian took her to a location. This place also has many nobles passing by. She and him together proceeded towards the museum. Around the museum, there were many nobles here. When Bastian Clausitz and Odette appeared, they immediately attracted attention to them, causing those nobles who saw the two people to whisper and discuss with each other. Bastian glanced at the expressions and noticed how they were discussing. He thought to himself, "It seems that I have chosen a suitable location." She startled as if she was discovering something. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. Suddenly, a few small snowflakes were falling from the clouds at the place where he and she were standing. She stopped and looked up at those white snowflakes falling, her eyes surprised as if this was the first time she had seen it, causing him to also raise his head to look at her. Suddenly, she ran forward. He watched her back. As she left, his face was neither happy nor sad, but he thought to himself, "At first I thought I had to bear all the troublesome burdens." Bastian Clausitz looked at Odette absent-mindedly, putting out his hand to catch the snow. He thought again, "But somehow, Miss Odette is like an unexpected gift that came to me. Thanks to that, I have entered the upper class with attention and flattery. Even the princess, who is like a ticking time bomb, can also be eliminated." He stood there, as if he had never taken his eyes off her. A snowflake fell on Odette's eyelashes. Even if fate transforms throughout the bottom of society, Bastian Clausitz took off his hat. He held his hat and walked closer to Odette, who was removing the snow on her eyelashes. "That girl clearly carries a noble lineage and status." Bastian Clausitz put his hat on her, calculating in his head, marriage was such an object. Odette looked up at him. Bastian Clausitz again thought to himself, "It will definitely be a history that enhances my value." He showed a friendly smile and spoke up. "We can start acting now," Bastian Clausitz said in his head. "The plan must be adjusted more or less, but at least it will be like that." The two stood close together, like a young couple in love. But the calculations in Bastian Clausitz's head were completely different from what he showed on the outside. "Rejoice until the day you use up all the usefulness. I will exploit this girl thoroughly." Later, there were two girls talking to each other. The brunette spoke first. She whispered, "I heard that those two were cooperated by the emperor, right?" The blonde also continued, "Yes, I saw it clearly at the dance." At this time, Odette stood next to Bastian Clausitz. The two of them were standing in front of a painting of flowers. The two girls exclaimed, "It is really a beautiful couple." Looking at Bastian Clausitz, they whispered to each other, Captain Clausitz is a little different from the rumors. He is completely not like the person who would run away with the princess. The other replied, that is right. Maybe it is just nonsense rumors. On the other side, the blue brown-haired girl said, anyway, those two are getting the most attention here. The brunette next to her continued, even the upper class recently has nothing but the two of them. What is it called? She hesitated to say. The brunette said, ah, and spoke. I remember it now. Looking at Bastian Clausitz with his arms crossed and Odette next to him, she said, the beggar princess and the grandson of the scrap metal shop. He spoke up at this time. It is enough to attract attention to this extent. Looking at the people around, Bastian Clausitz continued, before long the rumors about us will spread throughout the upper class. The story about the marriage is progressing smoothly despite the riot that happened at the ball. After saying that, he glanced at her. Seeing Odette not focusing, Bastian Clausitz called, Miss Odette. She came back to her senses, turned to him a little embarrassed. I am sorry, because I was focused on looking at the painting, he continued. It seems that the lady really likes paintings. Odette hesitated to answer. Yes, Bastian Clausitz suggested. Then let us go enjoy a little more. It seems that they also have a special hall. She looked at him and agreed, okay, Captain. Looking at the clock on the wall, Odette skillfully said, it is almost time for my sister to get out of school. It happens that the school is nearby, so I will go home with her. Bastian Clausitz heard that and asked curiously, sister, but I heard that Miss Odette is the only daughter of Princess Heroine. As if understanding something, she replied, oh, actually. She lowered her eyes and said, she is my half-sister, Odette thought in her head. Currently, Tira's mother, who no longer exists in this world, is a servant that I occasionally help with housework. Odette remembered the image of herself holding Tira's hand and walking on the street, and spoke up. Although people point and say that Tira is an illegitimate child, I have never once thought that Tira is not my family. Again, remembered the memory of Tira frequently being beaten by Bastian, but the heartless father always beats and scolds Tira for being a lowly child. Just as his hand was raised, there was a shout, stop! Odette clenched her fist and stood there, looking at him. Bastian gritted his teeth and stopped. Odette spoke for Bastian Clausitz to hear, as well as for herself. In order to protect Tira from that place, I need the subsidy. Odette pursed her lips, looking at her father, and continued. A father needs the money that the royal family provides for me, so he cannot treat me arbitrarily. With just that much, I can become Tira's shield. Returning to reality, Bastian Clausitz looked at her and said softly, anyway, the young lady's relationship with her younger sister seems very good. Odette smiled slightly and replied, yes, to me, she is an extremely precious younger sister. He smirked and continued, that is really strange, I can't think like that. After saying that, Bastian Clausitz turned around and walked away. Well, let us go back. Perhaps this is enough. Odette lowered her eyes and thought silently. On second thought, the Countess was right. Remembering Franz Clausitz's face, she thought, I heard that the two Clausitz brothers have different mothers. No wonder they did not seem close at the ball. Looking at his back, Odette wondered, I found it strange when I heard that the heir to the Clausitz family was the second son. Does he have some unspeakable secret? Outside at this time, the snow still showed no signs of stopping. Talbot Legos and carriages were moving on the road. Bastian Clausitz rested his cheek on his hand, holding the steering wheel. He remembered Odette's words when she saw him off to the car. I will stop here and say goodbye. He turned back and said, it is my duty to see the young lady home. I will take the young lady's sister back with me. Odette gently refused. No, thank you. She explained, Tira, she will feel uncomfortable, and I do not want to trouble you anymore. Hearing this, Bastian Clausitz said, the snow won't stop easily. It will be very tiring for the young lady to walk. Odette closed her eyes and said decisively, we will take the electric train. I will accept, and be grateful for your kindness. Bastian Clausitz rested his cheek on his hand, looking out the window. Anyway, I have an appointment tonight. I do not need to be rude for this uncooperative woman. On this side, Odette and Tira were standing by the road, waiting for the train. Bastian Clausitz sat in the car, watching Tira talking and smiling. That is the younger sister she was just talking about. He compared in his mind, the two sisters have no strikingly similar points. The electric train arrived at this time. The people standing behind Odette also started jostling to get on the train. The crowd was crowded, pushing each other. Odette was hit by the crowd, causing her to stagger. The two sisters, Odette and Tira, tried to squeeze onto the train with the crowd. Bastian Clausitz sat in the car with a blank face, thinking, perhaps they won't be able to get on the electric train this time. After a while, the train finally left the station. Bastian Clausitz stepped on the pedal at this time. He sped down the road. Bastian Clausitz focused on driving, looking straight ahead. In his mind, he thought of the image of Odette being hit by the crowd. His face had no expression. He remembered her face flushed red, standing outside in the snow. Bastian Clausewitz still did not change his expression. He remembered her hands trembling with cold. Bastian Clausewitz could not help it anymore. He lowered his head and sighed. He quickly turned the steering wheel. He turned the car around and drove back to the train station. Arriving at the place, Bastian Clausewitz opened the door and stepped out. Standing in the snow, he called out, "Lady Ode." "Odette." He suddenly stopped, looking back at the place where Odette stood with her sister. They had left long ago. On the other side, the electric train was running on the road. Faintly visible through the window were the figures of Odette and her sister, Bastian Clausewitz thought. So she squeezed through the crowd and got on the electric train. He stood in the snow, thinking about Odette. Such a strong will, that girl. The next morning, at the polo field, Odette recalled Helena's words. "Odette, high society is a battlefield. It is very important to grasp the intentions they hide in every conversation. Otherwise, you will easily become their laughingstock." The pink ribbon in her hair flew proudly in the wind. Looking around the arena, Odette said to herself, "I do not know when I will be able to return to the royal family. I thought it was useless when my mother taught me even the etiquette of high society." She stood there, appearing in a gorgeous evening gown, as if she had stepped out of a painting, Odette thought. But I did not expect that such a situation would come. Suddenly, someone asked her, "Lady Odette, right?" Odette turned to look. Seeing this, the person smiled and greeted. "First time meeting you." Then she introduced herself. "I am Sandrine Denlevier." As a matter of course, Odette politely bowed her head. "Hello." At this time, Sandrine Denlevier said again, "I watched your waltz with Bastian at the last ball." She came closer to her and said with regret, "If there had not been such a commotion, I might have come to greet you under Bastian's introduction. That is a pity." Hearing this, Odette wondered in her heart, "Is this person close to the captain?" Sandrine Denlevier came closer, so, standing in front of Odette, she said, "From this moment on, I hope you will definitely remember my name." Hearing this, Odette was slightly startled. Sandrine Denlevier's face sank, completely different from the smiling expression just now. "We will meet often in the future, Lady Odette." After saying that, without waiting for Odette to react, she turned around and left. She stood there, watching Sandrine Denlevier's back gradually fade away. Odette was shocked in her heart. "What?" she thought suspiciously, just said a few words and turned around and left. Ella von Klein appeared behind her. Odette turned her head in surprise. She said, "Oh my, she is already using her maiden name again, huh? She is still Countess Lennart." After finishing speaking, Ella von Klein put her hand on her chest and turned to smile and ask Odette, "Does the young lady remember me?" as if wanting to remind her. She continued, "We greeted each other briefly at the dance festival." Odette looked at her. The young lady is the daughter of Count Klein, the fiancé of young Franz Clausewitz. As if wanting to be sure, she asked again, "I have not been rude to the young lady, have I?" Ella von Klein smiled brightly and replied, "That is right. The young lady remembers very accurately." "You are so kind." After hearing this, Odette asked curiously, "But what do you mean by the maiden name?" Looking at Sandrine Denlevier's figure in the distance, Ella von Klein spoke to Odette. "That person is preparing to divorce, so she does not want to be called by her husband's surname anymore. That is how it is. Everyone in high society knows that the Countess is going through divorce proceedings with her husband's family, a prestigious family in Pelia." Odette understood and said, "So that is it." She thought to herself, "She said we will meet often in the future. What exactly does she mean?" On the other side, seeing Odette talking to a group of other young ladies, those people said boredly, "I heard that the beggar princess has collapsed. I was waiting to see, but it turns out there is nothing interesting." Looking at her like that, those people said, "At the ball, because Countess Trier was by her side, she was like that. But if she was alone, she might not be able to do anything and would be in a mess." The other person also chimed in, "Of course, is this really her first time in high society?" The orange-haired girl said again, "Yes, I am sure I have never seen this person before." The girl next to her also added, "But if it is her first time, is not she very natural? She is not even embarrassed." Looking at Odette smiling beautifully over there, they said again, "The etiquette is exactly like a young lady from a well-educated family." At this time, someone came. It was Claudine von Brandt. She said, "Looking at it, the dress is really beautiful. It suits the young lady very well." Claudine von Brandt. Claudine von Brandt stepped closer to Odette. She smiled and said, "It is from the Lane brand, right? I also really like that shop. The tailors there know how to handle silk and chiffon properly." Ella von Klein was surprised on one side. Is there a shop called Lane? She was caught up in her own thoughts. If it is a famous brand with beautiful clothes, then the young ladies would have been to the shop often. But this is the first time I have heard people in high society talk about this name. Looking at Claudine von Brandt smiling in front of her, Ella von Klein thought again, could it be a trap? She misunderstood again. That is right. There is no way a strange beggar could wear a dress from a high-end brand here. Ella von Klein observed the material of the dress on Odette. What she is wearing is just similar to the clothes of skilled tailors. According to the sleeves, it seems like she has modified someone else's dress. At this time, the girl next to her leaned close to Ella Von Klein's ear and whispered, "No wonder." Noticing that she is unusually composed, His Majesty is really talented. I heard that this is a pawn to protect the princess, so it is worth preparing a few dresses. Ella Von Klein laughed after hearing this, and replied softly, "Originally, the marriage was carried out hastily. There is no extra time to prepare dresses." Ella Von Klein thought in her heart, "What? If it is a royal decree, although she can modify as many clothes as she wants." Looking at Odette, she mocked in her heart, but it seems like she did not do that much. The value of this woman in the royal family is only that much. The girl next to Ella Von Klein continued to whisper. Once she blindly responds, she will lose face and be humiliated. She asked curiously, "How will she answer?" Odette spoke at this time, Lady Brandt. Claudine von Brandt looked at her. Odette smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise. In fact, my eye for fashion and clothing preferences are not yet proficient, so I am receiving help from my attendant. Fortunately, the Countess's granddaughter has a similar figure to me, so I was lucky enough to try out dresses that have not yet been released by many shops." She stood facing Claudine von Brandt, confidently continued, "I will also prioritize going to the shop that you just mentioned." Hearing this, she froze. The atmosphere fell into silence. The chattering girl next to Ella Von Klein, who had been talking nonstop, also stuttered, "This." Ella Von Klein and that girl whispered to each other, "If that is the case, then who is the winner?" The girl also hesitated. "Let us see." At this time, several young men walked in one after another at the entrance. Someone exclaimed, "It seems that the players have entered." Claudine von Brandt also seized the opportunity. She turned around and said, "I have to go see now. See you later, Lady Odette." Odette did not say anything and just looked at her. After taking one step, Claudine von Brandt stopped. She turned back, pretending to know. "That dress is from the Sabine shop." Claudine von Brandt did not forget to add, "I just confused the brand name. Please forgive me." Odette nodded to show that she understood. She calmly said, "Of course." She was not easily bullied, and continued sarcastically, "I will try to think that nothing happened." Odette stood there, watching Claudine von Brandt turn away and leave. Several people there also said hurriedly, "Then I will go too. Me too. See you next time." After leaving, Ella Von Klein glanced over and saw someone. It was her fiancé. Ella Von Klein called out, "Franz." Hearing this, Franz Clausitz turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. Odette, behind her, also saw him. His eyes widened when he saw Odette. He exclaimed in his heart, "Lady Odette." Ella Von Klein walked closer and asked, "Why are you so late? I am so bored being alone." Franz Clausitz vaguely agreed, still not fully recovered. Odette also stepped forward, thinking in her heart, "I have to say hello to the captain's younger brother." Suddenly, her hand was grabbed by someone. Odette glanced back, and a warm male voice rang out, "Let us go, Lady Odette." She turned her head to look. It turned out that Bastian Clausitz was holding her hand. Odette looked up at him. "Hello, Captain." She obediently continued, "But since I am meeting your younger brother, I want to say hello." Bastian softly replied to Odette's words, "The young lady does not need to pay attention to that thing." Odette thought with concern about his words, "That thing?" But then she dismissed those thoughts. Not thinking too much, Bastian smiled at her, indicating that she should take his arm. She listened and took his arm, but with a forced look. "Oh well." Suddenly, he turned back with a murderous look, as if wanting to kill someone. Franz Clausewitz had an expression of extreme fear and surprise at being looked at by Bastian. Odette, as she turned back to look, seemed certain of her speculation. As expected, the two of them walked towards the door. Her speculation about them was, the two of them are not close to each other. When the two of them walked out arm in arm, there was a figure of a girl hiding behind the pillars, quietly watching them leave. For some reason, the person's hand holding the pillar trembled. She was in the midst of evaluating the person in her mind. Clearly, the actions of the princess are childish. But I understand the mood. It turned out that the person standing behind the pillar was Sandrine. With a somber and thoughtful expression, she desperately wanted to have that man in her heart. Her thoughts were extremely melancholy, and only she understood. How many people in this world understand? With a regretful expression, she could only raise her hand to the sky and complain, "If only I had never married." Her hand raised regretfully as she saw the two of them walking arm in arm, knowing she was rooted to the spot but unable to do anything. "Bastian, do you belong to me now?" Scene changed to a party in a magnificent and luxurious palace. Guests are standing and talking to each other. Bastian's hand gently brushed Odette's hair behind her ear. Bastian gently lifted the strands of her hair. The scene looked so beautiful that even the flowers had to bloom. He gently brought his face closer and whispered in Odette's ear, "Today's dress is really beautiful. It seems that thanks to me, the precious tea is still abundant." After hearing those compliments, her face became radiant and she smiled in reply. Of course, you do not need to worry about my dress money, Captain. The two smiled brightly at each other. From afar, someone spoke with admiration. Oh my God! Two ladies looked at them with admiration, mixed with a bit of jealousy. Is that really Captain Bastian? A man who was once like a pastor, even though all the ladies of high society coveted him. Sandrine heard them say that, and from behind, her face turned black when she heard them constantly talking about Bastian's marriage to someone else. After all, it is a relationship that was bestowed in marriage. It is true that he is a man who never shows any desire. The two of them were so engrossed in talking that no one noticed behind them. Bastian's blue eyes drooped, looking extremely beautiful, and suddenly turned to look. When Sandrine felt his gaze, her face became stiff and evasive, a bit unnatural. Bastian was looking for a way to get away from Odette, thinking of a way, there is no other way, and then spoke with embarrassment. What to do? I forgot my equipment, I will go get it and come back. She spoke sympathetically when she heard him say that. It is okay, you can go. In her heart, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, my corset is too tight. I am feeling uncomfortable. She quickly put her hand on her dress and hurriedly left. I have to go to the dressing room for a while. On Bastian's side, he also walked away. The two of them turned their backs to each other and walked in their own directions. Sandrine was leaning against the wall, her hand raised to her head, pondering alone about her regrets. If only I had never married. Would Bastian belong to me now? Her eyes looked thoughtful and sad. The thoughts in her heart seemed to be crowding each other to escape. Those grievances cannot be told to anyone. No, if I did not have the flaw of divorce, my father would definitely not allow me to marry a man who does not even have a title. Those thoughts seemed to give her a plan to divorce her current husband. I have to say thank you to my foolish husband, to plan for an easier divorce. She had come up with a plan. It seems that because he is crazy about people of the same gender, he can legitimately request a divorce. Thinking of that husband, Sandrine was angry again because that guy calculated very carefully about the divorce. He is delaying the divorce proceedings because he wants to reduce the compensation. How petty! While she was still thinking, a footstep approached her. Bastian's figure was approaching. The light cast on him made his figure vague and difficult to see clearly. Sandrine was still lost in thought, dreaming that one day Bastian would come to her. Even if it took a little time, he would come to her. When she saw Bastian had come close, she suddenly spoke in a reproachful voice. Don't you have anything to say to me? When Bastian was standing in front of her, she called his name again. When she did not get a response, Bastian. He listened with a cold and emotionless face. On Odette's side, she was hurrying down the long corridor looking for the dressing room. Walking and walking but not finding the dressing room, her eyes looked up and began to doubt. Clearly they said the dressing room was in this direction. Having some doubts about the words, but she still kept walking and looking. Or do I have to go further? Suddenly, as she was walking, her steps stopped when she heard a voice, and it was mentioning her own name and her fiancé's. If Lady Odette has been chosen as your future wife, at least please tell me the truth beforehand, Bastian. Her face was shocked when she heard the words from the other person. I thought the friendship between us was only worth that much. Suddenly, as if remembering something when she heard the voice, this voice, she greeted me just now. Odette stood still listening to them talk. I do not like that way of speaking, Countess. When Sandrine heard Bastian reply to her, she spoke again. I thought she knew beforehand. It turns out that was my misunderstanding. Bastian, when he heard that he was misunderstood, smiled and explained, denying the relationship between me and Lady Odette. It is just a business relationship. We are working together for each other's benefit. As if afraid that she did not believe his explanation, Bastian asked, Is this answer complete enough? Odette's face became sad. After hearing that, her long eyelashes drooped slightly. She still did not believe his words, and forced Bastian to swear. Can you swear? Bastian did not refuse or swear, just spoke vaguely. If it is a vow before the gods, I will refuse, because to me it is a meaningless concept. When she saw that Bastian was unwilling to swear as she wanted, she asked with a slightly mocking tone, Then what about the vow about all your glory and prosperity? He heard her say that, and retorted with a blaming tone, Isn't that a bit too emotional? Hearing Bastian say that, knowing she had just slipped up, she laughed and said, I am sorry, let us drop it. She hurriedly explained, Although I know that I am behaving sensitively, but sometimes it is difficult to control emotions. Bastian pretended to understand. I understand, Countess. While they were talking, Sandrine suddenly remembered a story that a guest had hurriedly told her. Oh right, not long ago, my father's letter arrived. He knew what Emperor Berg did to you in order to protect the princess. Sandrine continued to tell. On the contrary, my father thinks that this is perhaps a good opportunity. Odette was shocked when she heard those words. When she heard the next words that Sandrine uttered, instead of just waiting for a divorce and immediately remarrying, it would be a better prospect if you also had a woman during the time I am going through the procedures. Bastian replied after hearing that. My intention is the same as Duke Livier's. Sandrine happily replied. It is true that you and my father have cold blood flowing in your bodies. When they just finished their conversation, Odette hurried away. Sandrine grasped Bastian's hand hesitantly, so Odette coldly turned away. Behind her she could still hear Sandrine's voice. She used a pleading tone. Can you grant me a small favor? Someone who needs comfort. Bastian, hearing that, told her to say her request. Say it, Sandrine. Sandrine made a resolute request without hesitation. Your day I give to that girl instead. The key sentence was still heard by Odette as she left. Your night you give to me. Odette hurriedly left. She did not look back even once. Odette remembered the scene where Bastian said to her, act until Princess Isabel gets married. Knowing that, but in her heart she still felt a little uncomfortable, even though she knew that he already had a marriage partner, but nothing could change, because we are just a business relationship for each other's benefit. But for some reason, Odette's hand was trembling like that. With me. She had a sad expression, has nothing to do with it. Sandrine had moved close to Bastian, and her hands were tightly holding his. Trying to get closer to his face to test his opinion, Bastian slowly took his hand and removed Sandrine's hand. Sandrine was stunned, as if she could not believe that her request had been rejected. Bastian changed his tone to be somewhat more formal, Countess. Bastian's eyes were gloomy. His hand removed Sandrine's hand, then placed it on her shoulder. He rejected the request with some discomfort. That will probably be very difficult. Bastian pushed Sandrine's hand away forcefully. Bastian closed his eyes and gave a cold smile, saying to Sandrine, I do not think the friendship between us is still good, even if it is tainted by momentary desire, is it? Sandrine tilted her head. Her deep blue eyes seemed to fall into contemplation because of Bastian's words. She nodded slightly. Her eyes murmured softly. Okay, friendship. Precious friendship is above all. Suddenly, Bastian reached out and touched Sandrine's red hair, got close to her face and whispered, Please keep your dignity, Countess. His hand caressed her bright red hair. His eyes gently said, It looks much better like that. Bastian turned and walked away, his appearance as decisive as if he was not the one who had just said those words. Sandrine stood still, watching Bastian's back. In her heart she could not help but think to herself, his hand and smile are coordinated decisively, even though I know that he only intends to use me. But either way, that is fine. She looked with her sad blue eyes as he disappeared, unconsciously biting her lip. What I do not want is simply like love. Either way, for that man, such a thing is meaningless. Sandrine could not help but remember Bastian's appearance, Bastian closets. Except for ambition without a stopping point, whatever it is, even yourself, you do not love. Sandrine clenched her hands, trying to suppress the emotions that were surging inside, whispering to herself, just a little more. Wait until the divorce proceedings are over. She looked into the distance, her bright red hair swayed slightly. In her heart she was determined. Once I return to the Lavier family and become the person he needs the most, even Bastian will definitely want me. On the green lawn, under the bright sun, many couples are standing in a row in the peaceful forest. A girl gently and carefully hands the necklace to the boy. The necklace is neatly worn around the boy's neck. In the center is a sparkling crystal. Bastian explained to Odette, now is the ritual before the party. Hearing that, Odette said worriedly, if it is a ritual, he reassured her, as long as it is an item containing the young lady's heart. If the young lady gives me even a small item, I will repay you with victory. Odette lowered her eyes, her lips moved hesitantly. Captain, Bastian silently lowered his head and looked at Odette, thinking to himself, she is a woman who is struggling to shoulder the duties of the nobility from things borrowed from others, completely without anything that is worth being her own. Bastian reached out and gently touched the pink ribbon in Odette's hair. His voice was gentle. Originally, I do not follow this kind of formal ritual. He gently pulled out the ribbon and explained, but this year, there are many eyes watching, so following the ritual will be better. Odette watched Bastian intently. Stunned when the ribbon was completely removed from her hair, Bastian spoke. This is enough. Bastian placed the ribbon in front of his chest. His fingers gently caressed it. His voice was full of certainty. I will cherish and keep it. On the green grass field, the atmosphere was lively and exciting. The boys were riding on horseback, fighting for control of the small ball. Bastian gripped the reins tightly, controlling the horse to gallop forward. In his other hand, he was holding a wooden stick. The stick was tied with the pink ribbon that he took from Odette, fluttering in the wind. Odette's fingers were lightly placed on her lips. Her expression was helpless. It does not need to be to that extent, hanging it on the stick like that. It is like a display. Suddenly, Odette's expression sank. Her emerald eyes seemed to be thinking about something. In her mind, Sandrine's words echoed. Your day I give to that girl. Instead, your night you give to me. Odette lowered her head, her eyes closed slightly, reassuring herself. That is just a personal matter. It has nothing to do with our transaction. I should not worry about it anymore. Suddenly, the man in front shouted, pulling Odette out of her thoughts. That is right, run. On the field, Bastian and another boy were fighting for the ball under the cheering stands. A little more. Bastian glanced at the boy behind him, his eyes a little cold. He is really persistent. He looked straight ahead at a boy who was trying to protect the goalpost, thinking to himself, like this, it will be difficult to penetrate the defense to the goalpost, even though the distance to the goalpost is still far, but it is not impossible. Bastian jerked the black reins. Bastian leaned over, his right hand swung the stick forcefully towards the small ball. His eyes focused intently. There was no way other than trying his luck here. The wooden stick hit the ball rolling on the grass hard. Bastian narrowed his blue eyes, shining with determination. He leaned over as much as possible, swinging the stick with all his might, creating a white arc. Under Bastian's strong force, the small ball soared into the blue sky. Under the stunned eyes of the goalkeeper, the small ball flew into the goal, making his mouth drop open. The referee raised the green flag, signaling that the goal had been recognized. The expressions of Bastian's teammates were radiant, filled with joy. Because of the beautiful goal, they cheered excitedly. "Hooray, you are crazy." Hearing the compliments from his teammates, Bastian smirked slightly. His deep blue eyes looked into the distance. His expression contained confidence and a bit of arrogance. Bastian sat straight on the back of the white horse, still holding the stick, tied with the pink ribbon in his hand. His calm eyes looked towards the crowd, cheering for him. He tilted his head. His blue eyes glanced slightly towards the crowd as if looking for something. He found Odette clapping in the crowd, however. Her face was a bit negligent, seemingly not very focused on what had just happened in the match. He pursed his lips slightly. His blue eyes shone with a bit of disappointment, mixed with disappointment. Odette nodded slightly to Bastian, showing that she knew. Her eyes closed slightly. Her dark purple hair gently moved according to her actions. He frowned slightly. His eyes looked dimly into the distance, as if he was thinking. Bastian sat on the back of the white horse, his expression serious, nodding in response to Odette, thinking to himself, "I will be loyal to the duty assigned to me, nothing more." The white horse stepped on the green grass. On the horse, Bastian pondered about Odette. Until now, that girl is only fulfilling her duty. Bastian controlled the white horse to turn around in the opposite direction of where Odette was standing, decisively walking away, in his heart bitterly, just that. A light pink wooden door with a graceful arch. Next to it hung a blue flag. That was the waiting room for the players. Sandrine tilted her head and looked at Lucas and asked, "Lucas, I am here. Where is Bastian?" Lucas was cleaning up. Hearing her ask, he replied, "Bastian went to take a shower, because he was the leading hero in today's victory, so he received a baptism of champagne." He turned his back to Sandrine, innocently continuing to talk without noticing that she was silently looking at the stick that was still tied with the ribbon with frustration. Even this year, with the position of the main fighter, Bastian has never lost in the competition even once. That admirable guy. Whatever he does, he wins. It is really lucky to be on the same team with him. Looking at the pink ribbon on the stick, Sandrine could not help but think, Bastian has never participated in the pre-match ritual even once. Because he is a man who despises the formal rituals created by the nobility. Sandrine frowned tightly. Her blue eyes shone with envy and jealousy. But this time, it made others jealous of that woman's ribbon. She clenched the ribbon, pulling it hard from Bastian's stick, bitterly thinking, "The first talisman to be given to Bastian must be me." Sandrine took the ribbon out to the garden. Her hand reached out to prepare to throw it into the mud puddle. She slowly let go, her hand stretched out, letting the pink ribbon gently fall down. Sandrine's eyes flashed with coldness, her lips curled up to form a sinister smile. In her heart, she said to herself, "I found it an eyesore throughout the match." Watching the ribbon gradually sink into the mud puddle made her extremely satisfied. Now it looks beautiful. Sandrine looked at Lucas and asked softly, "Lucas, that gentle lady, Lady Odette, will also be participating in the celebration party for the players, right?" Lucas turned his head to confirm that logic. Perhaps so, because she is Bastian's partner. Sandrine was silent for a long time. She listened to the advice. "Come on, do not worry, Sandrine. Nothing like what you are worried about is going to happen. You also know that Bastian is facing a headache because of the crazy princess." Sandrine hesitantly replied, "Of course I know." Lucas gave some suggestions. "Just try to believe, and wait. It is just a pawn that will be discarded once the princess's matter is resolved." Moreover, how dramatic was the first time they met, Bastian and that girl. It was very... Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly remembered something. Raising his hand to stop the words he was about to say, Lucas thought, perhaps Bastian would be embarrassed if Sandrine found out. Sandrine darkened her face and threatened him, looking at him and questioning, "What? How intense was the first meeting?" Lucas was intimidated by that aura. His words were a bit stuttering. That thing. Anyway, there is absolutely no way that Bastian and that girl will develop feelings." Sandrine looked at him to implicitly confirm, "That is also what I think, Lucas. There is absolutely no way that there will be romantic feelings." Carrying a thought in her heart, she silently regretted. "Lady Odette, the obvious truth is that that girl is very beautiful." I did not expect such a beautiful woman to be living and cleaning up the mess of her incompetent father until now. If she was determined, she could have married a rich man and escaped poverty. Immediately, Sandrine had already deduced, based on the current situation, could it be that she has bigger ambitions? That is why she has been living in poverty until now. Quickly putting forward a hypothesis, she implicitly suspected Odette's actions. She has received support from the Emperor to come to this marriage, because Bastian Clausitz is the most coveted object, a woman who has nothing to lose. I do not know what she will do. In her heart, a little unwilling. If that is the case, then now, I also. Her hand lowered, the ribbon made a decision. I won't obediently stand by and watch. Lost in thought, Odette appeared from the opposite side. Now I just need to attend the party hosted by the Navy and it is over. Odette walked gently with resignation. Because I accepted the invitation as a partner, I must of course be responsible until the end. A lady stroked her chin and came over, expressing encouragement. How can this be, Lady Odette? Be strong. As if awakened from her random thoughts, she was stunned. Looking far away, a group of nobles gathered together in front. Odette quickly stepped closer. Her face darkened. Countless judgmental eyes looked towards Odette. Once again, negative thoughts surrounded her. That person does not want the best for me. She remembered that scene, like the ribbon being thrown away as soon as the match ended. Odette looked at herself as if reflected in the past. For that person, I have run out of today's use value. Coming from afar, a voice asked worriedly. Are you okay, young lady? Odette pursed her lips and expressed, If you do not mind, madam, can I ask you for a small favor? The madam immediately agreed. Anything, young lady, just say it naturally. Odette evaluated herself. I had intended to attend the party sincerely in vain. She simply gave a reason. I am not feeling well, so perhaps I will have to go home early, because Captain Clausitz's preparations seem to be delayed. Her face was a bit resentful. Odette looked sadly at the madam, sincerely thanking her. If you could help me deliver the message to him, madam. Her heart had already cooled. Perhaps it would be better if I made the boundaries clear from the beginning. She quietly left with those thoughts. The money I get from the royal family, if I do not need that money, I will have no reason to act in this ridiculous play. Odette lowered her eyes, her heart more thoughtful. Because of my father, I can't break away from that allowance and live. Odette tried to tell herself to encourage herself. I will save money and wait until Tira graduates, and then run away to a place without my father, even if it means reducing my sleep time. I want to have more jobs than now. In despair, she accidentally saw a job board with a job posting. Odette's eyes lit up as she saw a glimmer of hope. She looked up and read clearly each word of the request, looking for a tutor, preferably a young unmarried woman from the middle class with education, dignified appearance, and in-depth knowledge of literature, foreign languages, music and etiquette, guaranteed stable income if there are suitable elements. From afar, a horse-drawn carriage came speeding. The person sitting inside was Franz. He was surprised when he saw her back. Lady Odette, the woman who should be attending the celebration party with my brother, why is she here? He did not hesitate to jump out of the carriage. I have urgent business, so I will get off here. Franz thought to himself, this is definitely fate, otherwise there is no way to explain our chance reunion. He firmly confirmed to himself, I recognize this feeling from the first time I met her. Perhaps this is an opportunity to confirm what that is. Dusk gradually covered the city. Lucas walked beside Bastian and lamented. If I had known this would happen, I would have kept Sandrine here. That would probably be better than attending the party without a partner. Bastian glanced and was lost in thought. This action is not like Lady Odette, not coming to greet us directly and leaving. He remembered the memory he had of Odette. She is someone who always strictly adheres to every ritual to the point of seeming arrogant. He interrupted his thoughts, calling out loudly and pointing in one direction. Hey, Bastian, is not that your ribbon? He looked at it. His words confirmed it even more. The beggar princess's talisman that she gave you. Bastian could not believe his eyes. Erihe's words kept echoing in his head. Why is that stuff down there? Could it be, Bastian, did not you throw it away? The group of young masters outside heard about it and immediately made a judgment. Could it be that she was shocked to see that and went back? It could be, anyway. It is a good thing, of course. It will be easier to grasp the topic of discussion and escape it. Lucas, of course, did not believe it, quickly pressing Bastian, so that thing. Bastian cleared his throat. You said that Countess Lynette came to the waiting room earlier, right? Bastian's words made Lucas feel guilty, so he defended. Could there be a misunderstanding? If that thing is said, Sandrine will definitely. Without waiting for Lucas to explain, he resolutely stepped quickly. Ignoring Lucas's call, Bastian knelt down in front of the dirty ribbon. Why like this? Are you crazy? Lucas behind him kept stopping him. It does not necessarily have to be like that. His eyes were somewhat sad. Bastian looked carefully and confirmed. This thing is mine. Recalling the past, Bastian reminded himself, I have been entrusted for some reason. I will cherish and keep it. Without hesitation, he reached out to pick up the dirty ribbon. Even if I do not like it, no matter what, it is currently under my jurisdiction. His face was determined. Therefore I must protect it. What belongs to me. Franz on this side followed Odette's every move. His eyes were worried. He hit against the wall to observe. Lady Odette, will you be okay? Remembering those meaningful words, did he throw away the ribbon? Clearly was not it implying that the days after will be playing around in moderation, and then throwing it away. Franz kept worrying about Odette. Both my father and mother think that the embarrassing marriage arranged by the Emperor is a good opportunity. It is something to be grateful for if the useless future bride can grasp this weakness of his. In his thoughts, he did not want her to be the one who suffered. But if that is the case, then what will the life of that girl be like in the future? Everyone is despising and ostracizing her. Even my brother. Franz in his heart had already wanted to protect her. What if Lady Odette was mine? At the majestic castle located in the ancient neighborhood, Robus walked from the hallway, his eyes quickly observing. The servant looked at Bastian, thinking implicitly, on a day off it would be great to rest a bit. Why does not he know anything other than work like that? Keeping a polite attitude, the servant softly called, Master, it seems that the tea has cooled. I will prepare and offer new tea. Robus's eyes met the books on the table. Only then did he notice the content mentioned, list of women's clothing. Bastian gave the cold tea to the servant. Thank you, Robus. The servant gently took it. Yes, sir. Looking at the current situation, Robus had implicitly known the girl who always wears clothes borrowed from others, so she is being pointed at by the upper class and called the beggar princess. The servant mocked the unfair life. It is funny that the so-called generosity of the emperor is so stingy, if they are taking advantage of her for the scheme of protecting his daughter. At least they should take care of her appearance properly, should not they? At least a suitable dress, so that she can escape the label of beggar princess. The servant ran in from outside, calling loudly, Master. Robus's face was confused. Bastian spoke. What is wrong again, Robus? The servant anxiously announced, currently outside the front gate. Dessen, Hollow Cheeks, was invited in to continue the conversation. I did not expect a guy like you to be touted as something called a hero of the empire. Bastian, sitting opposite, emphasized his words. That was the first fair meeting in a place where we did not know anything about each other. Dessen threatened, because I know everything how it is. So you better not have the idea of deceiving me. He crossed his arms and replied in a bored manner. So that is it. It is lucky that I do not have to explain in detail. Then please go to the main content, Mr. Duke. Seeing that Bastian's face had not changed at all, Dessen was silent for a while. He, like a demon, slammed his hand hard on the table and cursed. The lineage of the loan sharks who picked up scraps and coveted the daughter of the princess. I will definitely not give my daughter to a guy like you. He lowered his eyes, as if evaluating the situation again. Bastian heavily criticized. It is no different from a dog. These words were like a fire igniting the fuse. What did you just say? Bastian tried to stay calm, giving a slow explanation. Those words are not worthy of someone who has once sold his daughter to me before. It seems that your mood has changed quickly in the time we have not met, huh? He stuttered, arguing. That was a mistake I made in the path I was in. Bastian smiled mockingly at his tattered theory. If I did not open my heart with tolerance, then there would be no way to pretend that nothing like that happened. He stopped for a moment, slowly thinking. According to sources, it is rumored that that guy has fallen for Odette, to the point where the rumors have spread throughout the upper class. Bastian grasped this greedy guy. Compared to anyone, I am the one who knows very well how infatuated men in love can be. Dessen loudly set conditions. Even if I believe in the emperor and what everyone says, Odette's father is still me here. No matter what the emperor's wishes are, to get that child, you need my permission. Bastian's face darkened before the words of the immoral father. As long as I am determined, I have the right to marry Odette to another place immediately. What hero? Compared to someone who is no different from being rich, a family with dignity will be much more worthy of Odette. He used his daughter to threaten him. Therefore, for you to be worthy of my daughter, should not you show sincerity and effort worthy of it? Dessen's words were like wanting to trade his daughter for money. The sincerity and effort of a rich guy. Bastian's soulless eyes affirmed, so you want to mention money? He stuttered, "Bay, because that is what I mean." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Bastian. The Duke will not receive any price from me. The above affirmation surprised Dessen. What? Bastian used his words to reverse the current situation. Yes, just do that if you want to marry your daughter into a family with dignity. Currently, the emperor will not immediately let go of your daughter. You will have to wait until next time, but for the time being, you should be cautious. It will be better. He gave his reasons, making Dessen's face darken. Suppose there is a rumor that the young lady has touched the fabric. Will there be any major obstacles in your marriage exchange? He now only knew how to shout loudly. What are you saying? Bastian left with cold words. If you wait quietly, I will definitely return your daughter intact. That night, it was the same at the casino. Not achieving his wishes, he trembled with anger. You dare, you brat dares. He cast sharp eyes towards the back, warning, If you want to speak loudly, next time I recommend you go to the Imperial Palace. His face changed color, his teeth gnashing together. With his domineering nature, Bastian violently overturned the table. Do you think you will be safe, even if you treat me like this? Bastian just let him be, implicitly evaluating. Just as predicted, so pathetic. Since getting involved with that girl, I keep getting caught up in things like this. He commanded Robus, take that person back safely. The servant could only respond, yes, master. He did not forget to instruct. And one more thing, please contact the Sabine shop and make a date to visit for me. I plan to have a few dresses tailored. Please make time. Odette was by the window, holding a letter and carefully observing. Her eyes were even more annoyed. Perhaps it would be better if you wrote down what you plan to do, and where. The message left requested a meeting at the fountain at 3 p.m. tomorrow. From the outside, a small hand placed on the doorknob from the outside. He pushed the door and innocently stepped in. In front of him appeared a woman lying on the ground, blood flowing nonstop. His eyes were soulless, as if that thing was too normal for him. Someone soon appeared on the side. Mrs. Clausitz and Jeff stood next to each other, smiling eerily. Bastian gradually woke up from the nightmare. He held his face and gently rubbed his tangled hair, falling into contemplation. The silent space enveloped, making the mood even more dreary. From the clinic came the doctor's instructions. The left shoulder that was operated on has completely healed. They looked over the old wound left by the bullet and said, the traces of the gunshot wound have also faded. The words were like implicitly congratulating Bastian, affirming, sure enough, youth recovers quickly, you will recover much faster than expected. The doctor looked at him with gentle eyes and announced, although the situation has the possibility of going to war, I do not want to recommend it. Dr. Kramer was Bastian's main attending physician. Bastian politely replied when he heard the news from the doctor, I believe you will only convey the truth to the Navy, skipping the doctor's own views. Dr. Kramer sincerely worried, and once again advised him, Bastian, you already have enough reputation now, so stop and retire, what do you think? I do not want to personally sign the papers that make you a cripple again. He put on his white coat and made clear his decision. My duty is to protect the border and maintain peace, even the battle line. The doctor heard this, and was even more worried, because you, who have returned as a patient, say such words, even if I am grateful, I no longer believe it. Bastian interrupted. That was an exceptional situation. Dr. Kramer gave an example. Even if it is just 1 in 10,000, what if that thing happens again? In Bastian's words, there was no worry. It does not matter, I will have to receive another medal. The doctor breathed a long sigh, implicitly recognizing that stubbornness. He is still like he was 14 years ago. Quickly from the outside, the man led a boy, pushing the door open. He shouted loudly towards the opposite side, I have taken Sophia's son out of his father's house and brought him here. Those beasts have made the boy like this. Dr. Kramer was startled, immediately turning his eyes to look. He quickly took them to another direction. Please come this way. Clausitz wanted to abandon the eldest son left by his former wife, and Illis, who wanted to avenge his daughter by making the child the heir. After Sophia left this world, the war between the two families had been going on for many years, finally ending with Clausitz's victory. He loudly pointed out the bruises on the boy, and the boy's wounds is not that obvious evidence of abuse. Doctor? Kramer gently asked. How did the boy get so injured? The boy paused, giving many reasons. Fell backwards, injured from fencing, slipped while hiking. All the scars appeared as if due to the child's mistakes while training to be the heir, but old man Illis firmly accused Clausitz of abusing his former wife's son. In the end, it could not become a reality. Jeff Clausitz had boasted in an exaggerated way that it was the education of the successor, because he did not leave any evidence to be caught. He regarded Bastian, the son of his former wife, as the heir. He resolutely remarried as soon as his wife had just died, and what a coincidence that the child of the later wife was born on the day of Kutsi. That was a move to appease the scandal and suspicion. Starting from the suspicious incidents, the education of the heir was accompanied by cruel training methods. In the morning before the sun rose, Bastian, not yet fully awake, was dressed neatly and sitting in front of his desk, after working hard with learning that at the same age was completely impossible to grasp. Following that was rigorous physical training, no different from military training. That child worked diligently to the point that his eyes were red and his hands were swollen, even nearly breaking his neck from falling off his horse, and when he had just mastered how to ride a horse, the boy had taken a gun and wandered alone in the forest all night with his soft hands. Since his mother left this world, at only 5 years old, he had been to live in this hospital 12 times. That was the amount of time that child had lived within the walls of the Clausitz house. Sometimes I regret revealing about Sophia being murdered. Bastian knew all the things around him. He implicitly evaluated. If I had closed it off that it was a normal death, she left this world after giving birth like that. He spoke politely. Then I will see you again at the next examination, so perhaps in old man Illis's heart he would not have accumulated such deep resentment. He just left with his calculations. If that is the case, Will the unfinished revenge become that child's mission? At the Royal City Sabine Tailor Shop. Odette stood in front of the sign, thinking for a long time. If it is Sabine, it seems like the shop that the noble ladies mentioned at that time. Bastian appeared from behind, gesturing to her. Let us go in, Lady Odette. They quickly moved inside. Inside, someone greeted, Long time no see, Bastian. Hilda Sabine, the owner of Sabine Tailor Shop. She smiled to welcome her distinguished guest. Bastian solemnly replied to the lady. Thank you for accepting the request, Mrs. Sabine. Hilda spoke gratefully. Oh my, between us there is no need to say such words. Maria's nephew is like my nephew. She glanced at the girl behind, speaking to greet. Please come in, Miss Odette. To be able to welcome a distinguished guest like you is my honor. Shop owner Hilda suggested to Odette. First I will take your measurements, then we will discuss it in more detail. These words made her somewhat suspicious. I had been suspicious of the place I was. Suddenly led to, without knowing that the destination was a high-end shop, but this thing. She strongly spoke. I am sorry, but it seems there is something misunderstood. I did not come to have clothes tailored. Bastian reached out to resolve the situation. Sorry, Mrs. Sabine. He used his words to reverse the situation. Madam, please excuse us for a moment. Somewhat not understanding, but Mrs. Hilda also agreed. That thing. Any amount of time is fine. When the two of you have finished talking, let me know. Odette took a long time to speak, scolding him. That is too rude. Because of this, you did not say where we were going until the end. Bastian turned away, only replying coldly. This place is fully booked until the spring of next year. If not for the long-standing friendship between Mrs. Sabine and my aunt, there would be no such privilege. Odette said sternly. Even if this is whatever place, my heart has no intention of wearing clothes that Captain bought. You are forcing me to accept an unwanted gift in this way. He repeated those words, grinding his teeth together. Gift. Bastian faced her, staring clearly. Now. His words were slightly implied, somewhat teasing, like wanting to give her a gift, so he put on the show. Odette did not have time to say anything. He had quickly left. Calmly sitting down on the chair, he loudly asked provocatively, Does the young lady know what high society calls you? Crossing his arms, he emphasized decisively, Beggar princess. Just like that, in front of Odette, he made disparaging remarks, making her uncomfortable. In a moment, the whole world will know that Miss Odette is my woman. However, if you are looked down upon, just because you do not have a suitable outfit, in my position is not at all so difficult. Until this moment, Odette clenched her palm, speaking. I know this decision was made after considering all the influence of the rumors and criticisms that will take place about this marriage. Am I remembering it wrong? He raised a crystal cup and taunted, Of course it will affect my honor and dignity. Gently shaking the glass in his hand, Bastian thoughtfully spoke his mind. But not money. If the young lady's pride comes from a noble lineage, then mine is money. The words passed Odette's ears, but it seemed like nothing but malicious words. Whatever I get, I want it to be the best, the most expensive, the most magnificent. Things like that. I hope that Lady Odette will also cooperate with me. With her past experience, she gently retorted. But I have to apologize to you. Of course, I do not like the demeaning nickname of the captain. Even so, I did not express such contemptuous emotions. So I hope the captain will also show respect to that extent. Bastian looked at her, silently evaluating her qualities. As expected, she is not obedient even once. He tilted his head and lowered his eyes, saying a few words. The grandson of a scrap shop. That is what I have to accept, unless I am reborn. Bastian used assertive words, making her flustered. For those born with noble blood, this may be something that is not valued, not to that extent. He left a final sentence, making her ponder. But the young lady's case is not much different. Bastian looked at her affectionately and advised. Let us solve the problems that can be solved and live. Outside, the tailor entered and suggested, Then I will start taking measurements. Odette quietly followed the required gestures on the tailor's side. Oh my. Hilda looked at Odette without taking her eyes off her, silently admiring. From the first glance, I knew that she had a beautiful figure, but the young lady is even more beautiful than I thought. Her eyes kept moving. According to her movements, I kept thinking that I would be facing a country girl living in poverty, but it is unbelievable she cooperates skillfully and gracefully with the assistant's hands. Thinking of this, the shop owner smiled secretly. If it is such a charming young lady, it is easy to understand why Bastian is acting so unusually. The tailor bowed and announced, Now, it is done. Hilda quickly seized the opportunity to offer new products. Please wait a moment, there happens to be a dress that seems to suit the young lady. You will surely look beautiful in it. The curtain closed, leaving Odette alone inside, stunned. She clenched her arm as if it was trembling uncontrollably. The sound coming from inside made Bastian notice from the outside. Somewhat worried, he thought, even at this time, could she have caught a cold? Bastian noticed the blanket nearby. He called out to Odette, making her startled. Young lady, come and take a blanket to put on. Their staff seemed to be very busy. The situation was a bit awkward. She spoke softly. Captain, at this time, He quickly understood the problem and replied reassuringly, I will turn my face away. The young lady does not need to worry. She awkwardly fell silent for a long time. Then she gently lifted the curtain to one side. Bastian stood right in front, turning around and looking in another direction. Odette grabbed the blanket quickly, embarrassed. Thank you, she thought self-reproachfully. Did my cough annoy him? From inside, Hilda caught Bastian, leaving the changing area. Her heart suddenly felt something joyful. Soon understanding the circumstances of his grandmother Maria, Hilda thought to herself, Maria completely does not understand her grandson's thoughts, so she is worried. Everything was as planned by the shop owner. But Maria, I only glanced at it and I knew it clearly. There is an obvious truth that I have recognized throughout several decades of managing the clothing shop. Following Bastian's footsteps, she concluded silently. Money. Men only spend it for their women. Otherwise, there is no evidence to show affection more certain than that. Outside, the servants quickly loaded the luggage onto the carriage. Odette behind looked at Bastian with a suspicious gaze. In just a moment, he spent an amount of money equal to a year's living expenses for my family. He looked over and announced to her, because I have an appointment in advance, so we will be difficult to have dinner together. In her heart, she also wanted to refuse. I also do not intend to have dinner with you. Bastian proposed thoughtfully. The young lady, please get on the carriage and return. Hans will take the young lady to her residence. She also asked back, what about the captain? Without hesitation, he answered, reassuring her. The meeting place is also nearby, so I can walk there. His eyes looked into the distance. His words were somewhat suspended. Moreover, Bastian made clear his thoughts that he had been thinking, I think that there would be nothing good if these things were to fall into the Duke's eyes. How does the young lady feel about leaving the luggage at Triega first, and then taking the young lady home? Odette immediately agreed, yes, even if not, I was also going to say that to the captain. He just quickly left. Then the young lady, please be careful on the way, Lady Odette. Her regretful eyes followed Bastian's back as he disappeared. She looked at the things in front of her and could not deny that, although he said it was for his own reputation and dignity, but in the end, these are things for me. Thinking of this, she also showed her sincerity. Although it is not what I want, but when I need to bow my head, I still have to bow my head. Thank you very much today, Captain. These words once again made Bastian look at her with a different gaze. They just faced each other in silence. He sat on the carriage, his face extremely thoughtful. He is determined to keep the etiquette until the end, just unconsciously smiling again. The carriage stopped in front of the magnificent house. The butler quickly came to welcome the captain back home. You are only back now, Captain. Bastian defended, because dinner ended late. What is the matter? The butler stuttered with a flustered face. The princess. The next words made him fall into confusion. Her Royal Highness the Princess is currently here. From afar there was a voice calling his name urgently. Bastian. Isabel happily rushed over and hugged. Bastian, I came to see you. The atmosphere seemed to sink, making her confused. Bastian, why is not he saying anything? His eyes, along with his unhappy mood, just stared at her. A decisive word, and then turning to leave, I will escort you back to the royal palace, let us go. Isabel pitifully lowered her head, complaining, It can't be like that, it was difficult for me to escape from the summer palace. She loudly shouted, intentionally attracting Bastian's attention. To get to this place. How much effort did I put in? He glanced at her, expressing dissatisfaction, pointing out the mistake. The princess, disguised like that, can't deceive the royal guards. They will soon come to find your highness. So before that, you must leave this place. She even more clung to him, her face almost crying. Are you still treating me like a child? Look carefully, Bastian. I am now a grown woman. A woman who is willing to give up the crown for you. Bastian's words were even colder. Whether your highness is a child or a woman, what does it have to do with me? Isabel used her title to prove her feelings. Because I am a princess. Is it because of the difference in status? So you have no intention of recognizing my feelings? Pretending to be innocent, reenacting the painful scene, continuing to cling to him. Actually, I am also very sad about my identity as a princess, Bastian. If I could escape these shackles, how good would it be? Bastian knew a lot of stories behind her, being treated like a beggar and trampled. Even that person was her cousin. She is a beggar. A beggar without self-respect. But she still tried her best to protect her dignity. His words were even more forceful, he spoke to remind. The princess must hold that shackle tightly, it will be better. Each word was like a stone, hitting Isabel's head, making her speechless. Even in such a chaotic situation, the patience and respect that I have for you is because you are the emperor's daughter. Unable to hide all her confusion but still trying to act out the final part. Ultimately, what did you just say? Losing all patience, Bastian's face revealed obvious annoyance. Therefore, please be deeply grateful to your father, the emperor, as much as possible, your highness. Hitting the sore spot, Isabel teared up. No, this is not so. Unable to restrain herself, she shouted like her terrible father. Because of you I have done something, thrown away everything and only thought for you. Outside, there was a loud knock on the door. It seems the guards had arrived. Isabel threw away her image, kneeling down and begging, "Therefore, do not treat me like this, okay, please, Bastian." Bastian did not pay attention to those words. The feelings that I can have for the princess can only be the loyalty of an imperial soldier to the royal family. The words just now were like thunder. She was stunned in place. Bastian reached out and opened the door wide, welcoming the cavalry to enter. He spoke to declare, "Her Royal Highness the Princess is here." Very honestly declaring, he recounted the entire process. "I had just returned from the outside when I saw Her Highness coming to my house in this appearance. I was planning to escort her back to the royal palace. When you arrived at the right time, then I would like to withdraw." But in response to Bastian's words, he also had a summons, "No, you will have to come with us, Captain Closets." Each word spoken further affirmed the serious situation of the issue. "Please come to the royal palace as quietly and quickly as possible. The royal decree has just been issued." The city gradually sank into a lonely night. Tira innocently asked again for confirmation. "Is it true that you will take me to the amusement park?" Odette looked at her happily and accepted. "Yes, Tira, let us go next Sunday." Hearing this, Tira happily thanked her. "Thank you, really. Thank you very much." Odette also unconsciously smiled, following her younger sister's happiness. She thought back to her current path. "The tutoring job that I found on the advertising wall that day. The remuneration is much better than I thought. It is an attractive job. They even provide accommodation. I can escape my father, and the allowance, of course. I also won't need to act with that man, although sometimes I see his good intentions, but I won't know what his intentions are." Coming to this point, Odette thought endlessly. The man has another marriage partner for himself. What clothes should I wear to go out? Before leaving, let us just follow the contract correctly. Looking far out the window, outside was a dark color. She longed for a peaceful city, a warm south, to a small town near the sea. What if I started a new life? She spoke softly to her younger sister, telling her the plan. "Tira, after you graduate, let us leave really far away, without Dad, just the two of us." Tira looked at her sister with a confused face. Her innocent sister probed and confirmed. "Must we leave, sister? Just the two of us still staying here, but renting our own house to live together. Would not that be good?" Odette pointed out some points to persuade her younger sister. "Even so. But the capital is crowded, and the rent is also expensive if we live in a small town. It would not be too inconvenient." This was a bit unexpected, so Tira haltingly considered, "I will try to think about it." Following her younger sister's response, but only receiving one sentence, "Now I am sleepy, I am going to sleep, you also go to sleep early." "That is right." Odette once again fell into thought. Once Tira has grown up, then she will be able to take care of herself. If he comes, me leaving alone will probably be okay. Before Tira could leave the room, she suddenly remembered something. "Ah, that is right, sister." Looking at Odette, asking clearly each word, "Who is Clausitz?" She looked at Tira, trying to avoid the subject. "Where did you hear this name from, please?" Her younger sister also did not hesitate to say, "Bastian will handle everything. Dad said it like that. Just now there were some guests who came, it seemed like about money matters." A very bad premonition about this made Odette freeze. Dad knows about the existence of that man. With a myriad of stories happening in her heart, Odette grabbed a coat and left. Could it be that Dad found that person and caused reckless actions? Ignoring her younger sister calling from behind, "Hey, sister, are you planning to go out at this late hour?" Seeming very rushed, Odette only answered a few words urgently and left immediately. "I suddenly remembered that I have an appointment. I will be back soon. I have to meet the captain. Immediately." At the majestic city, it gradually sank deeply into the lonely darkness. From inside, there were suddenly many very strong noises. Just like that, Bastian was being taught a lesson continuously. Strong slaps landed. Queen Bergs darkened her face and denounced each word. You dare to do this. You dare to make fun of the royal family." He was silent before the terrible criticisms. "Bastian Clausitz, tonight do not even think about surviving and leaving the royal palace." The queen, in her anger, nearly lost control. A hand quickly placed on her shoulder, trying to reassure her. A decisive voice rang out. "Calm down, your majesty." The emperor comforted the queen at times like these. "Shouldn't we be calm?" Emperor Bergs frowned worriedly, then ordered his subordinates. "You, take the queen back to rest." The servants bowed and received the order. "Yes, your majesty." While the queen still showed a look of unwillingness, she glanced at Bastian beside her with angry eyes before turning to leave the hall, her figure gradually disappearing, leaving a heavy atmosphere in the vast palace. Emperor Berg stood silently, hand on his forehead, as if trying to calm himself after the chaos just now. He sighed softly. "About Isabel, as soon as it dawns, I will send the princess abroad. She will not be able to return to Berg until the wedding takes place." After making a decision, the emperor instructed Bastian, "The reason for going abroad is announced as to rest, because her health is not good, so the princess needs time to rest before the wedding." Bastian stood up straight and seriously replied, "Yes, your majesty. I will remember." After everything had temporarily subsided, the Emperor recalled what he knew. Isabel gave the nanny a sleeping pill, then disguised herself as a maid, and escaped from the summer palace. However, what made him hesitate was that Bastian's side had no suspicious actions, which made him confused, but about Bastian's side no suspicions of accomplice could be found. After the dance festival, the Emperor had people follow Bastian. After the dance festival, I had people follow him. But all day today, he only met Odette. He took that child to the high-end clothing store and even bought countless luxury gifts. Through tracking, the Emperor discovered another truth. Through tracking him, I learned another truth. He and the daughter of Duke Lavier meet frequently. In the quiet scene, two portraits hung next to each other, Odette and Sandrine Denlavier. Both with their backs turned, the Emperor despised Bastian, the granddaughter of Emperor Berg and the daughter of the Pelian noble family. He is a shameful opportunist, catching two fish and weighing the pros and cons. Bastian's image appeared with blonde hair, cold eyes, and a neat vest exuding nobility. The Emperor did not deny anything, only calmly and coldly concluding, but at least he was not involved in Isabel's escape play. Scene change. Emperor Berg's appeared with eyes as sharp as knives, the first princess of Berg, the daughter of Duke Lavier, even Odette. The Emperor glanced at Bastian standing opposite him, his voice mixed with anger and suspicion. Are there any other women outside of the captain that I need to know more about? You should say it all at once here, Bastian Clausewitz. Who are you? Ultimately, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Bastian clenched his fist, raising it in front of his chest. He bowed solemnly. In a calm voice, he said, "Please give the order, Your Majesty. I will be the one to follow that order." Facing him, Emperor Bergs gave a cold smile, tilting his head slightly, asking with scrutiny, "As long as I give the order, anything you will follow, without a moment's hesitation." Bastian replied briefly, "Yes, that is right." The Emperor's eyes became profound. Then he nodded slightly, showing satisfaction, as expected of a soldier called a hero, but then he immediately fell silent. But Bastian still maintained a calm gaze, but the Emperor's inner thoughts were, "This person is definitely not the type to submit under power and order. Just by looking at those eyes I can know. Those are the eyes of someone who will bite back, regardless of his master." In the Emperor's mind, a harsh image appeared, a leather collar, locked with iron chains. If so, then what kind of lock must I tie him with and tame him? He slowly turned around, his back straight, and a cold voice rang out. "Whether it was intentional or not, but because of you, the honor of my daughter and the royal family has been tarnished. Moreover, this is an important event for the entire empire, not just the marriage of a princess." Coming to this point, he spoke with emphasis. "Bastian, the national marriage of Crown Prince Belop and Isabel must take place smoothly. You will certainly agree, right?" Before those ice-cold eyes, Bastian Clausewitz still maintained his familiar calmness. He stood up straight. His eyes shone with determination. "I of course hope that the alliance with Belop will be successful, Your Majesty." The Emperor stood by the large window, looking out at the night sky that was falling outside. Under the faint light of the stars, his voice became solemn and heavy with warning. "If there are any problems with this marriage, if the reason from that leads to the security of the empire being threatened, I will absolutely not forgive you." Facing that threat, Bastian still did not flinch. His face was as calm as the surface of a still lake. He spoke in a deep but decisive voice. "I will return to the front line. As long as Your Majesty gives the order to the naval fleet, even if it is tomorrow, I will immediately—" But before he could finish speaking, a shout exploded like thunder. "Do you think the problem can be solved with just that?" The Emperor's eyes blazed like fire. He turned around, the light reflecting his serious face and sharp eyes. "I will speak straight to the point." At that moment, the entire space seemed to freeze. Bastian paused slightly, his eyes stunned when the command was thrown out like a sword. "You must get married immediately. Captain Bastian Clausewitz." In the middle of the night, an electric tram quietly rolled along the empty streets. Inside, Odette, wearing a hooded cloak, sat quietly. Her eyes shone with sadness and worry. The tram stopped in front of a large villa. She stepped down, knocked on the door, and was greeted by a butler. "Our master is away," he said politely. "I am very sorry, but even if you wait, I do not know when they will be back." The girl nodded slightly, muttering, "So that is it." The butler looked at her with some curiosity, answering, "I will pass the message to the master if you leave a message." She still patiently asked, "Please tell me, did Duke Dessa never come here?" Odette looked up. Her eyes shone with sincerity. "Just let me know that. Please help me." The butler looked at her for a long time. His eyes softened, seeming to be thinking about something. Then he confessed, "Yes, not long ago he came here without an appointment." Odette was shocked, thinking to herself, "Perhaps I know the reason why the captain suddenly mentioned my father." Odette quietly left that place, walking in the quiet night, her figure imprinted on the deserted cobblestone road beside the electric tram that was stopping. Her melancholic eyes looked up at the cloudy sky, silently thinking, That is also worth it, because I have also endured my father's reckless actions before, even so. Why did he give me so many things? Her train of thought was not yet over. She remembered the image of a previous meeting, the scene of the two of them preparing luggage next to an antique carriage. She frowned confusedly, then even certainly made an appointment for the next meeting. That is the worst thing. Odette tightened her cloak sleeves. Her eyes drooped as if she had exhausted her energy. I do not even have the will to continue this play. But even so, in her heart, Odette could not utter words of resistance or questioning. Even so, I still have nothing to say. When standing alone in front of the doorframe, Odette looked out with distant eyes. That man, how can he not show anything to me? At that moment, the sound of her footsteps echoed softly on the wooden floor. A sigh came out. How annoying it is, starting again. Odette walked through the large corridor and met a woman standing with her arms crossed, her eyes seeming to be waiting for something. Odette asked the woman, "What is the matter?" Before she could respond, from the stairs echoed the annoyed voice of another person. "What else? That family is arguing again. Go up and see what is happening." Odette paused, her face showing fatigue and heaviness. Dad and Tira are arguing again. Odette thought to herself, her eyes fixed on the space as if trying to escape reality. Her heart only wanted to run away. At that moment, all responsibility, status, or title became meaningless. That feeling like a rope tied tightly around her breath, making Odette just want to go far, far away from here. At this time, I want to run away, forget that identity, something like a rope tying up her breath. Go far away. The woman's call from before cut off this train of thought. "Odette!" The woman's voice rang out sharply. "Are you listening to what I am saying?" Odette was startled, running and apologizing. "Sorry, madam. Please forgive me one more time." Reaching the place, Odette suddenly heard a tearing scream. Her face changed. Her eyes widened in horror. No way. Before her eyes was a chaotic scene. Tira was struggling with her father, Destin, his hand tightly holding something that looked like a savings box, his face red with anger. "Not willing to let go of this, huh? My money? Give it back here?" In a moment, little Tira cried out, waving her hand in resistance with a pained expression. Her father angrily glared at Tira. "Give it here! It is mine!" Then he pushed the little girl hard. She shouted in panic, Odette, with eyes as green as the spring and full of horror when seeing the scene before her, Tira. Tira suddenly stood up. Her eyes became full of resentment and hatred. Tira raised her hand. She pushed Destin hard. He staggered backward, then slipped down the stairs. A box fell out. Gold coins scattered everywhere. Odette stood frozen, watching everything slow down in her eyes. The light in the faint corridor shone down on the body of the man lying motionless at the foot of the stairs, blood soaking the cold stone floor. Dad. Scene changed to the royal palace. The emperor coldly stood before Bastian, his eyes as sharp as knives, his voice ringing with threat. What the queen said was not a lie. "As long as I want to, you can't survive leaving this palace." He came closer, whispering, but each word was like a hammer, pounding into the mind of the person opposite. In the alleys of the red light district, the body of the hero being found is as easy as turning over your hand. There is nothing difficult. However, Emperor Bergs was not unaware of bestowing a little mercy. But I will reserve leniency to acknowledge that person's achievements. You just need to hold the wedding before the summer festival takes place. Even so, his tone was still cold, without any personal emotion. Although I hope Odette will become your wife, but now I do not care who the object is, even if you run away with your mistress. Countess Lanat, then I will let it pass. He raised his deep blue eyes, looking into the distance, and just maintain the marriage for 2 years, until Isabel returns home to Bellup and gives birth to her first child. Bastian spoke, with difficulty. But your majesty, the date you mentioned, there is less than 2 months left. Emperor Bergs coldly replied, although it is rushed, it is still easier than you dying right now. The emperor ordered, like a god judging fate, immediately get married and show everyone the image of a perfect couple, so that Crown Prince Bellup does not feel any threat, even if he knows about the relationship between you and Isabel. Bastian still stood still, his eyes unable to hide the struggle. The emperor leaned slightly, looking deeply into those eyes, his voice stern. Why are you showing such an attitude? Didn't you say that you would immediately become someone like what I ordered? Bastian Clausitz spoke, his voice full of tension and caution. It is not that I meant that, your majesty, it is just... Before his justification could be complete, a hand decisively placed on his shoulder. The emperor looked straight at him, his voice not loud but full of weight. If you live like that for 2 years as promised. Emperor Bergs continued, his eyes strong and steady. I will give you what you want, whether it is a title or the rights that you desire, anything. The emperor declared clearly, this is my order. He looked into Bastian's steadfast eyes, he leaned forward, his tone mixed with a challenge and expectation. So what kind of person is Bastian? Show it to me. Scene changed to another place. A large building with classical architecture and a blue sky, Raz City Hospital. Outside the hospital, Tira was crying, her voice trembling as she asked, Odette, now I have to leave, right? Odette, with a calm appearance, her quiet blue eyes placed her hand on Tira's shoulder, reassuring. Listen to your sister, Tira. Dad does not remember that. Odette slowly explained, her voice calm. Because he was drunk, Dad's memory will probably be vague. Dad thinks that he stumbled and slipped when stepping back. Tira looked up, her eyes red. Yes, sister. Odette gently continued, as if wanting to close the worry in Tira's heart. So, you also forget it, that thing was just an unavoidable, unfortunate accident. But tears had begun to fall on Tira's face. She trembled, choking. Even so, but I am also extremely afraid. Panic invaded her mind. In her panic, she grabbed Odette's hand, sobbing. Even if Dad can't remember. But what if someone accuses me? What if someone living in that building saw it? Tira collapsed, hugging her head in despair, her voice shattered with fear. I will go to the police station. Maybe I will only be punished with a light sentence if I confess. This makes me scared to death. I will have to go to hell, sister. I made Dad. A firm voice rang out, cutting through Tira's panic. Tira, stay calm. Tira. Odette grasped her younger sister's shoulders, looking straight at her, conveying calmness. Listen clearly to your sister, Bella. You are only doing legitimate self-defense. Tira was still not free from the obsession, but her voice softened, mixed with a bit of hope because of Odette's words. Sister, although I do not believe in gods, but if there really are gods, then I won't be sent to hell for this, right? Odette looked at Tira with resolute eyes, gently. Even if someone has to go to hell, I will go instead of you, you know that. Two pairs of eyes met, one silent, one still tearful. Odette said softly, like a sincere plea, I do not want even you to suffer unhappiness, Tira. Please keep it a secret. Not for you, but for me, I beg you. Tira did not answer. She lowered her head, a tear silently falling on her cheek. In an instant, she was hugged tightly in Odette's warm embrace. Tira choked, answering yes. The apology burst out of Tira's lips in sobs. Sorry, I am really sorry, sister. Odette hugged Tira tightly, her eyes gentle and full of determination. If I can fulfill my responsibility to Tira, I am willing to go to hell. Meanwhile, the prominent red carriage rolled through the garden filled with flowers. Inside, Bastian sat leaning back in his seat, his eyes pensive. The time until the summer festival. At most there is only a month and a half left if I want to organize a wedding. Then at a minimum I must ensure the procedural steps. At least within 3 days, I must resolve who the bride is. He calculated to be able to receive the rights that I desire from the emperor, the price for being bound for 2 years. His eyes looked out the window, where the blue sky swept through the trees, sunlight stretched across the ancient roofs. In fact, it is a transaction with nothing to lose. Anyway, it will be about 2 more years until Sandrine's suitable remarriage time. Bastian got out of the car, walking leisurely. Both sides have the same divorce history. At this time, proceeding with marriage is the most reasonable way. Bastian told himself, exactly 2 years in the silent space of the mansion. Time seemed to freeze. Bastian had planned ahead, living quietly like a potted plant in the garden. When the time came, he would just disappear, with a huge amount of money. Bastian walked on the long carpet, looking cold and confident. In his heart, he knew that pushing was easy. If you paid a generous reward, how many women would be willing? Bastian strode to his room and thought. But then, no matter how much he thought, no matter how hard he tried to find another option, the image of Odette was always the first to appear in his mind. No one else. Only her. Only Odette. He put his hand on his forehead and thought, why, no matter what I think, does it always turn out that she is the best candidate? A voice called out, pulling him out of his confused thoughts. Lovis, the close servant, appeared with a worried look. Master, are you all right? Bastian looked up, his eyes more determined. There was no more time. Even for a moment, it was best to meet her quickly. Lovis, go and pick up Miss Odette to the mansion. Because it is urgent, the sooner the better. Lovis nodded in obedience. Yes, master. But before he could leave, Lovis suddenly remembered something. Oh right, last night a guest came to see you. Bastian frowned slightly, surprised. So late at night, Lovis respectfully handed over a letter. According to your orders, I kept last night a secret, because the master was away. The person left quickly, but left a letter. Bastian took the letter from Lovis' hand, his eyes gleaming with contemplation. He opened the letter. Neat lines of writing appeared before his eyes. I heard about my father's impolite behavior towards. Captain, sincerely send my apologies to you. I guarantee that I will not let you get into trouble because of my father again. Bastian was silent for a moment. A feeling that was hard to describe welled up in his heart, so she finally knew. Lovis gave Bastian another letter suggesting he check it. And this is the letter that Count Trier sent urgently this morning. Perhaps you should check it before leaving. Bastian opened the letter Lovis had just handed over. His eyes widened suddenly. He called the butler beside him, Lovis. Bastian held the letter in his hand and said in a calm but somewhat firm voice, no matter what, I will still have to go and meet Miss Odette directly. The letter that Lovis had just given Bastian was from Countess Trier, sent to Captain Clausitz. The content of the letter that Countess had sent to Bastian was, on behalf of Odette, Contact Bastian. Odette is in a difficult situation. She has to leave for a long time. So I am contacting you on her behalf. The scene changed to Destin's hospital room. Odette was silent, her green eyes filled with sadness. Late last night, Duke Destin fell down the stairs and is being treated at the city hospital, with serious injuries, a fractured skull and a broken spine. Duke Destin's face appeared gaunt, his eyes wide open, his head wrapped in bandages. The hospital diagnosed that he would have to live with lower body paralysis for the rest of his life. Morning at the hospital. In the hospital room, gentle sunlight streamed through the window, shining on Destin's motionless body. Odette sat silently beside him. An old hand, gently placed on Odette's shoulder, the gentle voice of the Countess rang out, interrupting Odette's heavy thoughts. Are you all right? The Countess looked worried and kindly asked Odette, You look like you have been up all night, have not you? Odette's eyes were heavy with sleep deprivation, her face pale. She replied softly, I am fine, Countess. Countess Treyer looked at her for a while and then said gently, Your father's face looks better. I will watch over him. Go to sleep for a while, and then come back. You have to be able to endure it. Odette stood up and slowly walked out into the hospital grounds. She sat silently on a chair in the open blue sky. Odette pondered to herself, so from now on, I have to accept the fate of living and taking care of my father for the rest of my life. Odette collapsed in pain at the humiliation she experienced. The job she had just found also had to be given up because of this. The tutoring job was hard to find, hoping to start a new life far away, all of which became meaningless. Odette fell into despair, wishing she could disappear like a water bubble. Suddenly a voice rang out. I heard about the accident. Bastian appeared. Odette raised her head slightly, her eyes gleaming with contemplation. Bastian said slowly, It is a pity what happened to the Duke, although it makes the young lady uneasy. But Bastian paused for a moment and then continued. I hope the young lady will give me some time. Bastian handed Odette a document, his voice unchanged. This is the contract that I drafted about the plan that I presented to you. Please consider it, young lady. Odette's face turned heavy and dark as she read the lines that were no different from cold judgments. According to the Emperor's orders, I need a wife, maintained for 2 years. I will compensate fully. I think the young lady is suitable. If the young lady agrees, then the wedding will be held at the end of next month. Because of this, now, Odette's face darkened, and she questioned Bastian loudly. Are you planning to buy a wife with money, moreover for 2 years? Bastian remained calm, his eyes sharp as he spoke and observed Odette in this situation. This is a mutually supportive contract. The young lady should have a moderate attitude. To put it bluntly, I am proposing a job for the young lady, for a period of 2 years here. Odette smiled softly, her lips curved lightly like a cold cut. So that is how it is. Then Odette sat slumped in the chair, her voice ringing out full of bitterness. You are so kind. Odette's hand tightened on the contract, her eyes as if frozen. It turns out that you unexpectedly came to the hospital where my father is lying to directly introduce a job to me. With a calm expression, Bastian said that, if you want to get married according to the date designated by the Emperor, for me there's not much time left, although I admit that Odette is the number one choice. I also do not hide the fact that I have other backup plans. Although it is true that Miss Odette is the number one choice, but it does not mean that I do not have backup plans. Moreover, this marriage, for Miss Odette, may not be a bad deal. Bastian continued to analyze the situation coldly. Once you appear, you have to take your father home, taking care of the patient. Obviously, the young lady is the one who takes full responsibility. And then you have to move from house to house, in the suburbs. Bastian's eyes were calm. He asked a question that made Odette speechless. Is the young lady planning to sacrifice all of the rest of her life to take care of her father? Bastian also pointed out that the relationship between her and her father did not seem as deep as outsiders imagined. His voice mixed with a bit of cold sarcasm. The father-daughter relationship between the two of you does not seem that deep. Is my guess not correct? In Odette's hand at this moment was a written agreement. She looked at it attentively. To put it seriously, this contract is not a married life, but just living together under the same roof after getting married. The agreement is simple. As long as we play the image of a perfect couple well at official events, apart from that, everyone lives their own lives. Odette thought, her face showing obvious fatigue. Once I sign here, my father will be able to live the rest of his life in a nursing hospital with state-of-the-art facilities and equipment. Tira will be able to enter a prestigious school and receive a good education. Moreover, there will be a reward sufficient for me to start a new life. Odette's face was pale. Bastian sat down next to her. Odette pondered if she went through married life with this man. For only 2 years, her life could change completely. But she was still a little worried, Odette spoke up. After 2 years, when the contract ends, will Captain remarry Countess Lynott? She confessed, her voice small, that she did not intentionally eavesdrop, but she had gotten lost and accidentally heard the conversation between him and that woman. I am sorry, I did not intend to eavesdrop, but on the day of the polo match, I got lost while wandering around. I heard the conversation of the two of you. Bastian nodded lightly, his eyes calm and cold. That is right, that was also when the divorce had been handled smoothly on their side. The first marriage. The scene switched to a large building, where the negotiation had reached the point of delaying the marriage plan, and compensating me with a large sum of money. It seems that after the transaction with His Majesty, you will receive something great, right? Bastian replied succinctly. Yes, Odette slightly pursed her lips. So that is how it is. Odette sat still, her eyes confused. Bastian's hand gently handed over a fountain pen. Odette's voice rang out, low, full of tension. Then just one day, time for me to think. But he did not give her a chance to back down. His eyes narrowed slightly. His voice, gentle but no less serious, rang out. As I said, for me, there is not much time left. Miss Odette, if you refuse, it means... Odette's eyes widened, her hand suddenly startled when the pen was handed over again. He has arranged everything. No. Odette snatched the pen in a moment of strong emotion. She thought to herself, all right. Darkness surrounded Odette's thoughts as she picked up the pen. This is just a contract entirely. For the benefit of both parties, there is nothing significantly different from what has happened to me until now. The pen tip trembled on the paper, Odette thought. How will the next 2 years pass? It is still better than missing the opportunity and facing reality. Suddenly, the pen in Odette's hand fell. Odette collapsed, seeing this. Bastian quickly supported her. He let her lean against his chest. Odette's body was limp, as if she had no strength left, her eyes closed tightly. Her face pale but peaceful for a moment. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her lips moved as if wanting to say something. Then that would be a better ending than becoming a water bubble and disappearing. Bastian quickly supported Odette. He let her lean against his chest. Odette woke up. She saw Bastian carrying her with a serious expression. He strode quickly, carrying her away. Odette stirred slightly in Bastian's arms, but then leaned her head against Bastian's shoulder, her eyes still not open. In her heart, Odette clearly felt every pain spreading throughout her body. From her muscles, from every disjointed bone, her whole body ached, to the point of being unable to push this man away. Bastian still held Odette tightly, his usually cold blue eyes now gleaming with a quiet gentleness. His hand tightened slightly. Bastian carried her to the clinic. The patient is exhausted. I will go to Dr. Kramer's clinic. The nurse hesitated, stammering before Bastian's decisive gaze. But the director is treating his usual patients. Bastian interrupted, his voice still calm but unable to be resisted. Please convey my words to the doctor. His cold but decisive voice rang out, causing everyone in the room to be silent. The patient is Bastian Clausitz's fiancée. After that event, the city continued its bustling rhythm of life. The ancient streets shining in the sunlight, carriages passing between luxurious rows of houses, creating a perfect picture of a fresh early morning. In the carriage, the Countess was sitting in the seat, looking a little tired. She complained in a sigh, "This is the first time in my life that I have had to prepare for such a hasty wedding." Odette, in a gorgeous pale purple dress, smiled slightly. "Thank you for helping me, Countess." The Countess immediately smiled broadly, unable to hide her joy. "There's no need to be so polite, thanks to you. I can enjoy the pleasure of spending money to my heart's content." The Countess said softly, "The captain told me to make you a bride more beautiful and gorgeous than anyone else, so I will try my best to the end." Odette looked at the engagement ring in her hand and thought to herself, "In the past month, every day has passed like a war. He said that everything of mine must be expensive and most luxurious. In the past month, every day has passed like a war. He said that everything of mine must be expensive and most luxurious." In his formal uniform, Bastian presented a small velvet box. Inside was a gorgeous ring. He certainly did not have the idea of saving money and preparing for the wedding. "This is the engagement ring, young lady. Please wear it before the official wedding takes place." Odette looked at the ring, frowning slightly. "Isn't it too extravagant? And there is not much time left until the wedding," Bastian replied, his voice calm. "Of course. It is a luxury item that is not suitable for a marriage time. That is less than 1 month away." Not only the ring, but also the dowry and wedding dress were no exception. Everything was luxurious, extravagant, and expensive, to the point that outsiders had to be amazed. Both the dowry and the wedding dress were no exception. All were the most expensive items in the empire. Even the honeymoon home was a completely newly built villa. It is unknown how splendidly the wedding hall was decorated. Countess Trier sat next to her, smiling, and commented, "Anyway, your fiancé seems to be much richer than everyone's guesses." Odette could only smile awkwardly in response, her eyes full of thoughts. Although time is limited, but anyway, the wedding is still being prepared smoothly. Dad has been transferred to a nursing hospital with advanced equipment in the Rouse suburb. Tira will soon move to a prestigious girls' school in Kalsvar. Odette stood by the window, her eyes looking distantly towards the horizon. From now on, after the wedding ends, she will leave her family. Really, she will be alone. From now on, a few days after the wedding ceremony is held, I will leave my family and truly be alone. An unexpected voice rang out with anger. Bastian, Jeff Clausitz, was a little surprised, mixed with panic, when standing in front of Bastian's summer villa. What the hell has he been doing all this time? Meanwhile, Franz also did not hide his anger, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself, "That crazy bastard. I heard that the newlywed couple will spend time in the newly built summer villa." In front of them was a magnificent villa, the words Clauset's Manor. And opposite it was a construction no less massive, Bastian's summer mansion, which had been built with the same architecture. Even the location was blatantly opposite. Before the confusion and skepticism of the three, Bastian appeared. "It seems I have not told you before, have I?" Bastian, with a calm and confident look, looked around and said, "Although this is the place where I was abandoned and had to endure many deprivations, but perhaps in some corner of my mind, there is still lingering nostalgia." Jeff and Countess Clausitz in surprise and wariness, their faces tense as they heard Bastian say, "It seems to be thanks to experiencing such a beautiful childhood. What do you two think?" Franz, angry but still trying to keep calm, thought to himself, "Even if he is crazy, he is only a little crazy. What the hell has he done to mobilize such a huge source of funds? I heard that the junk shop business has declined significantly in the last years of his grandfather's life. Receiving an inheritance so huge that he could build such a konoi, what the hell does he need to persevere and strive to become a soldier for?" With a look of integrity and full of determination, Bastian said, "The image of the Clausitz family reflects and emulates each other, living like a reflecting mirror. I hope to become a typical model of the whole city." Bastian stopped, his eyes gleaming with coldness, speaking clearly each word as much as possible. Then approached Jeff, his eyes sharp, his lips slightly curled up as if mocking. "Just consider it as the desire of a son to emulate his father." The blue sky stretched above the magnificent castle. Bastian, with calm but cold steps, left the grand hall without looking back. The sound of high heels hitting the stone floor rang out sharply. She had followed him. Claire stood in front of him, her eyes gleaming with the anger that had been suppressed for days. "Bastian, do not you have a bit of guilt towards me? How can you get married without discussing it with me?" Bastian stopped, tilted his head towards Claire, his eyes still calm as always. Bastian replied, his voice calm to the point of being cruel, "I did not intend to send an invitation to the Countess." Claire gritted her teeth, remembering what Bastian had said before. "Didn't you say you were busy preparing for the wedding so you could not meet me?" Bastian replied, "Regarding this issue, I have discussed it with your father." The statement made Claire's heart feel squeezed. Claire's eyes widened, not hiding her shock, when remembering what her father had said. If Bastian gets a title, then the price of this marriage, even if there is a divorce afterwards, is not a problem. He is willing to ignore it. Claire bowed her head, her lips trembling. "You, because of my father, not me." Then she laughed softly, a smile full of bitterness. "Oh no, I forgot. You love the money and possessions of my father." Bastian did not deny it. He looked straight at Claire and said, as if stating an obvious thing, "You know it well. I need the status and financial foundation that your father has. And your father wants my money." Claire paused, looked up at Bastian, her eyes gleaming with bewilderment. The remaining fragments of hope in her began to crack, because both sides understand each other's pursuit. "So we have cooperated until now." Claire's lips moved, as if not daring to utter the words she was thinking. "Bastian, do you mean—" Lightly, the light shone through the trees when Bastian's cold voice rang out, cutting through the tense silence. "Therefore, I intend to remarry you once the transaction with the Emperor ends, because the benefit that I need is still on Miss Laviere's person." Claire's crimson eyes widened, full of surprise and pain. For a moment, her face turned pale as she continued to hear. "However, if you are not interested, I will consider finding candidate number 2. In the next 2 years, this is the relationship between us." As if having just received an invisible stab, the corners of Claire's eyes began to blur. Bastian's voice was still calm, not carrying a trace of pity. "If you completely cannot accept it, I will find another object to remarry." Not giving Claire a chance to answer, he turned his back and left, leaving her standing silently in the darkness. "The ceremony is about to begin, so I cannot see you off, Countess." Outside, the wedding scene was ready, brilliant flowers blooming in the sunlight, white doves flying in the air as if blessing a sacred event. Odette appeared, wearing a pure white dress embroidered with exquisite lace. In her hand was a bouquet of brilliant wedding flowers, but her eyes carried a deep sadness, hard to hide. Together with Bastian walking to the wedding hall, the two stood facing the officiant. From behind, their backs appeared like a perfect couple in the gentle light that filled everything. He gently lifted the veil covering Odette's face, his eyes looking at her calmly. As for her, those clear eyes gleamed with quiet acceptance, but no one knew if there was anything else hidden in them than sadness and emptiness. She looked at him, pursing her lips slightly. She looked beautiful, like a vivid painting, but all was just a facade for a heart that was breaking because of the truth behind this marriage. Odette looked at Bastian and thought, "That day, I was almost sold off as gambling money at the casino. Now I am marrying the man who was once the owner of that bet." Odette tried to convince herself that the marriage contract was exactly 2 years. Let us just think about it that way. They exchanged a kiss in the brilliant wedding In that moment, as they stood next to each other amidst the magnificent scene of the wedding, she said to herself, "After that, for sure, I will be able to live a new life." Afternoon gradually turned to dusk. Bastian asked Odette, also in a voice more tram and gentle than ever, "Is the young lady satisfied?" The sunset cast a long shadow on the balcony. Odette looked at Bastian attentively. "What do you want to talk about, Captain?" Then Bastian looked at Odette, half seriously, half teasingly. "Call me Bastian." She paused slightly, then gently bowed her head, saying, "I am sorry, Bastian, because I am still not used to it." Bastian turned back, his voice calm, but full of meaning. "I want to ask, how does the young lady feel about the house where she will be attached for the next 2 years?" Odette confusedly asked. "You said 2 years. Is it possible that we will continue to stay in this mansion since this summer?" Bastian gently explained. "Perhaps it will be like that, because currently our headquarters has moved back to this place." He glanced at her for a moment, then continued. "However, in the coming time, the young lady will be here alone." Odette looked up, slightly surprised. Bastian continued, his voice still calm but no less serious. "Because I still have some things to deal with in Raz, so I will come back here on the weekend only." Listening to that, Odette was confused for a moment. She thought to herself, "If that is how it is, in the coming time, I will only meet Bastian on the weekend." Immediately she regained her spirit and gave a decisive smile, her eyes sparkling with determination. "I will not do anything to make you worry. If there is anything else to note, please tell me." Bastian was slightly surprised, his eyes flickering slightly. At that strange enthusiasm he wondered, is she that happy? But then he only gently instructed, "Just do not do anything to make them suspicious. Otherwise the young lady can do anything she wants." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Just as long as the young lady does not bring her relatives home, and my relatives are the same." Odette paused slightly, only managing to utter a word as she looked at him. She remembered what Countess Trier had said, her eyes directed towards the wide sky. Countess Trier had said like that, "The current mansion of my father and son are exactly the same." Odette turned to ask softly, "Are you really okay?" Then explained further, "I mean, this mansion is exactly the same as your father's house." Bastian only smiled vaguely, his lips slightly pursed. "Wait and see. Anyway, this is not a pastime." But then, in a scene full of red blood and gloom, Bastian exclaimed coldly, his eyes as sharp as a knife, "Of course one side must be crushed." Odette was stunned by Bastian's attitude. A gentle breeze swept past, the sunset painting the sky behind Odette gold. Odette's clear blue eyes widened, her gaze fixed forward, speechless at what she had just witnessed. Inside the glass window, whispers began to ring out, like small knives weaving in the air. A tall man's silhouette appeared outside the door. A gentle but resolute hand placed on Odette's waist. A familiar voice rang out from behind her. "It seems the party has begun." Odette turned around, looking up at the man who had just arrived. Bastian was in front of her, his face calm and stern. He said gently, reaching out to hug her naturally as if it were all real, "Smile, Odette." They walked inside together, Bastian said, his voice light but full of hidden meaning. "Shouldn't we show them the image of a happy couple until the end of the ceremony?" He pulled her hand lightly, preparing to step forward. "Then let us go now," Odette called softly, stopping his steps. "Wait, Bastian, can you answer me one more thing?" She paused for a moment, looking straight at him. "If we have 2 years of peace without any noise, then what will be our reason for divorce at that time?" Bastian narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard her say that. Bastian lowered his head slightly, his sharp eyes narrowed slightly, looking attentively at the face of the woman in front of him. "What reason does the young lady want?" She froze. Her eyes widened in confusion as she heard the question from the man in front of her, repeating in her head. Her lips moved but hesitated, not yet saying anything. "Decide for myself," she uttered softly, her eyes still not leaving him. There was something very fragile in that voice, as if she did not dare to believe in the reality that was taking place. That matter. The scene gradually shifted to a brilliant sunset, the ancient palace shining in a soft orange hue. A voice rang out, as if to dispel the tense atmosphere. "That is enough. Let us consider it carefully later." A gentle hand stroked her long, silky hair. That gentle gesture was like part of a familiar preparatory ritual. Amidst the luxurious and brilliant scene, the girl in the emerald green evening gown was having her hair and clothes adjusted by 2 maids, her face calm, her eyes slightly closed, as if she was meditating. However, behind her, in the pale yellow light of the room, whispers had begun to spread. The 2 maids stood close to each other, exchanging discreet glances mixed with curiosity. She still maintained her composure, but in her mind she could not help but think of what had just happened. As soon as the marriage was announced, she thought to herself, her eyes flashing coldness, "They have attached a shameful label to me." Once again, whispers reached her ears. Odette calmly and composedly asked them, "Which side have you bet on, son or daughter?" The girl turned around, facing them, her voice gentle but no less sharp. I am talking about the gender of the child that everyone is discussing will be born this winter. She stepped forward, her eyes full of implication. According to what I have heard, the advantage is tilting towards the opinion that it will be a son, right? While everyone had not yet had time to react, the girl continued to think. They say I am the woman who has seized Bastian Clausitz with the reason of being pregnant. Suddenly, one of the maids shouted, "Madam! Madam!" The girl stopped, looking towards the person who had called, her voice still calm, but no less sharp. If my question has confused everyone, then I apologize. Molly hurriedly shook her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. No, that is not it. She smiled gently, and then spoke. Everyone does not seem to have any intention of hiding, so I thought it would be okay to participate in a few conversations. I apologize if everyone thinks my thoughts are shallow. Thinking to herself, she told herself that she should not pay too much attention to baseless rumors. I think it is not necessary to pay too much attention to such rumors anyway. As time passes, it will naturally be clarified. Her eyes darkened, solemnly saying, however, only with the assumption that a suitable limit of respect is maintained. But if sharing the story with me is difficult, then you should cherish it and not let it reach my ears. Would not it be better? The statement caused everyone around her to freeze, including a girl who blushed and bowed her head, avoiding direct eye contact. How does the headmaid feel? If she did not hear it, then it can be considered that nothing happened. Then it will also be considered that I did not make a mistake. Dora replied with experience and composure. The headmaid Dora nodded in agreement. The madam's thoughts are correct, she replied softly, her eyes gleaming with weariness and caution. I hope so, she added, sincerely thanking her for understanding. In the future, I will be careful not to make such mistakes. In her heart, she secretly hoped that during the 2 years of living as husband and wife, she would not waste unnecessary feelings. Late that night, the night sky fell. A maid reported back. The master said that sending the guests away might take a little time. Dora asked softly, Then do you need anything else, madam? She shook her head gratefully. It is okay, you have worked hard, Dora. With that, she turned her back and walked away. The two went to a large room. The door was opened. Revealing a luxurious space, she entered. Her eyes scanned around the room that was decorated magnificently and expensively. The bedroom is decorated with magnificent and expensive furniture. She froze, standing in that luxurious space. So this is where I will live in the future. Sitting on the edge of the bed, the soft pajamas covered her fragile body. She thought to herself, if I saw my appearance at this moment, I wonder what kind of expression my mother would have. The door of the room suddenly opened. Odette thought to herself, the headmaid is here again. I said that I did not need anything anymore. The person who came was Bastian. Odette surprisedly widened her eyes. Bastian? She was a little flustered and said loudly, why are you here? Bastian calmly replied, Is there a problem with me entering my bedroom? Odette surprisingly wondered why he was here. Wasn't it clearly stipulated in the contract that we would only act as husband and wife at public events? Bastian sighed. It seems like there has been some misunderstanding. Odette still said loudly, I thought that the bedroom was obviously prepared separately. She glared at him angrily. Is it only the first day and you are planning to break the contract, Bastian? Bastian frowned. Suddenly he did not say anything. He approached Odette. He raised his hand to pull her now. Bastian hugged Odette tightly in his arms. Odette did not have time to react. Now she was so surprised that she could not move. What does he want to do? Odette looked up at Bastian in front of her, her eyes full of doubt and amazement. Bastian did not say anything, just gently put his hand on her waist, then silently turned away. His hand reached out, opened the door, leaving a short sentence, Follow me. Odette raised her head and looked around, her eyes not hiding her suspicion. Why is there a secret tunnel in the room? They stopped in front of a heavy wooden door. Bastian opened it and said, This is the bedroom, where the young lady will rest. Before Odette could react, she saw the magnificent interior in front of her. A large bed with a pure white curtain appeared. While she was still in shock, Bastian continued, his voice still calm. Perhaps the close servants think that on the first night, we will obviously share the bed with each other. Odette was stunned, her face flushed, in her head only echoed an exclamation mark. Recalling, she remembered the words of a servant just now. The master said that sending the guests away might take a little time, and after that was a meaningful sentence. Because of that, the head maid. Bastian turned to Odette, his expression more serious. I can't reveal the entire contract to the close servants. I think the young lady will understand. Odette nodded slightly, responding with a gentle voice, Yes, Captain. Bastian looked at Odette, briefly ordered name. Odette startled, her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment and tension, then responded quietly, Yes, Bastian. He nodded, his sharp eyes glanced at her. Then, for the public events later, I will look forward to the young lady's acting image of a perfect mistress, Odette. The door slammed shut, leaving Odette alone standing in the room. Bastian stopped outside, leaning against the door that had just been closed. A hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. Perhaps also hesitation flashed across his eyes. As he bowed his head to look at the floor, his eyes darkened, as deep as hiding an emotion that he himself did not know. After a while he turned and walked away, leaving behind a heavy silence in the room. The scene shifted to the location of a financial group that had stirred up the continent in an instant, under the management of a mysterious billionaire, located in the central district of Raz. The financial group that was once known in an instant by the management of a billionaire on the continent. In a luxurious office, amidst the sunlight shining in from the large glass window, a man stood in front of the report table. At the bottom of the page, we will report in writing. The identity of the billionaire emerged like a deity of the imperial financial world, which was only rumored. With an expression of calm mixed with authority, Bastian coldly said, "No need for the plans that have been decided in advance, just proceed according to the assessment of the board of directors. Is the figure that no one can expect." The light shone down on Bastian's shoulders, highlighting his sharp face, a person that no one could guess. Thomas Miller, the company's CEO, also Bastian's advisor, bowed slightly, his voice full of respect but not hiding his curiosity. But young master, can I ask the reason why you revealed yourself earlier than expected?" Thomas Miller, the company's CEO, Bastian's advisor. Leaning back, folding his arms across his chest with a nonchalant look, Bastian said in a deep voice, "Originally, according to the plan, I would reveal myself after marrying Olivier." He raised his head, his eyes sharp as if looking further than what was in front of him. "But first, temporarily consider it, because of the transaction that the Emperor proposed. If we do not want to waste this opportunity, we need to be perfectly prepared." Thomas was slightly touched. His eyes filled with tears as he recalled. "The time we were treated no differently than a loan company, just like the other day." He bowed respectfully, his eyes full of faith as he looked at Bastian in front of him. "The matter of building upright company, receiving the recognition of the world, is the long-standing wish of your grandparents. They will be extremely proud of you." Bastian softened his voice, still maintaining his composure. "Stabilizing the company to stand firm in the market. The CEO's contribution is very great, but the road to be taken is still very far." Thomas bowed slightly. "Yes, young master." The light of dawn shone through the large glass window, enveloping the space. A silent thought rang out. As the crystallization of strategic judgment and harsh reality, the social status of aristocratic families that cannot utilize capital sources is declining sharply, the era of people enjoying family glory by blood will end. If so, then what is common in the new era, only the new can understand and be seen. Bastian stood behind the window, his eyes firmly directed towards the horizon that was shining brightly. The power to create the king of the new era will surely be there. At the summer villa, the maids were busy preparing. The head maid Dula respectfully bowed her head and asked Odette, "Are there any changes to the dinner party menu and the seating arrangement of the guests? Please check one last time, madam." Odette looked at the list that the head maid gave her, thinking, since the day of the wedding, every day has been constantly receiving invitations to parties, as well as managing the servants and the economic spending in the house. Compared to what I thought, there are too many things that the mistress has to solve. Although she has gradually become accustomed to this rhythm of life, Odette still can't help but feel overwhelmed. At times, she calmly listened to the butler present the final details of the dinner party tonight, nodded lightly, confirmed the instructions, and gave them the paper clearly stating the arrangement. She said softly, "Please proceed according to this." "Yes, madam." Odette looked out the window and discovered that Bastian had returned. "Recently, I have been so busy every day that I do not know how time has passed whenever I think of the 2-year contract period. The fact that time is passing so quickly can also be considered lucky." Footsteps echoed on the marble floor of the great hall. The light of the setting sun shone through the large window, creating gentle streaks of light. Odette, in her elegant blue-purple dress, walked between 2 rows of servants bowing their heads. Near the entrance she stopped, because she had recognized the man standing there. Bastian, she thought to herself. But it also means that the moment when Bastian returns to Arden every weekend has come as quickly as that. Odette stepped forward to greet Bastian, giving a gentle smile, her eyes as if carrying a special light. "Welcome back. I have missed you very much, Bastian." He did not say anything, just looked at her, then came closer, while she still stood still in the red carpet that stretched throughout the great hall. Bastian gently grasped Odette's hand, his eyes silently looking deeply into her eyes. His voice was low, sincere. "All week, I have only been thinking about you. I hope you have the same thoughts as me." Odette was slightly stunned, her eyes widened, then awkwardly smiled. Of course. Without any more words, Bastian leaned down, giving her a gentle but emotional kiss. She gently closed her eyes, her confused heart beating fast in her chest. After a while, he gently took her hand, leading her away from the magnificent party hall. "Come, I have something to tell you." They walked side by side, leaving the sight of everyone, gradually going up the large staircase leading to the private area of the mansion. The servants standing nearby watched with interest. One servant whispered, "He just got back. He wants to be alone with each other." The other servant replied, her eyes shining with admiration. What else, after all? They are newlyweds, they must have missed each other so much. Odette followed Bastian to the hallway behind the area. When the two had disappeared from prying eyes, she suddenly stopped and said softly but firmly, "Now let go, Bastian. There are no eyes watching here anymore." His voice rang out, full of sarcasm and disappointment. "Is this what you call trying your best?" Odette was stunned, looking at him. "Huh?" Bastian attentively looked at Odette, his eyes stopping at the simple ivy necklace. "Among the countless jewelries that I gave the madam, the only thing that the young lady likes. Could it be just that necklace?" Odette gently touched the necklace, her eyes not looking directly at Bastian. Her beautiful face still maintained its composure when she gently said, "I think it is perfect to attend the dinner party." The light blue dress with delicate rose patterns hugged Odette's slender figure. She gently explained further, "Because this dress is not suitable for extravagant jewelry." Bastian's blue eyes looked at Odette suspiciously. Bastian's handsome face showed displeasure. He asked, "Could it be that the young lady does not know who the guests are at tonight's party, so she said those words?" Bastian angrily said, "Largely those who witnessed the entire event at the casino." Bastian felt angry when Odette did that. "They are my colleagues at the officer academy." Then Bastian took Odette's hand, his voice lowered, no longer as angry as before. "How has the situation of the girl who was sold by her father changed compared to now? The young lady must look carefully." Bastian's voice became more serious. He looked straight at Odette and seriously said, "Odette, remember, young lady, now is my wife." Images of the secret bedroom that Bastian had added appeared. Bastian's bedroom, secret tunnel, Odette's bedroom. Bastian thought to himself, "Regardless of the nature of this marriage, this woman is still my wife." Odette, with black hair and blue eyes, looked at Bastian. Bastian gently said to her, "Madam just needs to do as I say. He will make Odette more gorgeous, so in the next 2 years, he will transform her into the most beautiful and gorgeous woman in this world." Bastian's voice was a little softer, but still very cold. "That is our contract, young lady, do not forget." A chilling scene appeared. It was like two parallel worlds, the woman in the dress standing alone. On top and below was the image of the man possessing her, making it impossible for anyone to find the traces of the beggar princess who was once despised on his wife. The man wearing black gloves, his collar had a precious brooch. He hesitated to speak. That was Lucas von Ewald. He was stammering to explain to Bastian, "I can only apologize for not being able to notify you in advance. Bastian, anyway, today I have to endure it because her mother is but sick. It is impossible to come alone while the invitation says to come together with your lover, right?" Lucas smiled as if to ease the atmosphere. "Just when Sandrine said she had no appointment today, so I thought this was a coincidence." "This radiant red-haired girl is Sandrine Denlavier," she smiled brightly and asked. "I am sitting in place of Lucas, fiancé. Is there no problem?" Bastian sighed. Then he replied to Sandrine, "Of course." Odette appeared and gently nodded, maintaining the composure of a noble lady. "It is a pleasure, Countess Lanatte." Sandrine widened her eyes when she saw Odette. She could not believe her eyes when she saw Odette dressed so magnificently. She thought to herself when she saw Odette wearing a precious necklace. "Anyway, even if Bastian is not a stingy man, but that jade necklace is not it too gorgeous." Sandrine still could not believe her eyes. She glared at Odette intently, unable to believe. Just a few months ago, she was still a daughter who was treated like a beggar. Sandrine still wondered in her heart. She began to think about Odette's demands. Could it be that she demanded it? Then her eyes darkened with jealousy and anger. She was jealous for no reason. Indeed, a beautiful woman is the way to open the purse of a rich man. But Bastian is not the type of person to fall for such a shallow trick. In the evening, at the magnificent and luxurious summer villa, everyone gathered at the dining table, all eyes still unanimously directed towards Odette, with a surprise that was hard to hide, smiling and saying, "She has become more beautiful than ever. Madame Clausitz, having such a beautiful woman, it seems Bastian is really lucky." Odette smiled, politely responding, while in her heart she thought to herself, "I was a little worried," but luckily everyone showed goodwill. As the conversation ended, a servant quietly approached Bastian. The servant bowed his head low, said softly, "Sorry to bother you, master. There is a phone call looking for you, because there is urgent work." Bastian nodded. His eyes glanced at Odette once before turning away. "I will be back in a moment," she replied softly, watching his figure fade away. "Yes." Ere he watched Bastian's back as he walked away. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Something vague that Odette could not name was gradually seeping into the atmosphere around her. The eyes, the greetings that initially maintained a social appearance, now seemed to be covered with a thin layer of ridicule and scrutiny. She could feel that change in every breath, every look, and every silence between the stories at the banquet table. There was something. The atmosphere seemed different from before. Herr Faber turned to look at Odette, smiling meaningfully and then speaking. "I heard that Duke Dessen was seriously injured. How is his health recently?" Odette unconsciously tightened her hand under the hem of her dress. That question seemed to be a simple concern, but pierced through the mask of composure that she had painstakingly maintained from The beginning of the party, she heard her own heart beat faster in her chest. Odette surprisingly thought to herself, "Why suddenly?" But she still calmly replied, "Erhi's movements are difficult, but his health has recovered a lot. Thank you for your concern." Suddenly he laughed mockingly. Seeing that, Odette surprisingly widened her eyes. Erhi tilted her head, her eyes as if swirling into every reaction of hers. "That is good news, is not it?" The tone of praise and sarcasm made Odette feel as if she was being suffocated by humiliation. She did not need to hear clearly what that night was, because her own mind had never let go of that memory. The night that her father gambled away his daughter's fate to exchange for a vague agreement with the most powerful force in the empire, and she, from a person who was sold off, now stood here, in a luxurious evening gown, becoming the wife of one of the most noble men. Was not it thanks to Duke Dessen, who had done great things on that night, if the madam can enjoy the luxury as it is now? Ere he still spoke and laughed softly, a father who brought such a great gift to his daughter, of course he must be qualified to live long. Odette pursed her lips. Those words did not carry obvious malice, but they were poured out like poison mixed with honey. She felt every nerve in her body tense, trying to keep the expression on her face still a gentle smile. Lucas, seeing that, hurriedly stopped Erhi. "That is enough, Erhi," Lucas thought to himself. "Sandrine is here, if that matter is revealed." But the silence that they intended to maintain could not last long. Sandrine smiled, her voice full of curiosity. "It seems that something interesting happened that night, right?" Then Sandrine turned to Erhi, smiling and urging, "Don't keep it to yourself. Tell everyone to listen together, okay?" Odette's expression turned colder by a few points. Odette stood there, in the vortex of gazes and whispers, like a dancer forced to continue dancing in the middle of the stage, even though the music had turned into a tragic melody. She knew that they were laughing at the scars, that she never wanted anyone to see the things that she had buried deep under the shell of a perfect, noble madam. But her eyes did not waver. No one was allowed to see her weakness. His gaze swept across like a thin blade gliding on skin, cold and full of intention. Odette felt very clearly that he was despising her. He did not need to hide that, and even more, he wanted to witness her panic, confusion, frantically trying to hide that shameful night that everyone already knew clearly. In that short moment, Odette understood that silence would only make her weaker. There was no other way. She had to open the trunk of the past with her own hands that others intended to open as an entertainment. She thought to herself, "He is despising me. He must want to see me in a confused state, because I want to hide the event of that night here." After a moment of silence, then she looked straight at the people who were half curious, half gleefully waiting. "Without avoiding anything," she said, "my father used to participate in illegal gambling." That confession fell like a bell ringing in the middle of the party. No one interrupted, no one dared to laugh. Every gaze gradually turned into confusion, and he had inadvertently bet his daughter. Instead of the insufficient bet money, of course the interested officers also participated in it. She did not avoid anything, she did not excuse, she was just telling the truth, what they originally intended to use as a weapon to fight against her. Odette's voice at this moment was not only defense, but a declaration, self-ownership, an affirmation that she was not a puppet for people to pull the strings to make fun of, and I met my husband for the first time there. As well as the officers who are present here, Bastian was the one who won that bet. He returned me safely, like the way he deserved to be an honorable soldier. She emphasized. Her eyes swept across each face. Of course, this matter also received the agreement from the other officers. Even now, I am still extremely grateful for the kindness and concern that you gave me on that day. Being given a surprise by Odette, Erhi's mouth was agape, unable to say anything more. A heavy silence enveloped a man, trying to squeeze out an awkward laugh. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. "Look at this. I did not expect to make a preemptive strike. If so, then what else do I have to say?" Sandrine sneered, her voice admiring. "It is too romantic, right? Surely that was the first meeting and falling in love." Then suddenly she changed her attitude, her words as sharp as knives. "But if someone else won the bet on that night, surely the name of this Madame Clausitz would have changed, right?" Odette did not answer. She did not need to answer her composure, together with daring to face and speak. The truth of her own voice was already the perfect answer. Sandrine still spoke sarcastically. "Isn't that so, Madame Clausitz?" Odette did not say anything, just quietly looked at her. She looked at Odette and began to assess her with her sharp eyes. At first glance she seems noble, but she acts too calmly. She kept staring at Odette, assessing with arrogance as if she was very good. The way she tries her best to hide it means that she has been greatly hurt. Now let us see how you respond. Odette pursed her lips. She felt her heart skip a beat, but not because of fear, but because the anger was rising like a tide. She opened her mouth to answer, but before she could utter a word, A deep, decisive voice rang out, interrupting her, but this time, it was not an insult. It was Bastian. "It is a pity that perhaps such a situation will not happen." He stepped forward from behind Odette. His cold eyes swept over the group of people who were trying to dig up his wife's past. Bastian's words made Sandrine feel like lightning struck between the party, not because of possessiveness, but because of clarity. Bastian did not deny the past. He did not explain. but extinguished all the gossip with an attitude that could not be shaken. Even if someone else had won, the result would be the same. I would still have snatched this girl. Sandrine was startled by Bastian. He looked down at the woman sitting next to him. His eyes softened, and he gently kissed her lips. Right, Odette. Bastian leaned down and kissed her gently for a moment. Sandrine was so shocked that she gaped her mouth. What the hell? Bastian left Odette's lips. Ere he, seeing that, burst out laughing, showing pleasure. Indeed, newlyweds are really nice, right? It is too romantic, Captain. Bastian did not say anything, and silently sat down in his seat. Odette's cheeks were flushed red. Sandrine was facing her, glaring angrily when Bastian kissed her. She thought to herself in her heart, guessing, that woman is despising me. Maybe she already knows that I am a contract wife for only 2 years. Bastian suddenly grabbed Odette's hand under the table. He was still calmly talking to the people around, while Odette was surprised by his action. You must be sad that the honeymoon house is far from Raz, right? This is a happy time too, because she likes a quiet place. That is why we decided that... Odette suddenly withdrew her hand. It is convenient for me to come and go frequently, so it is okay. When she heard Bastian say that, his friends could not help but exclaim, Oh my, a lovesick fool here. But it was quickly grabbed by Bastian. Odette's eyes softened. Her cheeks became flushed. Sandrine was still glaring at Odette with hatred. Odette felt that she was being treated no differently than a mistress of Bastian in front of the man's wife. I am being treated like the husband's mistress. But Bastian did not let her feel that way. He made her feel that she was the legal wife, and yet this man forced her to be upright. Odette exclaimed, It turns out that I really got involved in an abnormal marriage. Odette walked slowly behind Sandrine, talking while keeping a faint smile on her lips. Thank you for personally leading the way for me, madam. Sandrine turned her head, her lips slightly pursed. Compared to the boring tea ceremony, I want to visit the house more. She glanced at every corner of the wall, every piece of furniture that was not yet complete. Then she spoke as if she was commenting on an exhibit. However, there are still quite a few empty parts that need the hand of the mistress, right? Odette maintained her composure, responding gently in the guise of a real mistress. Yes, the interior decoration is not yet complete. As Sandrine heard Odette's explanation, her hand automatically opened the door of the room. The interior of this villa is almost empty, only the building is completed. She just rushed straight into the room, without asking anyone's permission. Odette felt helpless at Sandrine's actions. She did not ask permission, but just entered as she pleased. Odette sighed softly, and then followed into the room. Sandrine looked around the room. The discerning eyes of someone who was used to living among silk and satin immediately priced every detail. She did not bother to hide her disdain. The cold assessment was evident in every gesture, every glance then. With a tone no different from the homeowner, she began to speak. I do not like the popular painting style recently. That sentence was not aimed at any specific painting, but at the entire room, and at Odette, who was mainly responsible for the decoration. Because things that are too vague are not my taste. I mean the huge paintings, which make me uncomfortable, so bright landscape paintings would be better. She did not need to pretend to be roundabout. The carefully chosen words were like arrows wrapped in velvet, both gentle and aimed straight at the opponent's heart. There, Sandrine was not only talking about aesthetics, but also implying Odette's shallowness and lack of sophistication, and Odette understood that before Odette could respond. Sandrine continued, as if she was giving orders to a maid rather than chatting with the mistress of the villa. Above the fireplace wall, decorate me a mirror instead of paintings. Remember to put the filiage lamps and clock on the fireplace mantel. Every word, every sentence was arrogantly polite. She said, decorate for me, put for me, as if this villa was hers, as if the woman standing in front of Odette was just someone temporarily borrowing. The title of Madame Clausewitz, the things of Burke, after all. My aesthetic about beauty is limited. A cleverly sarcastic sentence, Sandrine did not need to scream at Odette that she did not have any aesthetic sense. She just needed to show pity, that pity was the fatal blow. She has lived in Philia for quite a long time, so she understands what I mean, right? The room became quieter. The last question was like a trap not answering. Would be impolite. Answering would be like admitting that she was under command. Odette could see clearly. Sandrine was trying to draw the line between them, clearly defining who was above and who was below, and she was not the person willing to stand below. Odette took a deep breath. In a moment she clearly heard her heart beat slowly but tightly, like a string. For the past few days, she had gradually become accustomed to the new role, a madam, a mistress, and the wife, on paper, of a man she did not love. She had taught herself to be calm, to be patient, but that did not mean that she would bow her head. The space in the room seemed to freeze. No extra words, no loud voices, but everyone knew this was a clear counterattack. Sandrine's first attack had failed to make Odette waver. On the contrary, it only made her realize something more deeply, that this house, this marriage, and even the title that she was wearing were all battlefields she was forced to fight to survive. Sandrine was silent. For a moment, her face slightly diverted, but then she regained her soft smile. A smile that was not real. Two women in the same room continued the war without smoke, where the winner was not determined. by blood, but by will and honor. Odette stood motionless, her eyes still maintaining her composure, but inside her heart, violent waves were rippling. She clearly felt each of Sandrine's words like small, sharp, and well-aimed poisoned needles. On the surface, that woman still maintained an elegant appearance, speaking moderately, even calling her Madame Closets. But now, when only the two of them were left, the true face gradually revealed itself sharp, contemptuous, and full of calculations. In front of other people I will do that. Because it would be difficult, if it made Bastian lose face. Because of you. The opening was an uncompromising head-on blow. She did not need to use overly harsh words, just bring Bastian in the middle, posing the opposition between saving face and what was not worth saving. Face was enough to tell Odette where she stood in this chess game, but in a place where there are only the two of us, of course the story will be different. Odette did not answer. She still maintained the calmness like the surface of a frozen lake. But it was that silence that made Sandrine even more complacent. I am not stupid enough to maintain etiquette. With a 2-year rental wife, does she know everything? She smiled. A chilling smile, not at all hiding the contempt that was rising like a tide. Odette felt a strong beat in her chest, as if her heart had been touched in the most vulnerable part. She knew, clearly, that this marriage was fake, a contract. But hearing an outsider repeat that, naked and intentional, made the feeling of being humiliated ignite. What? That look full of surprise. You did not think that the contract was only a secret between the two of you, between you and Bastian, did you? Sandrine laughed mockingly at Odette. It seems that is true. It is also possible to fantasize that the relationship will be more special if you do your duty as a wife well, right? A malicious sarcasm. Sandrine was not only attacking the husband-wife relationship between Odette and Bastian, she was taking away the only belief that Odette still kept for herself, even if it was the most fragile, that if she lived properly, doing her assigned role well, then she could at least receive some respect. But no, with Sandrine, that was just an illusion, and she wanted Odette to realize that. Right here, Bastian is of course taking advantage of you. Moreover, for young men, it is normal to have cheerful and affectionate actions. This time, Odette felt something throb in her chest, a simmering humiliation, not because of being criticized, but because she knew that she had no way to refute it. Those words could be true. She did not know what Bastian thought. She only knew that he was cold, distant, and every action was calculated like a political chess game. And in that chess game, she, a girl who had been gambled away like a commodity, was just a pawn, but Odette, I just mean to say, just in case. Sandrine shrugged, her eyes brazen, her voice lowered, deeper, more poisonous. You better not have the thought of getting pregnant and sitting in my place, because I can only accept enduring, you alone. In the evening when the guests had all left, Odette sat in her bedroom. She was combing her hair. Anyway, in 2 years, this villa will belong to Sandrine. Odette put down the comb and thought to herself, the request to decorate, according to her personal preferences, is not too unreasonable. If I did not know the situation, then I would think that her threats were rude, but Odette thought to herself, trying to find a reason to reassure herself in a context that was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. If an outsider did not know the current situation, perhaps they would think that Sandrine's orders, corrections, and even criticisms of her were completely normal. A guest of status making suggestions, no more. But the reality is that things are not so simple. The atmosphere in the villa is colder than ever, even though the sunlight still pours in like honey through the window. Odette stood there in the empty room like a soulless box, listening to each sarcastic word that was cleverly hidden in the name of suggestion, and clearly feeling that a familiar male voice rang out, interrupting the confused thoughts. She turned around. It was Bastian. Odette. Odette stood up straight, adjusting her skirt as usual whenever she had to face him. Bastian. Yes, please come in. Bastian, with a cold expression, stepped into the room. Seeing him, she surprisingly wondered, what is the matter? That door has never been opened even once since the day of the wedding. Bastian suddenly stopped. He turned his face away. Odette wondered, why suddenly? Odette looked at the mirror next to her and saw that she was wearing a thin nightgown. She startled. Oh. She quickly used her hand to cover her body in panic. What to do? I forgot that I was wearing a super thin nightgown. Bastian sat down and propped his hand over his eyes, feigning, I have seen everything. She blamed herself. Because I let my mind be pulled into the sarcasm, the contemptuous gazes from that woman, that I forgot something more important, keeping my distance from the man I am living with. Or rather, the man that I am living with in a contract marriage. I was just thinking about things related to Sandrine. Should she turn away, say something? But before Odette could react, Bastian's eyes still did not leave her that silent gaze, not rude, but carrying a weight that made her feel as if she was standing naked in the quiet room. Why is he staring so intently? Unable to endure any longer, Odette spoke, her voice soft but firm. Please turn your face away for a moment. Bastian raised his eyebrow lightly, as if thinking about something, but then he turned his body away, leaving her with a few precious seconds of privacy. Odette immediately ran to the place to put the robe. She quickly picked it up. She closed the robe tightly, trying to breathe deeply to dispel the heat that was flushing on her cheeks. Thank you. It is okay now. she said, her voice having regained some composure. Even so, the embarrassment had not yet disappeared, only suppressed under a layer of composure. Bastian turned back. No teasing words, no strange gazes, just a decisive and realistic sentence. Sit down, I have a few things I want to talk about regarding the dinner party. Odette sat down, but in her heart still lingered the echoes of the moment just now. Bastian looked at her silently without saying anything. His presence always made her feel small and controlled, as if with just one look, one gesture, she had been pushed into a weak position. It is strange that this no longer feels like a fake marriage. Everything is going beyond the boundaries that she thought she could control. She married a commoner, Odette is the wife of a commoner, so now she is also a commoner. Those words rang out, slowly, coldly, as sharp as a carefully forged blade. Each word glided over her skin, then cut into the self-esteem that Odette had tried so hard to hide. She stood there, not shrinking, not retreating, but in her heart there was a throbbing pain. She replied, her voice not high but firm. That, I know very well, Odette thought to herself. What does he suddenly want to say? Bastian continued, his voice lowered. If so, then you should act like a commoner. If you act like a noble lady, show dignity like just now, you will easily be tortured. Each word was like throwing cold water on her face. He despised the dignity she tried to keep, as if self-respect was a luxury that should not exist in a marriage that was priced with money and agreement. But she, Odette, still kept a thin smile on her lips, a faint smile that did not show emotion, but deep inside an undertow was churning. I do not want to see that pathetic look again. It is not like I put you in that position to play the elegant princess. Odette recalled the scene tonight. She still smiled as if nothing had happened, even while being despised and ridiculed. She had survived that fateful night, had endured the sympathetic gazes and sarcastic whispers. Even if she was treated like a prostitute daughter, she still tried to endure it. If I could not let go of the illusion of still being the lady of the Descent family, then I would not have sat there until the end. I endured all those things, just because I wanted to fulfill the duty of Madame Closets. She had promised, because she had promised to become the wife of this man, even if it was just a contract, but it was a promise she had accepted, and she would keep it completely. Because I had promised to become the wife of this man, just finally, she replied. Not loudly, not angrily, just a gentle but resolute stream. I act according to my own way. That has absolutely nothing to do with identity. It is a reaction that comes from my thoughts, from within my own person. That sentence, like a gentle hand pushing back all the insults he had just thrown out. Not to retaliate, but to affirm, whether I am the lady of the Duke's family, whether I am the wife of a soldier, I am still me. And tonight, I think that I am a mistress, with enough dignity. Bastian was slightly stunned, his eyes flashed with a bit of surprise, and then he laughed, a low but meaningful laugh. You are originally so generous when evaluating yourself. Ha! Odette looked straight into his eyes, unwavering, because it is worth it. Bastian's voice lowered, his initially cold eyes slightly wavered, no longer the obvious ridicule as before, but instead a hard shell that was slowly cracking. I did not say those words for the young lady. He was not angry, not loud, but those words were like a cold wind passing over the skin. Behind the composure was a storm brewing. Those who have forgotten the advice I gave you tonight, that advice is for the work of the Closets, madam, Bastian emphasized, as if wanting to draw a clear line between her role and her true self. But then Odette, with the bright eyes that he had once mistaken for weakness, had blurred those boundaries. She did not refute with impulsiveness or hurt. She only said softly in the role of your wife, I will do as you say, so now... Odette thought, this matter. Then she raised her face confidently and replied, just consider it as Odette's way, okay? Not because she was Madame Closets, not because she bore the name of wife, not anyone else but Odette. Seeing that, Bastian laughed loudly. Indeed, it is impossible to grasp her. Then he suddenly stood up. Moreover, he stepped to her and pressed her into the chair. And what made him even more crazy was that in that very moment, when everything around seemed to fade away, even in that moment, I have to admit that she is so beautiful, that it drives me crazy. Odette was embarrassed when she saw Bastian's pectoral muscles. Odette shyly turned her face away and asked him, why is it? The distance is too close. Bastian looked at Odette and thought, anyway, this is still the woman that I personally put the wedding ring on. I have also accidentally seen her body. He wondered as an instinct, but then, as if someone in him, a part that had not yet rotted, had spoken, go a little further with this girl. Contract ends, life is divided, everything will return to the original position, as if nothing had ever happened. If he let himself go too far, however, 2 years later, she will leave. He is like that. He can take responsibility for the consequences he causes, even if it tears everything apart. If I myself accept the unforeseen troubles caused by momentary lust, then okay. Odette is the one who has experienced humiliation and still goes forward with her head held high. She is not weak, but she is not iron either. She lives with self-respect. Not begging, not scheming, only silently enduring, only quietly moving forward. And that makes him feel small, feels himself so cruel if just because of a moment of weakness he breaks the strength. She tries to maintain he cannot love, but he also does not want to be the one to push her into the abyss again. But I do not want to further defile the already harsh life of this girl. He tightened his jaw, lowering his voice as a final command. Odette, remember only this. I would rather be a ruthless winner than an honorable loser. That question bounced back into his heart, as sharp as a knife. Not even dignity. A declaration is also a sentence for himself. Behind the hard eyes is a storm screaming. He cannot lose. Not to fate. Not to his own heart. Win at all costs. That is the dignity of the closets. Scene change in the art exhibition. Odette is standing looking at the paintings. Odette's voice rang out decisively, gently. I will buy this painting. The art gallery staff immediately reacted with familiar enthusiasm, not forgetting to add praise for the customer's aesthetic sense. That is a wise decision. This is a work that will become more valuable over time. Odette thought to herself, it is a landscape painting beautiful enough, as Sandrine requested. She smiled, as if muttering to herself. This morning was still chaotic, tense to the point of suffocation, but now, that small period of time in a quiet painting shop brings a strange feeling of gentleness. Today, luck came unexpectedly. She recalled the story of this morning. Madam, the master is busy in Raz. He said that he will not be able to visit the mansion this week. She muttered to herself. Then why not take advantage? Not as a wife, not as a madam, not as someone who is being scrutinized by the eyes of others for every movement. Just as Odette, a woman who once loved the beauty of silence, of literature, and of the simple things, she looked at another painting. Odette suddenly stopped. She turned to look at the painting that she had just passed. Odette asked the art seller, Can I buy this painting too? The person in charge of the art gallery paused for a beat. He hesitated, and then carefully spoke. This painting, the thing is. Odette wondered, has it been sold before? The art seller politely explained. It has not been sold yet, but... The gentle reminder from the art gallery staff made Odette turn her head slightly. She looked in the direction of the finger, her eyes stopping at a familiar figure standing not far away. It was Franz. A customer has already taken a fancy to it, over there. The art salesperson suddenly realized something. Wait, he said loudly. The two of you are family members anyway. A street scene appeared. Bastian was raising his hand to check his watch, and then walking. All the important work has been completed. Bastian felt tired because of the busy schedule. He walked and rubbed his forehead. His face showed fatigue. The remaining schedule was a meeting with members of the polo club. There is still some time. Stop by the office. Suddenly he stopped. His eyes directed to the other side of the road. Odette was standing there. He frowned, feeling puzzled. Why did not Odette contact me? Why did she come to Raz without contacting me? A carriage stopped. Suddenly Franz appeared to talk to Odette. Seeing that, Bastian widened his eyes, feeling unbelievable. She is meeting Franz? The scene returned to the art gallery. Franz awkwardly asked Odette, Why? Is it okay if I ask for the reason? Odette felt confused. What is it? Franz became even more flustered. I mean to ask the reason why the young lady wants to buy this painting. Odette was slightly startled, but very quickly she regained her composure and replied, That is because this is a very beautiful work. Suddenly, Franz said louder. Usually people criticize the painter for wantonly waving colors in a style like not knowing the basics of art, so that painter is almost unknown. Odette refuted Franz's thoughts and affirmed that, according to traditional concepts, it may also be so. However, I think each person has different standards of beauty. Franz felt very surprised when, for the first time, someone said what he meant so much. In that case, what special points make the young lady like it? Odette thought for a moment and then replied, her eyes looking up slightly, creating a beautiful scene. It is like a very complete work. The stream of light and air is like in a dream. Although the way to express it or the theme is not clear, because that dream is originally beautiful because it is vague. After speaking, she felt embarrassed and had to ask for help. Isn't that so, Ka Ringer, help me? Ringer immediately continued Odette's words. Of course, that has made the painting particularly attractive. He is a friend who shares the same opinion, so she has nothing to worry about. Odette exclaimed about the relationship between Ringer and Franz. It seems that the two of you have a very good relationship, right? Ringer explained to her about Franz's identity. Franz is a collector of beautiful paintings in Raz. He has in-depth knowledge of art. Sometimes he is impetuous, but he has no bad intentions. Suddenly, Franz pointed to a painting and said loudly, I will buy that painting. Then suddenly, Franz turned to say loudly to Odette, At some point, the day the value of that painting is recognized will come, so believe in your aesthetic sense, Odette. Odette felt a little embarrassed. But did not you decide to buy it before me? Franz stopped to contemplate something. I may be willing to give it to someone who knows its value. In exchange, Franz made a proposal with a very adorable expression. Could the young lady spend some time drinking tea with me? I would like to help the young lady in the work of choosing paintings. Returning to the street scene, Bastian looked at the house behind and thought, perhaps that place is a painting gallery. He looked at Odette and Franz talking on the other side of the road with a cold look. Is the Holy Land for Franz, who has an endless passion for painting, perhaps that girl also? Franz rummaged in his pocket for something. He took out a small piece of paper and gave it to Odette. Odette received that piece of paper. She smiled at Franz, causing Bastian to become jealous but unable to do anything. Then the two bowed to each other. Franz left first. Odette also quickly left. Bastian stood silently on the side of the road, observing. After buying the painting, Odette decided to linger for a while in a small coffee shop on the corner of the street. She sat in a corner of the shop, quietly reading a book. Odette happily thought to herself, occasionally being able to relax like this is great. Suddenly someone appeared. A man came and asked to sit with Odette. Hello, young lady, is it convenient for me to sit with you? But not caring who that person was, she did not even bother to look at that person. I am sorry, sir, that seat is for my husband. The man suddenly pulled out the chair. So that is how it is. Odette startled. Seeing that, Odette looked up at the man and showed discomfort when the man had not been allowed but had already sat down. Hey. Odette's eyes widened in surprise. Bastian sat opposite her and smiled. She surprisingly asked him, How did you come to this place? Bastian calmly replied. I had an appointment nearby. On the way, I saw you. He looked at her and asked, As for you, I do not seem to have received information that you would be coming to Raz. Am I mistaken? Odette's voice replied gently. No, I did not report it separately. Bastian asked Odette. Why are you here? Odette explained to Bastian slowly. I received a request from the interior decorator, requesting to choose a few paintings to hang on the wall. It just so happened that this week you said you would not be visiting the mansion, so I changed the schedule to go to the art gallery. Bastian asked with a questioning voice to Odette. Is the whole story just that? Odette glanced down at the book, then looked out the glass door, avoiding his gaze that seemed to want to pierce through her heart. Franz, that name was never easy to utter, especially in front of Bastian. She knew clearly the relationship between them, which was not good at all. She quietly pulled out a piece of paper. Originally Bastian, the relationship with his family was not good, and I mentioned Franz. Would it be okay? Odette remembered the paper that Franz had given her earlier. This is the contact information of a merchant specializing in providing high-end foliage decorations. I hope it helps the young lady. But she did not want to personally enumerate every small request from the woman who would become Bastian's wife after 2 years, if she wanted to explain about the conversation. With Franz, there was no other way. She also had to mention things related to Sandrine. She recalled what Sandrine had said to her. Remember to put the foliage lamps and clock on the fireplace mantle. The things of break. After all, my aesthetic is limited. Odette pursed her lips tightly and thought. However, even those things, I do not want to personally tell Bastian. She thought, and cheerfully said, enumerating every detail of the request from the one who would become his wife in 2 years. Yes, and I am spending some time relaxing after buying the paintings. Odette quickly regained her composure and explained, Because it has been a long time since I went out, so I have a little regret about just returning like that. Bastian coldly asked, Is there nothing else? No, Odette still calmly answered him. I only intend to return to Arden after sitting here for a while. Bastian was angry, but he could not show it. He could only tell her to rest. Take a break. It seems that enjoying the vast mansion alone is not enough, huh? Suddenly, Bastian coldly said, So it turns out that the madam is a person with extraordinary adaptability, meaning that when you are tired of the life of eating well and dressing beautifully so, you act wantonly like this. Bastian thought to himself. For the first time, I was curious about the thoughts in that girl's head, Odette asked, her eyes still unmoving. Are you mocking me? Bastian gritted his teeth. Don't be so stupid as if you do not understand what I am saying. Why do you keep repeating similar mistakes? What are you thinking to put on such a noble and tragic appearance like a princess of a ruined country, huh? She raised her head. For the first time in that meeting, Odette's eyes contained a sense of Don Nen. Too much. I only went out once. Is that a big mistake that I have to be humiliated like this? Her voice trembled but resolutely. You broke the promise first, and I just adjusted my schedule to fit. Bastian was disappointed. That woman only showed a fake smile in front of him, even if he asked. She did not answer anything, he said with a lowered voice. Could it be that you think we are on equal footing? Bastian thought to himself. The next voice became dry like sand. I, your husband, am the one who hired you. But Odette. Odette was slightly stunned, her lips pursed slightly. If you forget that fact, even for a moment, then it will be very difficult. Bastian stood up, his eyes heavy but full of contradictions. What am I to you after all? The mountain scenery appears, with a car driving on the road. Bastian and Odette are sitting in the car. Odette turns to Bastian and asks if they are going the right way. But Bastian says nothing and just silently nods, leaving Odette feeling speechless. She reminisces about the incident at the cafe last time. I, your husband, am the one who hired you. If you forget that fact, even for a moment, it would be very awkward. Odette feels that Bastian's attitude has been strange lately. Since that day, Bastian is becoming unusually uncooperative. Odette says nothing more, and just quietly thinks, seriously, if he is the boss, he should act like one. I did not agree to this contract without anticipating this situation. The two of them just silently sit in the car, without saying a word to each other. This week, we received an invitation to the mansion of Marquis de Mel, the Admiral of the Navy. The car stops in front of a luxurious and magnificent mansion, thanks to which the time I spend with Bastian will not be much, which can also be seen as fortunate. Bastian gets out of the car and helps Odette out. The two of them chat, creating a very rosy scene, but, however, who knows that behind that scene is a play? I hope that today the lady will show her worth. Yes, I will try my best to become a ruthless winner. In the grounds of Marquis de Mel's mansion. Odette takes Bastian's arm and enters. As they walk, they chat. Before that, I have something I want to ask. He softly replies. Go ahead. Odette turns to look directly at Bastian and asks, does the advice to win at all costs apply, even when the opponent is you? Bastian smiles without smiling. Then he says, you should try it. It will be very interesting. At the lavish party, Bastian is chatting with Marquis de Mel. Many noble ladies are standing and chatting with each other at the party. Over here, Odette is chatting with the Marchioness de Mel. Well, this is the first time I have met Lady Closets, because I have been abroad for a while on research work. Marchioness de Mel. A young man with a handsome appearance is holding a baby girl who is fast asleep. This is Count Janders. He is a close relative on my mother's side, studying botany, also a famous scholar. Marchioness de Mel turns to Odette and continues in a friendly voice. And this is Lady Closets, wife of Captain Closets, the hero of the Navy, a subordinate whom my husband greatly admires. They are newlyweds, just married last month. The man introduced, Count Janders, politely bows. I am Maximin Pont Janders. Congratulations on your marriage, Lady Closets. Odette gently nods in response, softly replying, please just call me Odette Closets. Thank you, Count. Odette secretly thinks how cute the child is. The Marchioness softly explains to Janders the reason why she invited him to the party today. After all, everyone is worried about whether you are unwell with some kind of illness, because since returning from Burke you have not participated in any social gatherings, so Count Janders smiles calmly, gently explaining, because I have been away from my daughter for a while, I am just prioritizing spending time with her. Children really grow up so fast. A lady puts her hand over her mouth in admiration. Oh my, he is so considerate. The lady standing next to her also agrees. She also laments that her husband is too indifferent to the children. Wishing her husband was like Count Janders. That is right. That is also what I want to say to my husband. To see. He probably would not know, even when he reaches our child's age. After a lively conversation, someone jokingly makes Janders blush. How about we gather all the men together and have Count Janders lecture them? A gentle laugh rings out, dispelling the formal atmosphere of the party, causing many people to smile in appreciation. Odette asks a delicate question, causing the atmosphere to pause for a moment. But Countess Janders did not come to the party. The older lady next to her gently shakes her head, her voice dropping. Countess Janders passed away during childbirth. Therefore, Count Janders has been very exhausted. He loved and pampered his wife very much. Odette softly says, her eyes flashing with a hint of sadness, so that is how it is. The person opposite continues, as if to soothe the atmosphere, however. Luckily, the child looks exactly like her mother, so he can bravely continue living. Odette gently nods, a thought suddenly flashing through her mind, completely different from Bastian. Night falls. Bastian gently looks down. Seeing that Odette is tipsy, he takes the glass of wine from her hand, then tells a maid to lead my wife to the guest room. Bastian turns to Odette, his voice still maintaining its usual calm demeanor. You should go to the room first. Good night, Odette, she replies, bowing slightly and leaving the hall. Yes, Bastian. When alone, Bastian raises his hand and gently presses his temple. I must have drunk a bit too much. He sighs, walking slowly through the long corridor of the mansion. But this state will quickly lead to sleep, Bastian thinks to himself. Odette must be asleep by now. Bastian puts his hand on the doorknob and opens the door. The lights are still on in the room. He does not see Odette on the bed. When he returns to the room, he frowns slightly when he sees that Odette is not asleep and the lights are still on. Bastian frowns and looks around the room, searching for Odette. Where is she, anyway? Singing suddenly comes from the bathroom. A gentle, melodious tune rings out. The gentle singing is not noisy, but enough for someone to notice the singing. Bastian steps into the bathroom. Odette, she stay here. Bastian's eyes widen in surprise. Odette is soaking in the bathtub. She puts her hand on the windowsill, looking up at the sky. Bastian is so surprised by the scene that he is motionless. Under the moonlight, Odette becomes more beautiful than usual, even though she is already very beautiful normally. But under the moonlight, that beauty becomes even more unusually beautiful. Bastian is so captivated by her beauty that he has to slightly open his mouth. Odette's eyes slowly turn back. Bastian and she face each other. She is startled, her eyes wide with fear, when she sees Bastian staring at her. Bastian's eyes become terrifying, his pupils shrinking, his eyebrows furrowing, his lips pursing. The voices of two men come from the hallway. There are still people in the hallway. Seeing this, Bastian quickly runs to Odette. He covers Odette's mouth with his hand, not giving her time to react. The water in the bathtub splashes from Bastian's action. The atmosphere in the room drops. The two of them remain silent. Until there is no more noise in the hallway, Bastian releases her. He raises his thumb, indicating for Odette to be silent. Then Bastian leans over and takes a towel from the side. Bastian hands it to Odette. Odette shyly takes it and asks him, "Why?" At this moment, her expression darkens, her voice extremely cold. "Why are you here?" Bastian turns around and frowns. "Huh, do you think this room is just for you to use?" Odette timidly says softly, "We, originally," Bastian says arrogantly, coldly. "What? Or should I go out right now and tell Admiral Demel, the Emperor's friend?" Bastian stands in the middle of the bathroom and says in a cold tone, "That this marriage is actually fake, sir, just husband and wife in name only. We do not sleep in the same bed, so please arrange another bedroom. How about that?" Odette gently, softly explains, "I thought you had resolved that somehow, so..." When she sees that Bastian's sleeves are soaked, Odette freezes, her eyes wide and her mouth pursed shut. Then she says softly, her eyes avoiding his, "No. This time it was my carelessness." She gently says, "I was not careful. I am sorry." Bastian turns away angrily and says, "Hurry up and get out after you finish bathing." After Bastian leaves, Odette sits quietly in the bathroom. Bastian goes to the bedroom and opens the window. He stands there admiring the moon. Suddenly, an image of Odette appears in his head. Then Bastian is startled and looks down. He helplessly puts his hand on his forehead. When night falls, the lights in the bedroom are off. There is a bottle of wine on the table, next to a glass of wine. Bastian is now asleep. Odette sits curled up in a chair. She is lost in thought about running away. Should I run away? Although she thinks so, Odette is still a little hesitant and does not dare to do it, but she fears that people will laugh and gossip about her actions. Then she will become a joke for the aristocracy to discuss, once the truth of her running away because she can't sleep in the same bed with her husband is revealed. What kind of gossip will come here? This place originally has many noble ladies of high society. Odette shakes her head and dismisses those crazy thoughts. She gets off the chair. Then she gently walks to the bedside, comforting herself that, "Do not be so weak." She stands by the bed, looking at Bastian, thinking for a moment. No matter how difficult it is, absolutely I will not shed even a single tear for this marriage. Then she gently turns off the remaining nightlight. The next morning, when dawn has broken, the light shines into the room, making it more glamorous. In bed, Bastian narrows his eyes and wakes up. He turns to the side looking for Odette. But Bastian does not see her. He is startled. He panics and jumps up. Could it be that she finally ran out of the room? Bastian jumps out of bed and quickly rushes to find Odette. How on earth is he going to deal with the aftermath? Suddenly, Bastian's footsteps stop. Odette is sleeping soundly on the chair. He softly sighs in relief. Then he gently pulls the blanket up for Odette. Because of the contract, she won't run away. But, is it absolutely impossible to be by my side? Where did she find this blanket cover? Bastian gently lifts Odette up. If I wake her up and put her in bed to sleep, she probably won't obediently listen. Halfway through, Odette suddenly wakes up. She is awake. He has no choice but to gently tell her, "It is still early. You should go to bed and sleep more." Odette widens her eyes when she hears this. At this time, Odette is fully awake. She feels a warm feeling next to her. Suddenly, her eyes widen in horror. She kicks around wildly. "Let me go!" Seeing her like this, Bastian panics and shouts, "Odette, wait, dangerous!" Suddenly, Bastian's hands let go. But very quickly, he manages to react and catch Odette. In his heart, he is secretly angry. Almost dropped her. Bastian walks quickly to the bed. He throws Odette down. He angrily pins her under his body. Then he angrily, his voice a little hoarse, "Just right, Odette." Odette frowns. "What are you doing now?" Bastian's eyes are filled with sadness. The memory of Odette chatting with Franz flashes in his mind. "She always treats me like this." Bastian asks, "What?" Then he suddenly pulls down her robe and says calmly, "Why do not you tell me? See what I want to do." Odette says in a panic, "You, now, it is not related to the contract." Bastian pulls up her shirt, then leans down and kisses her gently, mixed with a little force. Being kissed by Bastian like this, in Odette's heart she thinks of the times that Bastian has kissed her. If it is kissing this man, then I have done it many times. Bastian gently moves away from her lips. Odette is dazed from his kiss, because everyone has to see that they are a couple with a good relationship. But now, she drowsily asks him, "Why?" Bastian looks at Odette and gently reminds her that he is her husband, so he has the right to be like this with her. "Did you forget? I am your husband." Odette feels unfairly angry and shouts at him about the terms in the contract that he made with her, but the condition of our contract is that this marriage is not real. Now you... Bastian reminds Odette to be quieter because it is almost time for everyone to wake up. If they hear it, it won't be good for a newlywed couple who have been arguing for a few days. Odette, the other guests will hear it. It is time to wake up now. Odette is startled and stammers, Tay. That being said, but... Bastian suddenly reaches his hand into her clothes again. Bastian continues to nuzzle into Odette's neck to kiss. She trembles and says, "Please keep your promise, Bastian." Bastian's eyes slightly lift up. But Bastian still ignores her and continues his actions. Odette's cheeks are flushed with embarrassment. This man, she is both ashamed of Bastian's actions and thinks in her heart, he is not sober right now. Suddenly, the voices of some people come from the hallway. Odette is even more panicked. I hear the voices of people who have woken up in the hallway. Odette feels helpless in the face of what Bastian is doing. What should I do? During this time, she suddenly remembers his words. No matter what method you use, you must win. That is the character of Klaus. Odette's eyes narrow. Odette gently strokes Bastian's face. No longer with fear or anger, she softly calls his name affectionately, Bastian. Then she suddenly hugs him tightly, pulling his neck down, begging him, "Please help me." She repeats again, "Please help me, Bastian." Before her pleading, Bastian gradually softens, his eyes becoming thoughtful. "I do not like this," she keeps begging by his ear, "please." The scene moves away. On the chair, Bastian is pressing on Odette. While Odette hugs his neck, the room remains silent. Bastian sighs. He picks up the blanket that fell on the ground. He throws it on Odette. He turns away without looking back. Then suddenly Bastian speaks. "This time you have won, Odette." Bastian finishes speaking and walks away. The scene moves to a forest. Someone speaks. "Now everyone will go fishing in the valley, right?" Bastian turns to see Odette holding a child, Count Jander's daughter. She happily smiles and says, "Do not worry about the child, just go." Odette says to Count Janders. Bastian stands behind looking at her intently. "I will take care of Alma." Count Janders is happy. "Really? Thank you, Lady Klaus." Odette gently lifts her eyes. Bastian nods slightly when he sees it. Odette still feels embarrassed because of this morning's incident between the two of them. The Count says goodbye to his daughter and runs to Bastian. He shyly smiles and says, "I have inadvertently caused trouble." The Count explains to Bastian that his daughter likes Odette very much, so he sent the child to her. She is very shy with strangers, but she seems to like Lady Klaus. After walking a distance, Odette turns back to look at Bastian. She glances at him, silently calling his name, Bastian. After walking a distance, Count Janders gasps for breath. He bends down and laments that, "The road to the fishing spot is further than I thought." He says to Bastian while breathing, "Maybe we should rest for a while." Bastian remembers that earlier Marquis de Mel had asked him to pay attention to Count Janders because his health was a bit weak. Please help Count Janders a bit. He has asthma. Bastian wonders, if so, should not he not go hiking anymore? The Marquis softly answers, "Because the symptoms are not very serious. Moreover, there is an important purpose, so he won't easily give up." Bastian asks, "Demel, besides fishing, what other purpose is there?" The Marquis calmly explains, "How should I say it, anyway? This mountain is also the habitat of rare plants, so he has to collect specimens. He is a kind but slightly eccentric person. It is not to the point of carrying him on your back, so please talk to him comfortably." Ending the flashback, Bastian reaches out his hand, intending to help Count Janders. "Let me carry the things for you," however, the Count quickly refuses him. "No need, your company is enough for me." The two of them continue on their way, walking and talking. Suddenly Count Janders sees something. He shouts to stop. "Bastian, wait, stop!" Bastian is startled when he sees this. Suddenly Janders collapses next to a flower, startling Bastian. Count Janders happily exclaims, "No matter how I searched, I could not find it. But it is here." The flower that makes the Count so happy is a white flower, with large and slightly long petals. Bastian is surprised by the Count's actions. In his heart he feels very confused. What is it, this déjà vu feeling? He softly asks Jandres, "Is the plant you are looking for that kind?" Janders quickly takes a small shovel out of his pocket. Janders lifts the flower and softly replies, "No." The Count looks at the flower very lovingly, but this one is also very rare. Bastian is surprised and widens his eyes. He remembers Odette. Odette? Before Janders' actions, he feels that Janders has something very similar to Odette. The atmosphere has something similar to that woman. Bastian remembers that his contract with her will end, his eyes flashing with a bit of sadness, 2 years later. Bastian looks at Count Janders' expression and can't help but think about the end of his contract with Odette. Then Odette will find someone like her, if the contract ends. And Odette remarries. If it is her, she will probably marry a man like her. Bastian remembers this morning's incident, when he kissed Odette. He rubs his forehead. The Count asks him when he sees this, "Are you not feeling well somewhere?" Bastian is silent for a moment, looking at his hand. Then he softly replies, "It is nothing." Evening gradually falls. By the stream, several ladies are standing and chatting with each other. Odette quietly sits watching the flowing water. In her head, she is thinking about Bastian's actions this morning. That man always mentions the contract and tells me to be true to my worth. Our relationship is just a transaction with numbers. Then she remembers what Bastian did this morning. She shyly blushes. Then Odette covers her mouth. But why was he so thick-skinned this morning and tried to break his promise like that? Odette shyly takes her hand away from her mouth. Suddenly she remembers Isabel scolding her, "You are no different from a prostitute." She remembers Sandrine's words, "just to amuse young men." She lowers her face in thought. In the end, does Bastian also see me like that? Odette picks up a stone next to her. Then she throws it into the river. The stone falls with a splash. Odette stands up and walks away. She walks to a clump of flowers nearby. Odette is immersed in her own space. Because I wanted to think alone, I came to this place, but using the excuse of picking flowers, it is not bad. Then Odette picks a flower. Suddenly she stops and looks to the other side of the stream, discovering something. A clump of blue-purple flowers appears. These flowers have 3 small petals. They look like hydrangeas. That is a rare type of flower. Odette remembers Alma. Alma will surely like them very much. It is nap time, so I handed her over to the nanny. Thinking this, she takes off her shoes. Odette leaves her shoes on a rock. She holds the flower she just picked and gently lifts her dress. Then she steps into the stream. Odette gently steps across the stream. I will just pick those flowers and go back. It is almost time for everyone to finish fishing. Suddenly her necklace falls off. Odette is startled when she sees the necklace falling off. Odette bends down to look for it. It seems like the clasp was loose, so it fell off. Where is it? She sees it right on the rock next to her. Odette thinks to herself, I am so glad. It did not drift away far. Suddenly someone appears. That person picks up the necklace for her. Odette is very surprised to see this. It is Bastian. The two of them just stand there looking at each other. Bastian looks down at the necklace he is holding in his hand. He thinks back to when he saw Odette frantically looking for something in the stream. As soon as he discovered Odette, he also unconsciously. Seeing this, he immediately ran over. Marquis de Mel saw him suddenly running away and turned back to call him Captain Klaus. Bastian feels confused in his heart that he acted like this. Running to this girl, and what is he gonna do? Suddenly Marquis de Mel stands on the shore and laughs teasingly. Hey, you could not resist running to your wife already? Seeing this, Bastian has no choice but to nod slightly. There is no other way. Then he walks to Odette. Bastian holds the necklace and gently puts it around Odette's neck. He softly says to her, there are many people watching. Marquis de Mel happily laughs on the shore. Bastian thinks to himself, anyway, this woman can't escape the contract if she causes a commotion and disappears from the Emperor's sight, and does not even get the price that he guaranteed. Bastian gently strokes Odette's hair. Then she will have to live a more tragic life than before. Bastian's eyes are pensive. She is also a woman with too much responsibility for her life, anyway. The clear truth is that I am taking advantage in this marriage. Bastian's hand gently touches Odette's pendant. Odette is startled to see this. She staggers and pushes Bastian away. Unfortunately, she slips, so Bastian quickly catches Odette. He hugs her waist, then pulls her into his arms. Odette is surprised by this man. Can't I do whatever I want? Returning to the summer villa, Odette thinks to herself, the landscape paintings in the classical style and the decorations made by Pelia complete the room. She is relieved. This is enough to meet Sandrine's requirements, right? Odette looks out the window. She remembers the day at Count de Mel's house. That day, she had to stay at the de Mel family's villa for another night, but there were no incidents like the day before. Bastian opens the door and staggers into the room. Bastian, who had stayed at the gambling table all night. Odette sits on the bed and feels very awkward to see him like that. Returning to the bedroom at dawn, she quickly gets up and leaves the bed so that Bastian can rest. Because as long as I get up early and take a walk in the morning, it is fortunate that we turn our backs and respect each other naturally. She stands in front of the painting, admiring it, thinking back. Most of the time Bastian shows his emotions is when there is a conflict with her. Normally he just plays the role of a good husband, without any private feelings, even to the point of being polite and refined. Then Odette covers her mouth. That day, if we had not met in an unprepared state in the bathroom, if I had not refused his kindness when he was about to carry me to bed, she remembers the actions that Bastian did to her. Would something have happened? Odette is startled and shakes her head to erase those ambiguous thoughts. Odette thinks back to that incident with Bastian and shyly covers her mouth. Anyway, if I want to protect myself for the rest of the marriage, it is better if I do not resist Bastian. She tells herself to stay away from him, in the future. Be as careful as possible to avoid bumping into him. The maid comes to her side. Madam, the items for the sunroom have arrived. She is surprised to think, I have not ordered the furniture in the sunroom yet. In the sunroom, a piano is placed in the middle of the room. Seeing a piano in the middle of the room, Odette asks the maid next to her, did my husband buy the piano? The person next to her softly explains, I suggested to him that putting a piano in the sunroom is currently a trend, and he agreed. It sounds arrogant, but even if you have money, it is not easy to buy, madam. Fortunately, I have acquaintances with a musical instrument company, so it was difficult to buy it. Odette touches the piano keys and thinks, a man who has no interest in music buys such an expensive musical instrument. I should not be greedy because it is not mine. The scene changes at a villa at night. Bastian stands observing the data table and ponders fake minerals, stocks and bonds into waste paper. He is immersed in thoughts about work, shell companies wearing the mask of gold laying geese. The big game has been completed, and the next thing depends on how father deals with it. Bastian's eyes become sharp. To completely deceive, there must be a clever trap, so if you want to adjust to the situation, you should not be in a hurry. He recalls what Marquis de Mel said. His Majesty the Emperor is very worried about your couple. These days, it is strange that a newly married couple has to live apart. De Mel laughs and says, anyway, you should eliminate useless rumors. Bastian ponders. There is no other way to reassure the suspicious emperor. A voice comes from outside the door. Master, a message has arrived from the summer villa. Bastian orders, come in. Levis relays Odette's words. The madam asked if she could come to Rats tomorrow. She said she wanted to buy piano sheet music. How should I answer? Bastian asks, piano sheet music? Levis replies, yes, the piano that you ordered the interior decorator to put in, not long ago, has arrived at the summer villa today. Bastian thinks in his heart. It seems she is very satisfied. Bastian's eyes become gentle, to the point of contacting me first. He remembers the scene where he helped Odette. From that day on, she no longer looks into my eyes. Seeing Bastian say nothing, Levis speaks. Master. Bastian pauses and then quickly turns to tell Levis. Tell her to come to the Navy Department at 12 o'clock tomorrow, Levis. Tell her she can have lunch together. The next day at noon, the clock points to 11:30. Odette stands in the grounds of a large villa. I have arrived too early. She sits down on the wooden chair next to her. I am not used to going anywhere else. Then Odette opens a book and reads. I will sit here and wait until the appointment time. Sandrine appears. She smiles and greets Odette. Hello, Odette. It seems like you are waiting for someone at the Navy Department. Seeing this, she puts the book down and stands up to greet her. Hello, Countess Leonard. I have a lunch appointment here. Sandrine smiles. So that is how it is. Then let us go together. It just so happens that I also have someone I want to meet at the Navy Department. Odette coldly looks at her and refuses. No, I will wait here. Then she politely explains and greets. Sandrine, because the meeting place is here, then I wish you a good day, Countess Leonard. Then Odette calmly sits back down on the chair. After Odette sits down, Sandrine coldly smiles and then sarcastically says, It is surprising that a lady with royal Burke blood is so rude. Sandrine's voice is full of sarcasm and coldness, since when in Burke under the sky has an officer's wife been treated like a countess like this? Odette retorts, If I am indeed Captain Klaus's wife, and you are indeed Countess Leonard, yes, this is indeed rude. Odette's words surprise Sandrine, but is not our relationship a bit different? Odette coldly looks at her and replies, Looking at your words and actions until now, I guess you do not consider me Bastian's wife at all. You have considered that position as yours. Hearing Odette say this, Sandrine angrily shouts, What nonsense are you talking about? Odette is not flustered at all, she still says coldly. If so, then as you said, I am a duchess with royal blood. Why should someone like me bow down to you? Being said this by Odette, Sandrine can't say anything more and just opens her eyes wide and opens her mouth. What? Odette continues to say to her, Say exactly what you want. If you want me to be the wife of the officer, then I will do so. I will apologize to the noble lady with a higher status because I was rude. Odette's voice is cold, suddenly even colder. But if you keep acting like Lady Klaus in front of me. Odette with a serious face, but a cold voice warns Sandrine. Then get used to this. Odette directly calls out her identity as if to remind her to remember that she is not completely divorced yet, Countess Leonard. The pink-haired girl stands there in front of a girl sitting on a chair. What, should I stand up and apologize to you? Sandrine's hand clenches tightly. Sandrine's face darkens. What a touching concern. If so, then feel free to sit and enjoy reading. Odette bows her head and quietly picks up the book. Yes, thank you for understanding. Sandrine frowns and looks. Odette's voice rings out. Then please be careful on your way. She turns her head and leaves. She stops. Odette. Sandrine glances and smiles. I hope you will have plenty of time to read, because you may have to wait longer than you think. A red-haired man chases after Sandrine. No, Sandrine, Bastian has an urgent matter. She is surprised and turns her head. What? Did something bad happen? Lucas von Ewald, seriously, there has been an urgent call from the royal palace, saying that there is something to discuss because the beloved delegation has to participate in the naval festival. It seems that Admiral Demel will directly meet with His Majesty the Emperor, along with Bastian too. Sandrine's face turns serious. Then what about Bastian's lunch? Lucas says urgently. What is there to eat in this situation? You have to run to the royal palace immediately. Sandrine sighs. Lucas's voice rings out. I know in my heart that you are like this, because you want to meet Bastian, but today is absolutely not allowed. Lucas closes his eyes with an indifferent expression. Anyway, do not think nonsense anymore. Obediently go have lunch or something. Lucas glances at his sister. Do something, still not leaving. Sandrine looks at her younger brother's figure, so Bastian has gone to the royal palace already. Lucas tilts his head. No, maybe they are about to leave. There is a carriage waiting outside the window. It just so happens that the carriage sent by the royal family has arrived. Sandrine looks outside in surprise. Sandrine hurriedly leaves. I am sorry, Lucas. We will have lunch next time. I will treat you to a feast as an apology. Lucas is surprised. What are you saying? What are you going to do after all? Light shines on the magnificent palace. Marquis Demel happily leads Bastian behind him. Look who it is. Is not it Countess Lynott? Sandrine strokes her hair. Hello, Admiral. Marquis Demel is worried. Your face does not look good. What is the matter? Sandrine says calmly. I came to visit, planning to have lunch with Captain Ewald, my relative. Because my headache suddenly recurred, so I plan to go back halfway. Sandrine closes her eyes and bows her head wearily. I know my condition, but I guess there are many things that make me worry, so I get like this sometimes. Marquis Demel is startled. Oh my God. He gestures towards the carriage. Then please get in the carriage with us. Time is short, so it is difficult to take you home. But the Lynott family estate is also on the way to the royal palace. We will drop you off nearby. Sandrine smiles. The Admiral is so kind. Although I am shameless, I will be rude. The distant voice of the Marquis rings out. You are being too polite. Bastian narrows his eyes and looks at the two of them without saying anything. The luxurious carriage begins to depart. Bastian looks towards the palace. Odette. Bastian remembers the image of Odette sitting on a bench reading a book. I will soon know the situation, because he sent the servant to quickly send the news to her. Because from the beginning she came to Raz to buy sheet music, so she only came here to get it done. He again remembers the image of Sandrine, smiling gently, however. Bastian remembers Odette standing alone at the fountain. It is better to just pass each other like this. He contemplates between the Emperor's orders and the appointment with Odette. There is not even a need to hesitate to think about what needs to be prioritized in those two things. Odette, wearing a yellow dress, is reading a book, the wife for only 2 years, has not been in his priority. The convoy rolls on the wide and quiet road, the girl that he has nothing to give to. What is such a person to him? He clenches his trembling hand. To that girl, he is no better than a contract partner. Odette raises her head. She sees the car and all 3 people sitting in it. It is clear that it is like that. Sandrine and Bastian glance at her. Odette looks in surprise, her eyes full of loss. Bastian looks at Odette suspiciously. Why does she have that expression? The car has gone far. Odette's figure shrinks. The sun gradually sets behind the tall buildings. Odette reads a book under the lamp in the bedroom. Her eyes are full of sadness. The servant holding the letter reports to Odette, this is a letter from the captain. She takes the letter. Suddenly there was an urgent matter. So the appointment to have lunch will be postponed to another time, she thinks. A magnificent carriage sent by the royal family. Odette holds the sheet music, and her mind wanders. The Admiral is also in the car. It must be performing national duties. She clutches the page, but there is a bit of a hang-up in her heart, the matter of Sandrine also being present. She imagines the image of Bastian and Sandrine standing next to each other. That woman is the person who will become Bastian's real wife in 2 years. Odette sits on the chair, sadly thinking, I have seen through to the bottom countless times and realized, the pain of loss is proportional to the amount of affection that I have given. She clenches her fist. If it will not be hers. A man appears in front of Odette. She is startled. The image of Bastian resting his chin and smiling politely fills her mind, then she should not have been attached from the beginning. Odette looks up. Franz smiles and looks at Odette. Hello, it seems like the lady is here alone. The light angle of the room changes. Darkness hides Odette's face. Franz's voice rings out. Can I have the honor of inviting the lonely lady for a cup of tea? Odette gently purses her lips. In the end, She smiles and softly says, I decline. My husband is coming soon, she thinks. Why is she looking forward to that? The evening light shines on the building. Sunset begins to fall. Bastian sits alone at his desk, contemplating. He frowns and lowers his head in thought, a girl who is always refined and cold. Bastian remembers the scene of meeting Odette in the afternoon, again like an abandoned child. He wonders, why does she show that expression? He narrows his eyes. She always acts like she has no feelings for him, so why does she? Thomas respectfully stands in front of Bastian with a file in his hand, listening to him say, "Executive Director, we have to speed up the progress of the work." He sweats and softly asks, "Is there any reason why you have to do this, young master?" He bends down and puts his hand on the desk. "By the middle of next week, I plan to move back to the mansion permanently, the newlywed house." Thomas carefully inquires, "You mean?" He raises his head and looks at him. "Yes, sooner than expected." He thinks of Odette, the blue-eyed girl with long black hair and sad eyes. Maybe I and my wife should live together. The evening glow covers the large mansion. Bastian crosses his arms and smiles. Today there was an emergency summons from the royal palace about Crown Prince Belov deciding to participate in the naval festival. Everyone is paying attention to this event and its purpose. If it is Crown Prince Belov, that is, Princess Isabel's fiancé, clearly, the action of inspecting the allies is just an excuse. But the truth is that they want to directly check the rumors related to the princess. Emperor Berg summoned Marquis de Mel and Bastian to talk about this, and his wishes, Bastian explains to Thomas, "At a time like this, the Emperor wants me to show the image of a perfect loving couple, so it is necessary to urgently live together." He lowers his head and thinks, in fact there is still plenty of time, but anyway, it is something that must be done. He affirms that if the Emperor's trust increases, it will also be beneficial for Odette. Thomas shakes his head and touches his chin, showing that he understands, so that is it, of course. It is not good for a newlywed couple to live apart like this, but he lets go of his hand and looks at Bastian. "I just do not see it like you," he suggests. "If temporarily Lady Clausitz moved to Raz to live with you, would not it be better?" He closes his eyes and tilts his head once the stock listing issue is resolved. "I can stay in Arden and handle the work from there," he firmly says. "I do not want to entrust my wife with things that I can solve within my capabilities." Thomas sweats. "I thought you did not like that marriage." He tries to find words. "It turns out that young master is a much better husband than I thought." Bastian laughs out loud. He smiles brightly. "Marrying a bride with a noble status. Is not it natural that I have to be like that?" Blue sky, white clouds, sunlight shines down on the mansion, and new day begins. Chief maid Dora respectfully bows. "Madam, the master has returned." Odette's hands are on the piano keys. She turns her head in surprise and asks, "What day is it today?" Dora respectfully replies, "It is Wednesday, madam." Odette also thinks so. "That is right. It is clear that it is like that." She widens her eyes. Doubtful. The man who always said he was so busy that he did not even come home on the weekends. Why is he back on Wednesday? Dora smiles. "I am sorry to be presumptuous, but should not the madam quickly go see how the master is?" He said he went to the bedroom first. Odette walks quickly. The sound of high heels echoes in the hallway. What is going on? I do not even have time to dress properly. She turns to another hallway. She tilts her head and looks at the noisy hall with countless people below. She looks at them blankly. The staff from Townhouse are carrying big trunks, she thinks. Bastian immediately went to the bedroom, completely different from usual. Odette goes to the door of the room. Could it be? Suddenly, a voice rings out. "Madam." The maid points to the room next door. "The master is in here." She is startled and tilts her head. She walks over and holds the doorknob. She opens the door with a lot of questions in her heart. Her bedroom, although I do not know why he came to my bedroom, but Bastian stands facing the window. Odette looks at him and thinks, just like the real owner of this mansion. He turns around. Bastian puts his hands in his pockets politely and looks at Odette, smiling, she thinks, as if announcing, the real owner of this mansion has returned. The night sky is full of stars. The mansion falls into a quiet state. The sound of footsteps echoes in the mansion. Bastian walks, wearing a bathrobe. He glances at himself in the mirror. Bastian with dark circles under his eyes. How long has it been since he was able to sleep properly? He remembers the scene of himself sleeping on the sofa. The time when he felt sleepy to the point of being unbearable, he would take a nap. He remembers the scene of himself reading a book while eating something to get by, is a must. He also remembers the scene of him sitting and working in the room continuously day after day, and then focusing all his energy on work every day. Bastian puts his hand on his face and sighs. He walks back to his room thinking, anyway, I have spent time preparing the bait. From now on, I just need to wait for father to take the bait. Bastian walks in the hallway thinking, the preparation for the naval festival and the parade ceremony are also in the completion phase. He knocks on the door of the room. A voice rings out in the room. Yes, come in. The sound of the door opening rings out, he thinks. Now there is only one task left. He looks at Odette holding her elbow and thinks, is to act perfectly, like a newlywed couple enjoying a sweet honeymoon. Odette gently looks at him. What do you want to say, Bastian? Bastian has a cold face. Nothing. The atmosphere is stiff. Both of them freeze and say nothing. Odette tries to restrain herself. Do not bump into him. If you do not act emotionally, nothing will happen. She smiles happily. If so, then what brings you here? Bastian walks past her. To sleep. She immediately turns her head in surprise. Do not tell me you mean to use the same bed as me? He walks to the bed and pulls up the blanket. You are already near the bed again. Why do you still have to ask? She says, seriously, because I can't understand. I understand that because of Crown Prince Belov's visit, our living together has been pushed up sooner. In Odette's voice, and also understand that we need to show more intimacy and affection. Bastian closes his eyes and leans back on the soft pillow and says dejectedly, but why? She sweats and is surprised to think, why does he look so tired? She purses her lips and thinks, even so, I have to say it. She puts her hand on her chest and smiles politely. I am willing to cooperate with that. But Bastian, it is not necessary to do it to this extent. He lies on the bed and says calmly, what if a problem arises at the most important time? Can you take responsibility? Odette hesitates. That. Bastian strokes his forehead. Maybe there are still rumors that we are using separate rooms. It is just that the rumors are not big enough to surface. She frowns, but couples in name only also have separate sleeping arrangements. He lies down on the pillow and rests his hand on his head, leaning over and says, I am a mixed bag, so I do not know that. How can the grandson of a scrap dealer be as noble as you? Odette widens her eyes and thinks, oh no. She walks quickly over, that is not what I meant, She trembles, standing by the bed. Bastian's voice rings out, talk tomorrow, Odette. He closes his eyes and whispers, right now I can't hear you clearly, so let us talk tomorrow. She looks at him in surprise, Bastian. She calls him but does not receive an answer. She grabs his shoulder and shakes him. She widens her eyes in shock. His voice rings out, what? Bastian puts his hand on the pillow and sleeps soundly. Odette is startled, he is really asleep. Standing in front of the window, facing the honeymoon mansion of Bastian and Odette, Lady Clausitz trembles all over. She violently pulls the window curtain and shouts, it is terrible. She angrily turns and walks elsewhere. How long will I have to live like this? Behind her is her son Franz Clausitz. Reading a book, he looks at his mother and thinks, it is starting again. She frowns and raises her head, her face full of anger. Bastian, that kid, do not tell me he is planning to take advantage of the daughter of the beggar duke to build social connections and remarry the daughter of the poisonous snake, Duke Pelia. Franz is a little worried, even if he is reckless. How can he do that to the Emperor's granddaughter? Lady Clausitz's voice rings out. Well said, is the Emperor's granddaughter. Just a child with no power. She walks back and forth in the room annoyedly. There is no reason not to throw it away, moreover. That is Jeff Clausitz's son. She quickly grabs the glass of wine on the table. I should have ignored the reputation and cut off the buds sooner. Your father is really stupid. She raises the glass and drinks, tilting her head and drinking it all, finding an excuse to drive him away, but it turned out to be raising a monster. She puts the glass down on the table and says, with a bit of worry, but Franz, anyway, it is very strange. Her eyes look down, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Everyone knows they are a newlywed couple who are in love, but the words of the servants are a bit different. Franz's voice rings out, what do you mean? Her eyes widen, and she says in surprise, Bastian will come to the villa on the weekends, but they always use separate rooms. A man full of vitality with a wife can't be like that. Franz trembles and jumps up, dropping the book and saying in panic, Mother, are you even investigating such indecent things? She closes her eyes with a bit of sadness. Yes, you should bloom into the noble flower of the family. I will wallow in the mud for you. Her face darkens, and she says seriously, even so, Franz, the world is changing. Now those nobles who do not have money can't be called nobles anymore. But you are different. She emphasizes, your father's wealth and bloodline, you will inherit all of those things, so you are also the most perfect noble. Franz looks at his mother in a panic. She walks closer to her son. So do not disappoint your father. She tightly grabs Franz's shoulders. Hold on to your fiancé, Ella. Your father was very happy to be related to the Klein family. Lady Clausitz looks at her son with a hopeful look. You can do it, right? He lowers his head in thought. The book lies under his feet. He clenches his fist. Yes, mother. Outside the window, dark clouds are gathering. Franz is holding a piece of paper in his hand. He holds it up and looks at it. He remembers the image of Odette and the waiter carrying a plate of chocolate. She took a piece from the plate. He saw her put it in her mouth and close her eyes to enjoy it. Holding the chocolate wrapper in his hand, he sobs, Odette. He closes his eyes with a sad expression and misses that girl. What is she doing now? If only I could freely look at her beautiful face. He reaches out and opens the drawer of the desk. Inside is a red notebook. He picks up a pen and writes, No, I can't help but admit. He seriously looks at the notebook. The image of Odette gradually appears completely, he thinks. Wants her. Sunlight shines in from the window. Odette slowly opens her eyes. She sees the side of the man's face. She dazed looks at him, her eyes from somewhere. Bastian in the morning sunlight rests his hand on the pillow and looks at her, startling her. She blushes in embarrassment. Why is he looking at me like that? Last night after Bastian fell asleep, she went to the other side of the bed. From the incident at the villa last time, I know for sure that asking to sleep elsewhere is an unwise thing. She lifts the blanket and lies on the bed, so this time, I decided to endure it and lie on the bed. She grabs the blanket with a thoughtful expression, but I slept too comfortably. She turns her back to him with a happy expression. Sleeping alone. I have never slept so soundly. He looks at her with a doubtful expression. A hand brushes against her chin. Bastian grabs Odette's chin and pulls her face back. Odette is surprised and widens her eyes to look. He lets go of his hand. She looks at him and blushes, sweating, and thinks, what is it? She shyly lowers her face and thinks, I should say good morning first. She frowns and thinks, she is wearing pajamas, so would it be too formal? Bastian closes his eyes and lowers his head and sighs, startling Odette. The servant's voice rings out outside the door. Master, I have prepared tea according to your instructions. Odette is still blushing and hears Bastian answer, come in. Bastian takes Odette's hand. He narrows his eyes and tilts his head and says gently, are you ready, madam? She is surprised and turns her head to look at him. What is she ready for? But still nods as if she has to do something. The luxurious food cart is pushed in with a plate of beautifully shaped cakes and a pot of tea on top. Bastian narrows his eyes a little unhappily. In front of him is the servant bowing, respectfully, waiting. He raises his hand and puts his arm around Odette's shoulder and thinks, could it be? Odette looks at the servant in the room and realizes what he said to prepare. Is this it? Bastian hugs Odette and kisses her forehead. She is shocked and widens her eyes. A red-haired maid blushes and widens her eyes and opens her mouth to look at the scene in front of her. Odette blushes in surprise. Is this it? The sound of the piano rings out in the room. Odette smiles and closes her eyes to enjoy the music. Bastian stands in the distance watching Odette play music. Bastian has a serious face with an unclear expression. She is indeed a hard-working girl, the results of following her for the past few days. Odette does not waste any time. Bastian remembers the scene of seeing her checking the dishes in the cabinet. He is suddenly surprised to think, she even does the things in the mansion honestly, like a servant, that can be left to the head maid. When he went to bed to read a book preparing to sleep, she was still sitting at the desk writing. She is also carefully consolidating her social position, which he did not expect. He sits down on the sofa and rests his chin and thinks, I did not expect her to be so sincere in doing the work of the mistress. Maybe I made a not too bad deal. Odette slightly opens her eyes. She widens her eyes in surprise. She jumps up suddenly and asks, when did you come? Bastian lowers his head and gently touches his chin with his fingertip. Continue. It sounds very good. She tilts her head and sweats looking at him. Thank you for the praise and encouragement, but I still have many shortcomings. Bastian looks at her with a blank expression. Really? She smiles shyly. Yes, I have not played the piano for a long time, so my hands are a bit stiff. She lowers her eyes a little sadly. When my ability improves, then... She looks up. Something catching her attention, huh? She hesitatingly covers her mouth. She will leave in 2 years. How can she say that? He stands up and takes a step. He comes in front of her and tilts his head to ask, then what? She looks at him in surprise. She lowers her eyes and blushes. Then I will play for you. He looks at her quite satisfied. The servant comes and says respectfully, the horses have arrived, master. Odette looks quickly. She is doubtful. Horses. Bastian puts his arm around her waist and answers, all right. He tilts his head and looks at her gently and asks, do you know how to ride a horse? She purses her lips. Odette clutches her dress tightly. She uncomfortably thinks, every time Bastian does this, I feel like I am suffocating. She looks at him and smiles brightly. Maybe, she encourages herself, but I have to try my best to show that I am a wife who loves her husband, because that is our contract. The servant leads a white-haired horse over and says, smiling, its name is Shun, madam. It is a 3-year-old mare, so it is very gentle. It is not difficult to control. He looks at the horse a little worried and says, if you do not feel well, just say it. I will buy you a horse to practice with. Odette turns back to look at him reassuringly. It is okay. I learned to ride a horse when I was young, although the feeling has decreased a lot because I have not practiced for a long time. He looks at Odette's back and asks, when was the last time you rode a horse? She thinks, maybe. It was 6 years ago. She strokes the horse's neck. Bastian's voice rings out. There is no saddle specifically for women. Is that okay? The horse tilts its head to look at her. She, with a thoughtful expression, says, yes, I used to use my father's saddle before. Although my mother did not like it, I found it more comfortable. Blue sky and white clouds under the gentle sunlight. He smiles and looks at her. Then try it first. The horse gallops. Odette sits firmly on the horse and rides it galloping in the field. Bastian sits on his horse looking at Odette, a little surprised. He did not expect her to be so proficient in riding a horse. Although she has lived in exile, a princess is still a princess after all. He sits on his horse looking at Odette galloping and thinks, I heard that when Princess Helen was expelled from the royal family, she had to sell a lot of jewelry to prepare money. Relatives abroad are also willing to help her. He narrows his eyes and sighs. If it was not for Duke Dyson gambling, she would have been able to live nobly. She rides her horse to the opposite side of him. He looks at her and thinks, if so, then maybe Odette would never have glanced at him even once. He looks at her and gently encourages. At this level, you can probably go into the forest. What do you think? You can run comfortably. Her eyes look down. She says softly, I have not yet. His leg gently kicks the horse. It is okay, Odette. He turns his face to look at her and answers gently, I will escort you. She raises her head, her eyes wide, and thinks, escort. She blushes and smiles like a flower blooming. Yes, Bastian. He widens his eyes in surprise and looks at her. He is startled, looking at her back. He pulls the reins and chases after her. Behind the forest is a clear lake. Odette's long hair flutters in the wind. Odette rides a horse along the lake. She looks free and full of energy. Bastian follows behind. For the first time. The two of them ride horses galloping on a large meadow, he thinks. For the first time she smiled at him without pretense. The maid asks in surprise, I heard they slept in the same bed last night. The maid touches her face with an unbelievable expression and says, Amer, Olo. Today they even kissed in front of everyone. The three of them gather and discuss. The rumor that they reluctantly got married is wrong. The rumor that their relationship is not good, so they use separate rooms, is also wrong. If so, then does the master really love the madam? If not, then what other reason is there? The red-haired maid trembles and says, If the master really values the madam, what should we do? The head maid touches her hair and shakes her head. She frowns and glares at her. Molly, if you want to continue working in this house, then please the madam. The red-haired maid is panicked and worried and says, But head maid, I have already offended the madam. What should I do? She says calmly, The madame does not consider that day a problem, so you do not need to worry unnecessarily. Come on, everyone has to prepare for lunch. Do not gossip anymore. The red-haired maid's face darkens. The head maid's voice rings out in her ear. Do not gossip anymore. She walks quickly into the room. I did not expect the master to really have feelings for the madam. She worriedly thinks, no, I have to tell that person the truth. The full moon hangs in the sky. The dark night covers the mansion. The clock points to 8:15. Odette brushes her hair. She is a little nervous. If only Bastian would quickly fall asleep. Bastian crosses his arms and glances at her. How long is she going to continue brushing her hair? A tense atmosphere fills the room, a suffocating standoff. He closes his eyes and sighs. She will probably brush her hair until late at night if he does not lie down first. He lies down, pulls the blanket, and turns around. I have no choice. The clock points to 8:55. She turns off the table lamp and looks at him and thinks, he must be asleep by now. Wait until Bastian is sound asleep. She lifts the blanket. She lies down, closes her eyes, and sleeps quietly. Hearing a noise, she opens her eyes. She is startled and panicked to see Bastian opening his eyes and looking at her. She blushes and covers her mouth. He pretended to be asleep. I almost screamed. She restrains herself. Even so, I have to calm down. She softly asks, Can't you sleep? He looks at her and asks back, What about you? She is stunned. She gently breathes a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he does not intend to cross the line like last time. Can't sleep well, even though he is very tired. Her voice rings out and he widens his eyes. Thank you for today, Bastian. She says happily and comfortably. Thanks to you. I am very happy. It has been a long time since I have ridden a horse. Many childhood memories have surfaced. His voice rings out. Really, do you want to go back to that time? She gently grabs the blanket. Let us see. He looks at her. Her voice is sad. That is a meaningless hypothesis. She suddenly remembers something. Turns her head to look at him. Ah, right. I wanted to tell you about the garden party that we plan to hold this weekend. What do you think about inviting Count Janders, too? Both of their voices ring out in the quiet night. Bastian, Count Janders. That botanist, Odette says. That is right. I heard that the Janders family also owns a villa in Arden. It just so happens that they contacted me this weekend, saying they have returned to the villa. They also said they would like to have a meal with us sometime. He looks at her with a thoughtful expression. There must be a reason to add a person who is not on the planned list. What is it? Odette says happily. Janders, a famous family that has never fallen from the top position in the Imperial Nobility Yearbook. Once you make a connection with that person, you will gain a great advantage in high society. He narrows his eyes and thinks, who is helping who after all? The two of them turn their faces and look at each other for a long time. Bastian compromises, just do as you wish, because that is the work of the mistress. Odette happily answers, yes. Bastian. She looks at Bastian and talks endlessly, moreover regarding the program of the party, according to me. The night is still going on. Odette has fallen asleep. Bastian rests his hand on the pillow and looks at her face while she sleeps. Odette, once this marriage ends, how will your life go? He imagines the image of her wearing a wide-brimmed hat, stepping out of the cage to explore the world, a smart and upright girl. If the matter of father and money is resolved, then she will surely live a brighter life than anyone else. Who knows? She will also have a real marriage and manage a new family. He imagines the image of Lady and Count Janders happy together. Or, rather, like Lady Countess Janders. He is sadly dejected. Why is his mood so dejected? Although such a life is very suitable for Odette, but... She leans over. She turns to face him. He narrows his eyes to look at her. It seems she is more trusting than expected. He reaches out to touch her face. Compared to when she put up thorns, when approaching, now she is more gentle. She also sleeps very soundly. He brushes the long strands of hair that fall down to her shoulders. Odette sleeps sweetly, her cheeks flushed. He thinks, this, right now. He looks at her blankly. He suddenly sits up. Bastian hurriedly goes outside. He sits down on the salon chair in the living room. He lowers his head as if contemplating something. He rubs his forehead and sighs softly. He leans back on the chair, his hand resting on his forehead. He is going crazy. Dawn breaks. The mansion gradually escapes the darkness. Bastian lies on the bed. His eyes are wide, his face haggard. He grinds his teeth and says, "That is right, there is no way it was a dream." He turns and shouts at the servant. "Quickly help me up." The servant helps him up and leans him against the headboard. Bastian clutches the blanket tightly, trembling. "I can't believe it," I remembered. He remembers that Tira pushed him down at that time. It was that girl who made him become like this. He remembers Odette's face and angrily thinks, even if they know it was not an accident, both of them kept their mouths shut. He scratches his head constantly, but they could not have caused that without someone backing them. He widens his eyes and suddenly realizes, that is right. It must be the marriage with Odette. He remembers Bastian's face, the grandson of the scrap shop. He is the accomplice. The maid sweats and cautiously asks, "Sir, did you have a nightmare? I will bring you some tranquilizers." Bastian rubs his head in frustration. They dare. His hands tremble. The three of them have formed a gang together, locked him in this place, and are living ostentatiously. He raises his head and stretches out his hand and shouts, "Bring pen and paper here, quickly." The banquet is exquisite and elegant. The banquet is decorated in harmony with the scenery in the garden. The food is suitable for the season. Even the meticulous seating arrangement shows the care for the guests. The Countess happily walks ahead, smiling and saying, "There is nothing to complain about at today's party. It is excellent." She turns her head to look at her and smiles. "It has only been one season, and you have become a completely different person." Odette stands seriously, accepting the Countess's compliment. "It seems that you have now become a respectable lady, Odette." She humbly and gently answers, "I do not know anything. Surely the Countess has forgotten that I called and bothered her every day." The old woman smiles kindly. "With just a few words of advice, you have created this much success. You are a capable person, worthy of praise." Odette sadly thinks, "Indeed, blood cannot lie, worthy of being the daughter of the princess. If blood really determines everything, then half of me is like my father, right?" Odette remembers the time before she read her father's letter. Her father kept sending letters full of anger from the hospital, saying that she had married without permission. A marriage that her father opposed, and said that she was sponging off everything and tarnishing the family's reputation. She puts all the letters in the drawer and never touches them again. "I do not have enough confidence to face a father like that, so I decided not to read anymore. I do not regret the decision of that day at all, when I abandoned my father for Tira." She lowers her face, sadly following behind the Countess. But because she can't shake off the feeling of guilt that is still deep in her heart, one day she will have to go see her father. The Countess looks at the little girl being carried by her father and says gently, "Son Maximin, should not you let your daughter walk by herself now?" She raises her head, startled. That person's voice rings out in her ear. "She is still a baby. Wait until she grows up a little more. I will let her walk by herself." He holds the girl like a doll in his arms and looks at Odette politely, saying, "I took a walk around the garden. The garden is decorated magnificently, Lady Closets." Bastian walks around the garden and admires it. Now he is forced to admit the fact that Odette is a talented hostess. He looks at the magnificently decorated garden and sighs. Just this spring, a girl who, at best, was only the object of contempt and pity. He remembers the image of her sitting in a floral palanquin, holding a fan to cover her face, her whole body full of glittering and gaudy gold jewelry. But in just one season, she has become the flower of high society, as if the obvious law of nature, just like a queen living a noble life. He closes his eyes with a calm expression, to put it bluntly. Is not it like a coronation ceremony built with money? The image of him holding the crown and putting it on her. What is it, no matter how much, as long as it can create a position that the world has never given us? As long as it can make his wife shine brighter than anyone else, there is no reason for him to hesitate. He tilts his head and looks around, but where is Odette? Anyway, it seems she was just here. Odette calls him from behind. "Bastian." Odette holds the cute little girl and walks with Maximin, looking like a family of three. He says seriously, So that is where you are. Maximin smiles happily, madam. Let me carry Elma. Maximin holds Elma and smiles. Looking at Bastian, I really admire it while walking around the magnificent villa, Captain Bastian. Bastian narrows his eyes. He steps forward and puts his arm around Odette's waist and says happily, "Thank you, sir. It is all thanks to my wife's care and management." Elma, with her big round eyes, raises her head to look up. The little girl pouts. Elma opens her mouth and shouts loudly, startling the three of them, "Mother." A lady behind Bastian says suspiciously, making his face darken, "Just now, the child called her mother." The Countess sweats and quickly comes forward. How pitiful. It is just that the child is jealous of other children who have their mothers by their side. Originally, Odette also likes children. Maximin hurriedly hugs Elma and leaves. "I am really sorry, everyone. I will calm her down." Elma lies on Maximin's back and cries loudly, "I do not like it, mother." The little girl's shout is still echoing everywhere, mother. She hurriedly comes forward to explain, "It is just a child's confusion. I hope you can forgive her, Captain Bastian." The Marchioness smiles kindly. "Anyway, that child—" Marquis de Mel coughs lightly. Those words are completely true, because Maximin's deceased wife looks very similar to Lady Clauset's here. He raises his finger and ponders. "Now that I think about it, Elma also looks a lot like my mother." "That is right. That is why I said. No wonder my mother and Lady Clauset's look so similar." Marchioness de Mel's face turns pale, and she shouts loudly, "Honeys." She hurriedly grabs his hand and says urgently, "Do not say such nonsense. Come here quickly. You drank too much." Marquis de Mel does not think it is right. "I did not drink much today. The Marchioness only regrets that iron cannot be made into steel. Oh my God, I can't live with you." "Really?" The Countess looks at them and sighs softly. She turns to look at the two of them and says gently, "You two should quickly have children too, even other people's children like that. How much more attached will you be to your own children?" The Countess's voice echoes in her ear. "Is not that right? Odette." Odette lowers her head and remains silent. Bastian smiles and looks at the Countess and says, "Yes, Odette will definitely become a good mother, loving her children." He turns to look at Odette, his eyes gentle. "I want to have a beautiful daughter like her mother. What about you?" He holds her hand tightly. The corners of her mouth tremble, she thinks. Stay true to what you need to do until the end. She immediately laughs happily. "For me, it is fine, like anyone." At night, countless fireworks are shot into the sky. The two of them stand in front of the romantic scenery and think, to this extent, today's party can be considered a success, right? Even the Countess praised it endlessly. The couples happily hug and kiss each other. Perhaps the guests are also satisfied and enjoying the party. Bastian and Odette tilt their heads and glance at each other. Odette proudly thinks, "Although it is not something I want to show off, but—" He raises his hand and gently grabs her chin. She blushes and thinks, "Because this is a party I really tried to prepare." He hugs her and leans over to kiss her lips. Odette's face is flushed red and she thinks, for the first time, she feels that she has done her role well. The two of you stand kissing under the sky full of fireworks. Odette is a little expectant again, but why does she want to receive recognition from Bastian in her heart? Odette's face is red. She dizzily looks at Bastian's face magnified in her sight and thinks, "It is just doing what needs to be done. According to the contract, why am I?" Bastian softly whispers, "Odette." She opens her eyes wide and looks at him, waiting. He looks at her with sad eyes. "Our reason for divorce is adultery. How is it?" That image always lingers in his head. Odette holding Elma and standing next to Maximin. They are like a real family. He feels a little lost and thinks, maybe it is because of what happened just now. So he is not completely like himself at all, but suddenly such a thought arises. He gently calls the girl's name before his eyes. "Odette." He thinks, "I want to understand this girl's mind." Odette widens her eyes in surprise, looking at him when she hears him say, "Our reason for divorce is adultery." The fireworks have faded away, the clouds have covered the stars, darkness covers the two of them. He takes Odette's hand and explains gently, "We got married so loudly that it stirred up high society. Is there a more suitable reason to get divorced neatly?" She lowers her head and asks softly, "Do you really want that kind of rumor?" He slightly narrows his eyes to look at her. She lets go of his hand. She puts her hand on her chest and looks at Bastian calmly and says, "If you want, then I will do that. When that time comes, I will also try to find a suitable person." In the two of their bedroom, the lights are still on. He leans over to look at her sleeping soundly. Sighing softly, he dejectedly thinks, she told him to pretend to be a weak woman, while he can't even kiss properly. Bastian looks at her sleeping quietly and thinks, no matter what, as long as he is determined, he will be able to do it at all costs. He looks at her adoringly. The beauty, to the point that anyone is fascinated, is the truth. He reaches out his hand, wanting to touch her cheek. The image of talking to the Countess in the afternoon appears before his eyes. "You two should quickly have children too, even other people's children like that. How much more attached will you be to your own children?" He withdraws his hand. He sits up and gets out of bed and thinks, however, Such a thing will not happen with Odette. He raises his hand and strokes his forehead with a tired expression. Do not cause the seeds of trouble. It is probably the best, because he realizes when witnessing his father's life full of trouble, because he can't solve it. Chief Maid Dora stands respectfully in the mansion. She unconsciously looks out the window and sees the red-haired maid running somewhere in a hurry. Molly is again carelessly entering and leaving the garden. She sighs and says dejectedly, she always wants to be lazy and skip work. The large and ancient mansion appears in the sunlight. Jeff Clausett's mansion. Lady Clausett holds a file about the recent life of Bastian's couple and smiles, saying, like showing off he slept in the same bed with his wife, it is not like Bastian at all. Molly smiles ingratiatingly. It is clear that the two of them are in love. If you read through it all, you will also think like that. The loving actions that I have personally witnessed and recorded. You can believe it. She sighs and puts her hand on her chin. I thought they were acting to please the Emperor. She thinks with some suspicion. Could it be that he is sincere with his wife? She praises the red-haired maid in front of her. Indeed, I was wise to accept your suggestion. Nancy, your granddaughter is very smart, making me very satisfied. Nancy smiles ingratiatingly. Molly has been smart since she was a child. I guarantee she will be very helpful to you if you keep her by your side. The maid next to her asks suspiciously, how can you keep a child who has been sold as a maid in that house? By your side, Lady Clausett says calmly. It is not necessary to hire her as a helper to be my person. Just slowly think of a way. She lowers her face, her eyes worried about her husband's first wife's son, Bastian. If she thinks about it again, that boy has been abnormal since he was young. Bastian, when he was young, had a blank look in his eyes looking at his mother, even when witnessing his mother's death. But the pupils of a child were so still that it was creepy. His arm in a cast, his eyes coldly looking forward in the fear of his stepmother, continued to endure those harsh times. Even though I have pushed him to the brink so many times, he is growing stronger and stronger. It is disgusting. Lady Clausett's hands clenched, trembling. The day Sophia died, I should have eliminated that child, even if I had to endure the scandal, for the reputation of the family. I spared him a way to live, but he does not appreciate it and dares to take revenge. She will certainly not be afraid and give up. Of course, I can't sit still and watch, she instructs. Molly. Molly answers excitedly, yes, lady. She thinks it seems she has found a way. If Bastian really loves Odette, from now on you should focus on keeping an eye on Bastian's wife, because you may be able to become a good friend with her. That is no different from the best shackle. In front of the main hall of the mansion, the man is stepping on the red carpet. Bastian walks past his assistant. Odette has been happy. Because of yesterday's party yesterday, she was very excited to receive praise from the Countess. Bastian smiles and looks at his wife. Starting tomorrow, do not come out here. You do not need to wake up in the middle to perform these rituals. She looks at him dejectedly and thinks, what is she expecting from this man? He is just like an idiot. Her eyes are sad. This is just a contract that has a predetermined ending. There will be no difficulty if she does not reveal her feelings. She happily laughs to hide her loss anyway. She can't sleep in anymore, so it is not hard at all. Compared to the happiness of being able to see him one more time, what are those things? He looks at her smiling happily and thinks, her acting is getting better and better. He puts his arm around her waist and pulls her into his arms. He thinks, who knows, she may win the role of the main actress of the Royal Theatre after the divorce. The two of them hug each other, as if there is no one else around, happily laughing and talking. Bastian, if there is something you want to say, tell me, Odette. You know, I only need you. He slightly narrows his eyes, not very satisfied. Last night was exactly like this. He hugs her and kisses her lips. You said you would find a suitable partner. With that face, when you answered without hesitation. Then and even now, it is no different. He gently bites her lip, causing her to tremble. She stands on tiptoe. He gently strokes the skin on her back. Odette is immersed in the sweet kiss. He is more violent than usual. Why? Odette grabs Bastian's shirt, her hand trembling slightly. She can't breathe. His eyes look at her adoringly, but he suddenly realizes something. He releases her. She leans on him, taking in the fresh air. He gently hugs her and says, let us have dinner together. I will be back at 8 o'clock at the latest. Then he turns and leaves. She is startled and widens her eyes. She runs over and grabs his hand and calls out loudly, Bastian. She sweats and says, worriedly, there is no need to try too hard, of course. I will be very happy if I can do that with you, but I do not want to become a burden. He glances at her and smiles slightly. He lets go of her hand, causing her to be doubtful. He turns back and smiles and waves. Goodbye to her. Do not worry about that. Today is also not a day that I am too busy with work. The two maids behind her blush and cover their mouths and giggle. Oh my. She freezes. Cold sweat breaks out in waves. Why, after all? Blue sky and white clouds, lush green trees. Odette rides a horse in the forest. A dark shadow flashes in front of her. She widens her eyes in shock. She panics and pulls the reins. A snow-white dog raises its head to look at her, a puppy. She gets off the horse and walks closer to the dog. She walks over and looks at it saying, "Where did you come from? Could it be that you got lost from your owner?" Suddenly a bigger dog darts out. She reaches out her hand with a gentle expression. "I am sorry. So you are the mother." It does not care about the girl and takes its child in its mouth. It gallops off into the forest. She watches the direction the dog ran and thinks, where did that dog come from? After all, although it looks worn out, it seems to be an expensive breed of dog. Sunset falls on the forest. She looks at the sky, a little surprised. Time has passed so quickly. If I do not quickly go back, I won't have time to dress up and welcome. She says dejectedly, if Bastian knows the truth that she welcomes guests in riding clothes, she does not know what words he will utter again. That cold look, she does not want to see it anymore. She sadly lowers her head. She remembers the image of the party last night, the moment when he uttered those words, "Our reason for divorce is adultery, how is it?" She comforts herself and thinks, although she has to hear those words in the end, but at least before that, she wants to do her part well. She remembers the piano in the room, although it is a matter of being aware of the eyes of the world. Bastian gives her a lot of care. Gave her a piano as a gift. She remembers the white horse she rode, and gave her the opportunity to ride a horse, told her that she could ride a horse anytime she wanted, and even prepared equipment for her. Everything. She sadly closes her eyes, because she knows there are too many favors that he has given her until now, so she will not say words that hurt him. She grabs the reins. Her heart full of sorrow, at least she will leave in that man's memory, with the image of a valuable worker. She rides her horse back to the mansion along the old trail, her heart lost and thinks, because what she wants, no matter where she goes, there is only a happy ending with Bastian. It is almost dark. The servant informs Odette. The master sent a message that the company's work is busy today, so he may be back late. He bows respectfully. He may also stay overnight at Mr. Mueller's house, so the madam should go to bed early and not wait. She holds the cup of tea in her hand with a firm voice. He did not mention anything about spending the night outside. She puts the cup of tea down on the table in thought. Also, she has to go back a long way, just take a nap, and then have to go again in the dim morning. Instead, it would certainly be more convenient to stay at a friend's house in the capital. She stands up and answers, "I know, Lovis." He says a little nervously, "Madam." He looks at her back. "I have something I want to ask the madam. I do not know if it is convenient for me to say it now." She glances but does not turn back. "What is the matter?" He sweats and stammers. "The thing is, recently the master has insisted on not eating breakfast properly. It is really worrying." He softly tells about the incident this morning. "When he brought coffee to Bastian, even just this morning, the way to work is quite far. I am afraid the master will be tired, so I will prepare a driver." Bastian grinds and pours sugar into the coffee. No need. He raises the cup of coffee and drinks it all. Lovis sees that and is dissatisfied. He is using that drink as a substitute for breakfast. Again, he softly advises Bastian. "If so, then please have a full breakfast. If you continue like this, your health will be affected." Bastian smiles and says, "His health, he knows best, you do not need to worry." Lovis does not think it is right and says, "You have been postponed from going on an expedition because of health problems." How can you say those words? Bastian looks at Lovis smiling and defending. "Not really. Does eating a proper breakfast help you avoid a bullet flying over?" Lovis puts his hand on his forehead and says dejectedly, "It would be better if you had a full meal instead of just drinking coffee, but you completely do not listen to me." Odette seems to have realized, so that is how it is. It is because he is worried about the diet of the imperial hero. Lovis puts his hope in the mistress in front of him. But if the madam says it, he will definitely listen. Please persuade him to help me. She thinks feeling it is a bit impossible. A stubborn person who does not even listen to the advice of the closest steward. How can he listen to the ramblings of a fake wife of 2 years? She is a little troubled, however, she can't refuse this request. She answers with effort, "If so, then I will try to say it once." He bows happily and says, "Thank you, madam." Originally, he is a person who does not know how to take care of himself, but now he is fortunate to have madam by his side. She sweats and tries to smile. What? If he does not agree? Then she will just say it straight and ask for cooperation. The city is immersed in the night. Thomas gestures towards the car and says, "Today you should go with me, young master. It is too late to go back to Ardennes." Bastian walks past him and answers, "No. I will go home no matter what." He is surprised. "You won't be able to sleep for a few hours and then have to go back to Ras." "Why do you have to do it to that extent?" He closes his eyes and breathes a sigh of relief. It is nothing. Because it is the honeymoon. He sweats a little nervously. It seems the rumor that a hero can't pass the beauty test is completely correct. He is a little worried. To put it bluntly, I was very worried. Afraid that you would encounter misfortune because of a wrong marriage. He tilts his head to look at him. "Do not worry. Odette is a good person," he smiles. "Yes. Because you said so. I will believe it now." He looks at his back and thinks, does the young master know? He looks at him. His face is calm, the corners of his mouth slightly curved, as if thinking of someone. After getting married, his face looks very peaceful. The car returns to the villa late at night. Bastian just entered and the head maid announced, "The madam has gone to bed." He also thinks so. There is no way she is still awake until the early morning. He puts on his robe and rests his hand on his forehead, walking in the villa. He touches his forehead and thinks of Odette, who is still sleeping soundly. There is no need to share the same bed tonight. He does not want to wake the girl who is sleeping soundly. He walks gently in the hallway. Just the images that have been shown in the past are enough. Standing in front of the bedroom door, the door that leads to Odette's bedroom, he looks at the door and suddenly realizes he unconsciously came here because habit. He turns his head back. He stops as if thinking about something. He closes his eyes and breathes a sigh of relief. He turns his head back and walks thinking, just for a moment. He opens the door and thinks a little nervously he will look at Odette sleeping and then go back to his room. He remembers the image of him walking in the hallway and thinks, maintaining the lifestyle that has become a habit is the most effective way to live, because it can minimize the waste of thought and emotion. He remembers the scene of him lying sideways on the bed looking at Odette sleeping soundly, but now he is not sure anymore. He does not know when Odette has become a part of his habit. He narrows his eyes thinking, but the consumption of thought and emotion has not decreased. He does not know if the door of the room is opening or the door of his heart is opening, he thinks. On the contrary, because of that habit, his life seems to be getting more complicated. He looks at the room in the darkness. He walks to the bed. Reaching Odette, he looks at her. He widens his eyes in shock. She is not asleep yet. She is waiting for him to come back. "Come here, Bastian." His heart feels like something has gently touched it. He says gently, "I did not mean to wake you up." His voice rings out. "Even until this late." She sits up. "It is okay. I am waiting for you to come back." She looks at him, her cheeks flushed. If she is a good wife, is not this an obvious thing? He looks at her in surprise. Time passes quietly. The light from the stars shines in the sky. A new day begins. Duke Bastian tilts his head and asks the maid, "Really, no letters have arrived?" She lowers her head and answers, "Yes, the Duke's mailbox is empty." His eyes widen, and he opens his mouth in panic. How can that be? Go check again. Go immediately. The maid sweats. "I have checked back and forth 3 times. He hugs his head and shouts angrily, "They know the truth and still dare to despise me." The maid dejectedly leaves. He is having another fit. He closes his eyes and angrily scolds, "Bastian, Bastian. That bastard destroyed Odette and made him become like this so that he can marry Odette. He wants to take his daughter as spoils of war to cover up that lowly blood." The maid trembles when she hears his words. "Tira, that stupid little girl could not possibly use her brain. Odette must have played a trick. They teamed up to eliminate their father and live happily together." The maid hears a shocking secret. She freezes, standing there listening to descend, saying, "That is right. Clearly they originally intended to kill me, because if I had fallen harder, I might have died on the spot, immediately." She touches her chin and thinks, could it be, did the daughter cause the incident that made the father become like that? She tilts her head and looks at Duke Bastian in fear, thinking, if that is the truth, is not it clearly a crime? A hand knocks on the door. Bastian's voice rings out, "Come in." Odette encourages herself. It is okay. It is not like there is no chance of success. She steps in and tilts her head to look around. Bastian stands in front of the window wearing a shirt. He turns back to look at her. "Odette." She turns around, her face red and shy, thinking, why did she have to come in right when he was changing clothes? The maids are laying out food on the table. Their voices ring out. "Bastian, what is wrong, Madame Odette? As you can see, this is breakfast." She shyly looks towards the table. All the servants are also present. She can't leave this place just because he is changing clothes. He pulls the hem of his shirt and fastens it into his pants. He raises his hand and ties his tie. Odette shyly thinks, when is he going to put on his pants? He buttons his cuffs. Odette sees him put on his pants. She closes her eyes and breathes a sigh of relief. She sighs in relief. Now she can safely raise her head. For the first time, she sees how a man dresses. She looks at him putting on his vest, a little dazed. Although he is tall and has a large figure, he gives a refined impression. Or is it because of the smooth lines of the clothes? He walks over, startling her. "There is no need for that, Odette. I just need coffee." Her cheeks are still red. She gently suggests, "Now that the way to work has become farther, why do not you try changing your habits? Would not it be better?" He says nothing and lowers his head to look at the table. She affirms and thinks, there is no way Bastian would listen to her in just one time. She confidently remembers Tira. However, she has experience in coaxing others to eat. Even picky Tira was very difficult to please when she was young. She raises her hand and grabs the spoon. Of course, Tira at that time was just a small and weak child. Anyway, the essence of caring for and preparing meals is the same. She raises the spoon in one hand and raises the cup with the egg in the other hand and smiles happily. Let us try the egg divination. His face darkens. Egg divination. She uses the spoon to tap the top of the egg. It is to look at the shape of the cracked eggshell and predict today's luck. Look, like this. Lovis puts his hands behind his back looking at Odette. Smiling happily, she says, "Come on, Bastian. I will see the divination for you." She mouths, "Please cooperate with me." He looks at the scene with a headache. It seems Levis wants to force him to eat breakfast at all costs. He bends over and sits down on the chair. He suddenly realizes there is no sugar in the table. He looks at Lovis, smiling there. "Lovis, have you decided to become the madam's person?" She looks at him gently and says, "Compared to just drinking coffee, it would be better for you to eat fully, or it will be a big trouble if your body is weak." He gently glances at her. His hand holding the spoon taps the egg. He smiles and looks at her. "What is wrong? Are you afraid of becoming a widow?" She happily jumps up. "Of course. I do not want to stay alone in this world without you." She lowers her eyes and looks at the egg, thinking of her lovely younger sister. Actually, she set up the egg divination to attract Tira's interest. This lucky star. It seems today will be a lucky day. The egg cracks into 3 lines. She smiles and coaxes him. "Now if you eat all of that egg, the divination will come true. Come on. There is also prepared bread and salad to eat with it." She sweats, her eyes looking at the egg. Bastian must have guessed. All the divination tricks are meaningless. She looks at Lovis looking hopefully this way, but Lovis is extremely expectant and is watching. She looks at him, blushing a little expectantly, above all. She looks at him and puts her hand under her chin, dejectedly thinking, "She has done this much, please eat it." His hand holding the spoon scoops up the yolk of the egg. Lovis widens his eyes and smiles in surprise. She also looks at him in surprise. He closes his eyes and puts the spoonful of egg in his mouth. She happily thinks. Bastian has listened to her. Looking at him, eating the egg leisurely, she feels relieved. She thought of trying to negotiate when it was just the 2 of them, if she failed this time, but that is no longer necessary. She puts her hand on her cheek and looks at him adoringly, anyway, today. She looks at the egg cracked into the shape of a star. Maybe the lucky star has also appeared to her. The voice of a girl rings in the phone. "Sister." She is overjoyed and immediately picks up the phone and asks repeatedly, "Tira, are you okay? How is your first semester at the new school? Are you keeping up with the class? Are you eating properly?" Tira laughs happily, reminding her sister, "Calm down. You might run out of breath. I am living very well. I also have many friends to play with." Odette holds the receiver and listens quietly to her younger sister speaking. Her face full of longing. She eats a lot. Her waistline must have increased by 1 size. It seems she is living very well. That is great. Tira is silent for a moment and hesitates. "But sister, actually, a few days ago I had a dream that made me uneasy, so I called you." Hearing Tira say this makes her startled and widen her eyes. She dreamed that father threw her into prison. That dream was very clear, vivid, and like real life. She interrupts her younger sister. "Come on, Tira." Her face darkens. "That matter has nothing to do with you. Forget it. She has said that she will take responsibility," Tira says. "But sister?" Odette again interrupts her younger sister. "Listen carefully, Tira Beller. If you utter those words one more time, I will not meet you again." Tira freezes after hearing this. She says sadly, "Sister, I am sorry. Everything is going smoothly, so maybe I feel uneasy. I am very happy, maybe because I am afraid of losing my current life." Odette comforts her younger sister. "It is okay. Tira, I promise that will never happen." "Yes. Now I will forget everything, so you also promise not to say such scary words anymore." Tira's voice rings out in the receiver. "Now you have a new family, but I still only have you as before. If I do not have you, I am just alone in this world, do you know that?" She softens her voice and corrects her younger sister. "Of course, I promise, Tira, that she really only has her family as you." Tira excitedly announces, "Ah, right, sister. Can you come to the parent-teacher conference? To me, you are like a mother." She is silent for a long time and secretly calculates. If she wants to go to Kazbar, she needs Bastian's permission. At least she has to be away for 2 days. Odette's voice rings out. "I will consider the time." Tira sweats and comforts her sister. "I do not want to create a burden for you. If you are busy, it is okay not to come." Tira's voice rings out. "Then I will call again next time. I love you. Goodbye, sister." Odette says goodbye, softly to Tira. "I love you too, Tira." She hangs up the phone, sadly thinking, in reality, Tira would not be able to imagine the situation of a worker who cannot leave the house for a few days without permission. Just like experiencing a grand wedding. As if they were happy. She clenches her fist and shakes her head. No, do not worry about things that are beyond her control. She looks out the window. The sky is clear and the wind is gentle. It is rare to have a bright and sunny day. She looks at the sky and smiles. There is no need to fall into a melancholic mood and ruin. Such a beautiful day, she must quickly go for a walk and return before sunset. The servant's voice rings out outside the door. "Madam, there is a guest looking for you." She answers in surprise. "Is not today not a day for guests to visit?" The headmaid respectfully says. "Yes, although there is no private appointment, that person wants to ask if the madam can spare some time." Dora gives the invitation card to Odette. Here, this is the visiting card that the guest wrote. She looks at the card, her eyes widening in surprise. Sunset falls on the city. Bastian is walking on the road. He glances at the other side of the road. He sees Jeff Clausitz hugging the waist of a woman and laughing and talking on the side of the road. He puts his hands in his pockets and looks at her contemptuously. Platinum blonde hair, light blue eyes. This time it is also a woman exactly like his mother. Constantly searching for a substitute for the woman that he has used and discarded without mercy. What a ridiculous hobby. He turns his head away. The love of the stepmother. The person who endures that situation is truly admirable. A train is running on the rails. The battle for the right to build the railway connecting the north and south ends of Berg is becoming more and more fierce. He thinks of his plan. Our joint venture with Lavier will lead the company of his father and win that battle. That is the beginning of his plan. He will be disordered once the right to build the railway is robbed. Suffering a heavy blow, father will surely become impatient. He will obviously be active in risky investments and seek a breakthrough. He thinks of the trap he has prepared. At that very moment, he will release the trap that he has prepared for a long time. He will ambush his father as easily as in the palm of his hand. He looks at the sunset in the sky and sadly thinks, although everyone outside is free to imagine and spread rumors about his revenge, he buries himself in this work not for that reason, because since leaving the family, they have become meaningless to him. He remembers the words of his grandfather. His grandfather said that it was because they had hurt him. If this silence was due to illness, it would not be so bad. His grandfather wanted to take revenge for his innocent mother, however. Illis, his grandfather, even before closing his eyes, always wanted to take revenge for his unjustly dead daughter. He remembers kneeling in front of his grandfather's grave. He promised, grandfather, the person who saved him from hell and gave him boundless love, he has a responsibility to repay his kindness. He grabs the steering wheel and drives home, he thinks. Anyway, he wants to check the honor and bloodline obtained by trampling on the children. Will it be good if there is no money? He clenches his fist and firmly thinks, once he loses everything because of the money of the scrap dealer who was once despised, he may know the answer, no matter what. To bring that day closer, this plan must succeed. He remembers Sandrine smiling in the past. In that regard, Sandrine is the best bride, because that is the safest solution, with the best effect in maintaining a friendly relationship with the Lavier family. He narrows his eyes, but if there is no Lavier family, but he still gets his wish. He remembers Odette. That is the lightning of wisdom. He remembers the image of her holding the egg, smiling radiantly. She said, "You will have a day to achieve valuable enlightenment." He lowers his head and sighs. When will she stop doing deceptive tricks every morning? The car runs on the road carrying Bastian's thoughts. But he realizes that the marriage with Sandrine is the best thing. Is it not a very wrong guess? Sunset falls on the mansion. A voice rings out, "Master, you are back. It seems you are back earlier than expected." Lovis respectfully bows. Actually, there is a guest at the mansion. Odette stands upstairs and calls him. Bastian. He looks up in surprise. Odette gently looks at him, with Maximin behind her. "Come here quickly." The young maid, wearing round glasses, carrying a handbag, walked on the street, sighing to herself, completely incomprehensible, remembering what Dassan, when tired and haggard, had screamed. "That is right. Clearly they originally intended to kill me, because if I had fallen harder, I probably would have died on the spot." She really does not understand. He is enjoying the luxury at a private hospital thanks to his son-in-law and daughter. The girl's expression is pensive, her eyes showing clear thoughts. But looking at his appearance so worried that he does not eat, there really must be something going on. While trying to consider what that is, the girl suddenly shakes her head hard. No, it must be the victim mentality of the patient. It is not the first or second time I have seen patients only in the hospital room, becoming melancholy and falling into illusions. She continues to walk forward, her eyes having seen a woman in the distance, standing in the middle of the street. Under the green trees, she came early. The girl excitedly called out, "Sister Suzanne." The tea-colored haired girl turned back, elegantly, and slightly pursed her lips, unclear whether she was serious or smiling. The space was moved to another location. The sky was already dusk. Between the building with a large architecture, the voice inside rang out, "It seems to be continuing the story, so it is." Finally, the owner of that sentence was revealed, that is, Lady Clausitz. She sat on the soft leather chair, saying, "The son-in-law and daughter colluded to make him become like that." The maid agreed. That is right. They said he kept insisting like that and causing trouble in the hospital room, but according to that child's perception, he seems to have a common delusion. That is right. Because of that accident, he can't walk anymore. How can his head be sober? The words she said made Lady Clausitz seem uncomfortable. Her eyebrows furrowed, her arms crossed, her face extremely serious. Duke Desson has been completely forgotten by everyone after being injured by a slipping accident, causing Lady Clausitz to think that maybe he is an important piece. Everyone knows that he vehemently opposed the marriage of his daughter, yet the wedding took place smoothly after the accident, just when her was happened to know Suzanne's sister working at that hospital. Lady Clausitz thought, wanting to buy people's hearts. Of course I should not be stingy, but must open my purse. I have promised Sujan's sister. I will immediately pay twice the amount she receives from Bastian. She picked up the golden necklace, slowly stood up, slowly adding, please pass the word to your sister. After this, continue to observe the movements of Duke Destin and report to me. Tell her there will be nothing dangerous happening. Sujan was supported by the lady's hand. Her other hand gently put the necklace into her hand. She obeyed. Yes, madam. When she received the necklace, she was confused, hurriedly saying, there is no need to be like this. Oh my God, how can I dare to? Lady Cosset smiled. You say that makes me sad. Sujan, we are old friends. Just hearing this sentence, Sujan immediately brightened her eyes and smiled. She bowed respectfully. Thank you, madam. The inside of Lady Cosset's began to become complicated again. The intertwined web covering the way, the old image of Duke Destin appeared through the mirror, but then was broken into pieces, the fragments flying everywhere. It is not possible to completely trust the words of a cripple like Duke Destin, but anyway, maybe this is an opportunity to defeat that bastard. Her face was serious. Her entire inner self seemed to sink into darkness, but still flashed a ray of light, although it was still only an intuition, without evidence. There must be something related to Bastian's wife. At the hall, two men met. Janders stepped down the steps. I kept regretting leaving without meeting Mr. Haas. Captain Clastes, how fortunate. He also replied, hello, Mr. Janders, I really did not think that you would visit my house. Janders smiled socially, put his hand up to present. First let me send my apologies to you. I was rude to visit without an appointment. Bastian was still smiling on the outside, but in his heart he thought, this is not the face of a sincere apology. He still kept the basic politeness. Do you have something urgent? Janders calmly replied, the party last time, Elma's mistake caused. Because I could not apologize properly, so I kept feeling uneasy. I also wanted to invite you two to my mansion for a meal. But because of family matters, I had to leave Arden sooner than expected. Bastian's eyes lowered. He pondered and admired. The belief that once you give, the other party will receive with gratitude. At first glance, it looks like humility. But in the end, the nature is the class consciousness, only in the aristocracy. Bastian also quickly returned with a smile on his face. If so, then let us have dinner together. Janders was flustered when he agreed so quickly. No, thank you, but now I have to go to catch the train. I only came for a moment to send my greetings before departing. He showed that he was a thoughtful, friendly, and hospitable person, so he still invited. If you say so, then let us have a drink together if you just leave like this. I feel very uneasy. Janders looked towards Odette. I had tea with Lady Clausitz. You have welcomed me very warmly, so do not feel uneasy about that. Bastian looked at her. His expression became serious. He did not say anything more. Janders also cautiously continued. Right. Again, I sincerely apologize for Elma's negligence on that day. The woman stepped forward following Janders. Words. Come on, Elma. You must apologize to Mr. Captain. The woman slightly bowed her head. The innocent girl looked at him. With very beautiful green eyes, the girl trembled a little and said, I apologize, Mr. Captain. Bastian's expression did not smile, but inside he was full of thoughts. The apology. What did this child do wrong anyway? Looking at his smiling face, Bastian could not understand. Is not it completely his fault for putting his daughter first and lingering around the woman who looks exactly like his lost wife? No. If he sincerely apologized, he should not have appeared again. Suddenly his eyes slightly widened, as if he had been noticed by something. Bastian's gaze hit the girl's collar, that decorative lace fabric. He remembered something. That was when he saw her knitting something, and secretly wondered, what is she knitting that tiny lace for? After remembering, Bastian finally had the answer. So what Odette has been trying to do every night for the past few days, so it is. The steward came in, still keeping the standard manner, he announced. The carriage as requested has been prepared. Janders still kept the standard manner, putting one hand on his chest, slightly bowing, showing that he was a noble. Then I will soon send an invitation to visit the Janders' house. Please give me a chance to repay your kindness. The steward bowed, his hand guiding Janders, and the steward carrying the child out the front door before the eyes of Bastian and Odette. She admired. It is fortunate that we had the opportunity to greet each other before leaving. Odette was radiantly beautiful and smiling. Congratulations on becoming a part of Janders' diplomatic circle. She continued. Bastian. Bastian narrowed his eyes. His expression did not show anything too special. Between the luxurious space in the dining room, Bastian and Odette were having dinner together. The two people sat at opposite ends of the table. It seemed a bit distant. The slender and beautiful hand put the knife down on the plate of food, its owner thought, suddenly again. Odette looked in the distant direction. Suddenly a guest visited. She could not go for a walk. She began to think aimlessly about the forest and the small animals. It has been 10 days already since she started taking care of the dogs that she accidentally met in the forest. Although it is still difficult to approach them closely, but every time during her walk it often appears in the same place and waits for her to feed them. The dark space outside the curtains made Odette even more worried. What if they are still waiting for her until now? Should she ask for permission to stand up first? She hesitated for a long time, finally closing her eyes, trying to calm down. No, do not let personal emotions control you. She looked at Bastian, still sipping wine on the opposite side of her, telling herself, this is still when she has to do the work of a wife. Odette stopped the streams of thoughts in her head. She smiled and said to her husband, about visiting the Genders' house. Anyway, it will be more convenient after the naval festival ends, right? Bastian stopped sipping the wine, his face thoughtful for a moment. He lowered his face, unable to clearly see his eyes, replying as if in passing, just do as the madam wishes. Odette was surprised. In her heart she was very troubled. An opportunity to have a good relationship. Why does he seem unhappy? Does not he like Mr. Genders? When he just heard what Odette said, he pressed the knife down on the piece of meat with a stronger force. How could that be? She had said that then, that she would find a suitable partner. Bastian's sharp words that followed made Odette extremely frightened. I think if it is someone like Mr. Genders, then it will be an object that causes a shocking scandal. Such a valuable connection, so later I will carefully take care of it. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. The words that followed were stuttering and intermittent. Could it be? Now? Bastian's face darkened. Odette said, dissatisfied, are you thinking that I have an affair with Mr. Genders? Bastian did not show any special attitude. Who knows, if you two really have any relationship, that is not my business. The space in the dining room suddenly became cold. Your affair partner. To become the reason for divorce, as we said before, according to me, just as long as it is Maximin Genders. Rich, good character, and a noble with high education. With that much, he has nothing lacking to become my wife's new man. He still continued to speak while Odette's face had darkened. You choose your object well, Odette. Odette, hearing these words in her heart, still has some sadness, although she has long known that he is a person who does not hesitate any methods or tricks to achieve his ambition. She clenched her hands. As of now, his words have crossed the line. The space around seemed to become a curtain with the color of wine, Odette firmly said. No matter what the reason for the divorce is, I will do as you wish, because the contract has also defined that. However, you should not have the intention of dragging an innocent person into this matter. Bastian still wanted to continue with the topic just now. If that is the case, then why do not you try to build a good relationship? I think it is very worthy of you. She immediately rebutted. Mr. Genders is a good person. Do not arbitrarily insult him. As if only waiting to hear this sentence, Bastian said while Odette was startled. That is why it is not good for both sides anyway. I also keep face when losing my wife from the hands of a high society person, and you get a good husband. I think there won't be a more beautiful ending than this. At this time, she widened her eyes in shock. What did you say? Bastian again picked up the glass of wine and talked about the story. Like an outsider, of course, you will have to endure the injury caused by the gossip because of your affair with Genders. But do not worry, I will also provide compensation for that if you want. Odette at this time could not bear it anymore and shouted loudly, do you think you can solve everything if you have money? Bastian sipped his wine and indifferently replied, there is nothing that cannot be done. Then Bastian said, with a sarcastic voice, you are the evidence, before Odette's wide eyes. The space outside suddenly darkened. Odette pursed her lips, then stood up from her chair, in the cold space. Without regard for Bastian still drinking wine, she still went out of that place. She went outside, carrying a small bag, standing under the lush trees. There is a small metal tray under the lawn, in which there are only a few brown crumbs. She felt guilty. She came too late. Maybe they have left already. They must be very hungry. She slightly bent down with a sad expression. At least if she had come right after Count Genders left, who knows, she might have been able to meet them. She closed her eyes, thinking about the bad things just now. If it was not for that man. Odette took her hands to cover her face, shouting in the quiet space, you jerk! Her face was very wronged. Bending her hands under her face, the natural light made half of her face sink into darkness. He can think whatever he wants about her. Even if she hears such words, she will absolutely not cry for this marriage. She began to fall into contemplation. Before closing her eyes, her mother left her last words. Her mother said, if one day we can't protect you anymore, then you should live like a beautiful idiot. She remembers the cups of tea, knives and forks, books. She has lived and never disobeyed her mother even once, even when she was strictly trained on the rituals of high society for the day she would return to her position, even when she endured beatings, if she did not meet the standards set by her mother. The way of speaking, the way of walking, the way of smiling, even the way of thinking, she all did according to her mother's words. Odette clutches her dress, however. She will not do as her mother's last words instructed. She is full of determination. She turns around and calls out loudly, puppy. She tells herself, one day, in her position, her life. Not seeing the puppy answer, she continues to call out loudly, puppy, where are you? She wants to live the life she wants. It does not matter where that position is. Because from the beginning, she has never wanted the thing she has, the glory that is not hers. Once this marriage ends, she will get everything, so no matter how outrageous the level is, she can endure it. Odette does not flinch. She will not live buried in the past like her mother, absolutely, no matter what happens. There is a sound in the bushes. The white puppy rushes out of the bushes, running towards where Odette is standing. Only seeing one, Odette asks in surprise, "Why are you alone? Where is your mother?" The puppy pulls her skirt a little and then releases it. Then it jumps back towards the dense bushes. A light flashes in Odette's head. At this time, the clock on the wall has pointed to 11:30. Bastian hears the report from Levis. It is late at night. She has been walking for more than 2 hours and still has not come back. Does she want to protest? He pulls the curtains and sighs. No matter what, that kind of getting angry and leaving is not like her at all. When the curtains are pulled up, he realizes it is raining heavily outside. He startles. Rain. Without thinking, he quickly runs outside. Bastian walks hurriedly on the red carpet. The steward comes out from inside and says urgently, "I will ask the servants to go look for her." Bastian does not object. Wanting to go find his wife himself. "No need, I can go by myself, because I know where she might go." The steward sighs in relief. "So that is how it is. That is great." Bastian pulls the hood of his coat, sweating and thinking, "Actually, I do not know where, but she won't cause trouble." Outside the villa, the rain is getting heavier and heavier. He reassures himself. Like the daily life of a normal couple, it is just a small argument. Bastian walks out among the bushes, observing his surroundings very carefully. If she was in the garden, he would have been able to see through the window, because the seaside is empty. The highest possibility is that she is near the walking path in the forest. After searching for a long time and still not finding her, Bastian begins to think about what might have happened. Did she get lost because it was dark? Did not the staff neglect the repair of the walking path? The more he thinks, the faster he runs forward. Even the hood has fallen off at some point. Could it be that she had an accident? Bastian covers his mouth with the back of his hand. No, anyway, it is within the grounds of the villa. The possibility of an accident is very low. His hair and face are soaked by the raindrops. Bastian admires in his heart. With things related to that girl, controlling his emotions becomes particularly difficult. Thinking back to what he said to her before, I think if it is someone like Mr. Janders, then it will be an object that causes a shocking scandal. What happened today? Even knowing that Odette is not at fault at all, he still could not restrain himself. The most tiring thing is that this chaos is no longer strange. Bastian's footsteps move in the rain. He is absent-minded, thinking aimlessly while still looking for his wife. Maybe on the first day he met her, he should not have refused but should have accepted the reward of the bet. If he did, even if he met her again as a marriage partner, maybe it would have been different from now. When Bastian is still blaming himself, Odette has entered the deepest place in his life like this. He sees a long-haired girl, her clothes covered in mud, sitting under a tree in the distance. Bastian approaches and questions, "What are you doing when it is raining so heavily?" Suddenly he startles, calling out, "Odette!" She is sitting on the ground with a sad face. Her hand is injured. Under the tree, the rain is still pouring down. Bastian sarcastically says, "There is no way you would have a hobby of playing in the mud in the middle of the night." He asks seriously, "What are you doing?" Odette slowly stands up. "I am sorry if I have troubled you. The stray dog that I occasionally feed, it has died. It seems it had a disease." She continues to present, "If I just left it like that, it would likely be eaten by scavengers, so I buried it." Looking at Odette's injured hands, Bastian asks a little distressedly, "So you dug the hole with your own hands?" "That is right. I did not want to cause trouble by asking the villa's staff." Hearing her answer, his eyes show a look of disappointment. Odette's face is gloomy, her hands clenched together as if she has made a mistake, having committed a crime against the adults. She is very self-reproachful. If she had come a little sooner, if she could have helped something better than feeding them from the beginning, if she could not be like that, then she should not have cared about them from the beginning. Odette closes her eyes again. Then, as if remembering something, she turns around and steps to her bag next to the tree trunk. Odette uses her injured hand to pick up her bag. Bastian sees that she is dressed thinly, her body is even trembling. He takes his hand to touch her. Odette is startled, pushing herself away from Bastian's hand, even dropping her bag. The things in the bag fall scattering. Her eyes are horrified. Why at this time? She frowns when she sees him picking up things for her, only able to shout helplessly in silence, "Please pretend you do not see it. Why did she put this chocolate bar in there?" Later, Bastian picks up the knife. He examines a useless object. Even the blade is loose and worn out like this. Odette speaks to her. "Please tell me that this is not a talisman." Odette snatches the knife from his hand. He comes to a conclusion immediately. It really is a talisman. At this time, the puppy peers from behind Odette's skirt. Bastian suddenly changes the subject, his face a little painful. "You will find someone to replace Count Janders, right?" Odette is still trembling. She answers softly, "I had that thought, but unfortunately I am only a woman." Bastian is silent and does not answer. Suddenly he takes off his outer coat, then puts it on Odette's shoulders. That scene is as poetic as if someone planted a garden of flowers. Odette is covered from head to toe. I am okay. Bastian does not let her object, wrapping it tighter. Do not be stubbornly useless. Odette says nothing more, but in her heart she thinks, it is so warm. Bastian puts his hand in front of her. His handsome face under the rain speaks, let us go back now. Odette quietly listens to the sound. He continues to call Odette. She narrates, right when she hears her name being called behind her back. She is really happy, even knowing that this is the hateful man who has hurt her. And the greater the joy, the more she hates herself. She hugs the puppy. She begs, please, allow me to bring it back. Its mother is dead. It is still small. If I leave it alone, it will not be able to survive. Bastian advises her, if you want to raise a dog, it is better to buy one with a clear origin. In his heart, he is slightly hurt, treating even the dog better than him. Odette continues to beg. I do not need another dog. I promise I won't cause trouble for you. As if afraid he would refuse, she promises. I will raise it silently and then take it away with me, so please allow it during the time I am here. Next morning, there is whispering in the villa. Did they really pick up a dog last night? The short-haired maid says, that is right. I heard that the madam picked up the dog in the forest. The brown-haired maid chimes in, putting her hand on her cheek admiringly. I have also seen it. The master picked up the madam holding the dog in his arms. Oh, what a loving gesture. And also, I heard that when going up the stairs, the madam staggered. The master even carried her up to go. Another maid says, I was worried if the two of them had a serious argument. It seems useless, someone adds, that is why. The chestnut-haired maid is more rational, wait. But does not the master dislike dogs? Normally he does not even raise one hunting dog, according to what I heard. He was seriously injured by a dog when he was young. Another maid is surprised. What? I did not know. There was even that. I did not know. The brown-haired maid says excitedly, it seems he loves the madam to the point of enduring even the dogs he hates. The short-haired maid continues to discuss. If it continues like this, who knows? We will have to find a wet nurse. When they talk to this point, the steward walks by. He sweats when he hears the maids talking. The master brought back a dog, and it is a stray dog from the deep forest. The reason why the previous master snatched his granddaughter and took her away was not it because of the accident caused by the stray dogs in the deep forest. Of course. People say that at that time, it was because a large hunting dog attacked the master. The steward stands in front of the room and knocks on the door. Come in. He is still trying to figure out how to make everything perfect. However, a dog is still a dog. Anyway, it is better to let the madam know. The steward respectfully greets. Bastian. Master, you are looking for me. He answers. Maybe it is necessary to contact Dr. Kramer, the steward asks worriedly. Do you feel unwell somewhere? Bastian answers, no, not me, but Odette. Her fever keeps getting higher. Please pass the word to ask him to come to the mansion to examine her. Yes, master. I will contact him immediately. Following that, Bastian makes a request. Furthermore, the matter of that time, I hope my wife will not know about it. The steward is stunned. You mean that matter? He confirms. It is exactly what you are thinking. The steward is still worried, but master, dogs. Bastian answers, I do not hate them. Just do not like them. Bastian remembers some things from when he was young, when he was still a boy. It was raining heavily. The boy Bastian was wearing pajamas, barefoot wandering in the forest. It had rained on the last night he wandered in the forest in Arden. The boy is horrified when he sees the scene before his eyes. His small feet are covered in mud, he asks himself. Clearly he was lying on the bed and fell asleep. At that time, Bastian vaguely knew that he had the symptoms of sleepwalking. However, the situation became more and more serious, finally exceeding the limit that he could hide. He had once squeezed his hand into the rope. That night, before going to bed, he had tied his wrist to the bed so that he could wake up when he was struggling alone in that tied state. Waking up the next morning, just hiding the rope, then he could hide it as if nothing had happened. However, the symptoms still continued to recur even after he moved to the Illis family with his grandfather. About a season after leaving Arden, on a weekend morning, the problem started because Bastian lost his guard and fell asleep. The boy Bastian at that time fell from the bed to the ground. His eyes were still open, but his face was very dazed. His hand was tied with a rope on the head of the bed. Before that scene, his grandfather shouted, "Oh my grandson." He worriedly hugged Bastian's shoulder, trying to pull him up. Who made you like this? Tell me, quickly. Bastian sadly answered his grandfather. I did it myself, because every time I fall asleep, I unconsciously wander around. The wounds from the rope left clear marks on his arm, his grandfather suspected. Could it be? His eyes showed anger. He hugged Bastian, feeling sorry. Why did not you tell me, my poor grandson? How much have you suffered in that house? Even if he ran all over this empire, he will definitely find someone to cure the disease for you, he too. Bastian wakes up in the middle of the night. Outside the window, the moon has risen high. He rests his hand on his forehead, thinking to himself, it is that dream again. Bastian looks to the side. Odette is still sleeping soundly. He puts his hand on her forehead, checking for her. He says softly, why has not the fever gone down yet? He remembers what Dr. Kramer said when diagnosing her illness: body aches accompanied by high fever. Her body is weak, so the symptoms seem more serious. Bastian carefully looks at her. Carefully, but cherishing a treasure. Blaming himself. The doctor said her body is weak, how can that be? Bastian gently looks at Odette's hand, now looking back. Compared to when she struggled to carry the family before getting married, she has hardly changed, still very thin and pale as before. Why is that? Clearly she has a prosperous life. Nothing can compare to the days of lacking food and clothing in the past. He tries to adjust the blanket for his wife carefully, trying to find out the reason. Is it really because her body is weak? A light flashes in his head. What if it is not because of a weak body? With all the love for Odette, Bastian tells himself. Anyway, he must call Dr. Kramer to visit her again when it is bright. The Navy Department. Today the sky is blue and the clouds are white. A handsome young man, wearing a royal outfit, says to Bastian, I heard that you married the half-sister of my fiancé, Princess Isabel, Captain Clastis Bastian. The one who is speaking is Crown Prince Belov. Bastian respectfully answers, Yes, that is right, Your Highness. Looking at the way the Crown Prince walks, he secretly assesses, personally visiting the Navy Department. To a certain extent, it seems he really wants to personally check the rumored lover of his fiancée. The prince continues to chatter for a while. I have heard that it was a marriage directly arranged by the royal family. Emperor Berg is originally a person who values tradition. Yet he bestowed his younger sister's child to an officer without rank. He must love Captain Clastis very much. Bastian also cleverly answers, although that is also like favor for a soldier who has made great achievements. But above all, I believe that it is a policy of a prosperous dynasty, encompassing a rapidly changing era, thanks to which I tell myself that I will repay the grace of having a precious wife, with more loyalty to the empire and the royal family. Suddenly, Belov's attitude changes. It seems that you love your wife very much. Bastian does not answer. His eyes flash with coldness. He is very natural, smiling lightly. His face is full of pride. My wife is beautiful and gentle. I believe that that is the only love of my life, now and in the future it will not change. Below is stunned for a moment, before the worried eyes of the person next to Bastian. But also very quickly after, he laughs boisterously. This makes me even more curious about Lady Classis. At the Naval Festival, can I meet directly and send my greetings to the lady? Bastian is still smiling, of course, Your Highness. I will go with the lady to the promotion ceremony and the parade. The Crown Prince says, Goodbye. All right. See you again in Lausanne. Another officer, after the conversation between him and the prince ended, ran after him, curiously asking, Wait, Bastian, I heard that Crown Prince Belov met you privately. What did he say? Did not he directly ask about Princess Isabel? Bastian turns away sharply, not answering the officer. Seeing his teammates' indifferent attitude, that is it. His expression also seems to indicate that, anyway, I did not expect you to tell me. Then he quickly changes the subject, about the matter of you wanting to be appointed to the overseas battle line. There is a possibility in the middle of next month. Bastian at this time is willing to speak, next month, when the officer immediately answers, the last weekend of the month, you have finally passed the standard evaluation, so just submit an application, and you can likely go on an expedition immediately. Bastian asks again, Are you sure? His teammate answers firmly, I have confirmed with the personnel department. It is certain. His teammate is still worried, but you will really go. The superiors want you to work at the headquarters. He cites another possibility, assuming you do not go on an expedition next month, then around. When will be the next turn? His teammate estimates, maybe next year. There is still no exact date. Bastian checks his watch. It is 4 of the clock. Around this time, Dr. Kramer may have come to the house for an examination, right? His teammate seriously asks, So you are planning to postpone it, or will you go on an expedition? Bastian does not answer, turns around and says, I have an appointment, so I will go first. Looking at his hurried appearance when he is running away, his teammate can only utter one sentence, What a talented guy, he never answers what I ask. Sunset has fallen on the top of the villa. Steward Levis reports the situation. The lady's condition is much better than this morning. Bastian does not beat around the bush, going straight to the main issue. What is Dr. Kramer's diagnosis? He narrates, he said the fever has subsided a lot, and the inflammation of the tonsils is also gradually decreasing. If she rests and gets enough nutrition, she will gradually recover. He shows that he knows, so that is it. Remembering something, Levis adds, right. Marcolette is also very healthy. Bastian's footsteps stop. He turns his head, coldly wondering, Marcolette? The steward reports, yes, the lady's puppy, that is what the lady named it today. Bastian listens, saying nothing. His attitude makes him sweat. Currently, the lady's maid is taking care of Marcolette. Of course, the puppy is also very healthy. He reads the name again. Marcolette, his smile twitches slightly. Bastian's face also becomes gentle. Okay, I know. You have worked hard. This attitude makes Levis a little shocked. The steward thinks, it seems he loves the lady to the point of even tolerating the dogs he hates. If it continues like this, who knows, we will have to find a wet nurse. I thought the maids, indecent words, were just gossip. At this time, Bastian has entered the room. He looks at Odette, who is sleeping soundly. The steward's thoughts continue, but who knows, that might actually come true. Marcolette has a beautiful ribbon tied on her neck by her mistress. Be good, wait. Done. Odette is radiant and beautiful. As before, it feels like there are flowers blooming around her. Now, right in this mansion, she has her own family. Bastian agreed to let her bring this puppy back. What a blessing. She is considering everything that has happened, thinking back to Bastian. What is it? After all, she remembers when she was sick and had a fever. Her face red, sweating like a shower. At that time, he gently wiped her forehead. In a daze, Odette opened her eyes. She feels his face like he is worried about her. That face is both gentle and sad. Odette is very confused, or because of the fever, she was delirious and saw him wrong. She shakes her head, to avoid thinking about those fanciful things. No, it is just a dream. Anyway, today he will tell her to prepare a simple dinner. Bastian said he is attending a party organized by the company. She stands up. Looking out the window, she admires. It has already been a year since the wedding ceremony took place. Just like that, the snow falls again, the flowers bloom again, and summer comes again. If it continues like this, just one more year, and this marriage will end. She takes out a pen and writes a few words. Now she should gradually prepare for life after the contract ends. The words, according to the strokes of the pen, begin to appear on the paper. Tira, Marklet are the family that she will have to take care of. Anyway, migrating to a new continent is not bad, because she can start a new life in places that do not know about them. Odette continues to calculate. With the compensation according to Bastian's promise, it may be enough to buy a small house. In the suburbs of the capital, the problem is the living expenses. Or should she work as a tutor? She thinks back and forth. If she recovers her skills from the past, can she teach piano? Good. She will practice diligently more. Odette murmurs, the necessary budget add here. At this time, in another large building, the party has started. The slightly older man raises his glass of white wine. Congratulations, today you can enjoy the party. Is not this the anniversary of us winning the position of railway tycoon? The other men in the party whisper. The whiskered man comments, I can't believe that a new company can win the right to build a railway. The man, standing with his arms crossed, replies, is not Klaus Teese's ability too outstanding? I am very impressed with his ruthlessness. Even the opposing company is his father's company. The guests continue to discuss. That is it. It seems Jeff Clausitz was very shocked. I heard he was screaming uncontrollably and was very panicked in the meeting room. That is right, his crazy appearance, with the intention of killing his son. I was very surprised. The more muscular man continues to say, however, it seems they are trying to salvage the damage in some way. The mustached guest agrees. All the efforts over the past time? How could it disappear like this? I think if they sell the shares they hold, they will be able to raise investment for the new company. They talk for a while, still not seeing Bastian. Very curious. Anyway, when will the owner of the party finally appear? Two long legs walk side by side on the hall. One of the two has said, I heard that there is a grand congratulatory party at the company. Everyone come quickly. On the street, two men walk ahead excitedly, talking and laughing happily. Oh my, the weather today is also really beautiful. The other agrees. This weather is really suitable for hunting. Bastian walks silently behind, not saying anything. They are very excited. The bidding has also been successfully completed. In the future, let us all go hunting together. He thinks, hunting? Bastian remembers the knife that had fallen from Odette's bag. A pocket knife that was worn out. Where did she find it? She must be carrying it as a talisman. When wandering all night. The image of Odette wearing simple clothes appears. The security in the area she used to live in seems not good. Finding a way to protect herself, the so-called fate. Bastian's narrow eyes are thoughtful. He says to his boss, director, maybe I need to rest. Coming to another place, walking between the magnificent room, the lights are bright. Bastian thinks, clearly. The head maid said that Odette is here. He is very anxious, leaning against any lamppost. He has waited for a while and still does not see her come. It seems she has gone to another place. This is the price for refusing the position of the owner of the party. Bastian sighs, sigh. Suddenly he sees a piece of paper on the table. Bastian reads carefully. A new beginning, a new continent, or the border area of the empire. She is planning how she will live after the divorce. He examines them one by one, the expected salary to be received, and the compensation. In the end, he can only say one sentence. It is so cheap compared to the outside. Is that all the most money that woman thinks of? Bastian absent-mindedly reads everything that the paper has written. Standing quietly, after all, he bitterly realizes that Odette's plan, not even where, has his name. If he tries to trace it to the end. At best, it is also the compensation that will be paid. He puts the piece of paper back in its place. Earning living expenses by teaching piano. Is that the goal? To that girl, the position of Lady Clastis is not even worth a tutor. Between the paths full of light, in that, there is only the will to take care of her half-sister, and the dog she picked up. The piano still lies there quietly, its cover raised high, not knowing what secrets it is covering. There is one thing that is certain, that Bastian does not show sadness. His eyes are full of disappointment, which is that Odette does not regret anything after the divorce. Odette is still fluttering on the piano keys. Under the sunlight, her beauty is both charming and evokes a faint sadness. He gently claps his hands, causing Odette to notice. She is horrified. She hurries to stand up. Bastian. Bastian walks over, praising. Excellent performance, with genuine emotion, madam. She is shy, thanking him. She thinks to herself that she has always insisted on drawing a clear line, that he is no more and no less than a boss. Odette asks him, but it seems the news was mistaken. I heard you would be back late, Bastian, as if prepared beforehand. The work schedule ended faster than I thought. She gives a very happy smile, very bright. I did not know you would be back, so I did not have time to welcome you. I was rude. From next time, please give me a signal first. Seeing her like this, Bastian is a little unable to understand. Odette always faithfully follows orders. How can she be dissatisfied to this extent? Those bright blue eyes of his have a lot of thoughts. Even though she smiles very radiantly, he still has the feeling that Odette's smile is an icy wall. The images when she smiled flashed through his mind. Not opening her heart, but just that she has changed the way to express her refusal. Now he understands. He reaches out and gently touches her cheek. Bastian still has some entanglement, however. The matter of him liking her, he asks softly. Do not like it. After accepting that truth, the conclusion becomes even more certain. Before her surprised eyes, he gets closer to her pinkish face. The desire becomes more intense. He wants you, Odette. The light kiss falls on her lips. Bastian becomes even more determined, with the words in his heart. Today he wants to have you just like yesterday. Now, in that warm room, Bastian Clausewitz and Odette are hugging each other. In Bastian Clausewitz's heart, he thinks, no matter what is in Odette's heart, what she is thinking, all of that cannot become a variable. Then he speaks softly, whispering as if a breeze passes by her ear. Let us go out, Odette, get ready. Hearing this, Odette says in surprise, suddenly go where? Bastian Clausewitz does not say where he is going. He tells her, go change your clothes, the comfortable kind like riding clothes. Then he smugly thinks, because in this marriage, the right to decide all belongs to him. Odette does not say much, just obediently listens. She immediately answers, yes, I know. Bastian Clausewitz happily murmurs, right now, this is enough. Now her dog sticks its head out. Seeing this, Bastian Clausewitz speaks, but you are not planning to bring that dog. Hearing this, she immediately exclaims, ah. Then she sits down and strokes its snow-white fur. She says, I named it Marklet. She gently picks it up and raises it in front of him, then continues, you can call it Mark. Bastian Clausewitz at this time does not seem comfortable. He sighs. Then he strides outside. He tells her, Odette, put it aside and come. That coldness of his makes her feel question marks, not understanding what he is thinking. Now outside at the shooting range, the workers are busy preparing. Suddenly a voice speaks, do you need a gun from the storage? Bastian Clausewitz, after listening, takes a look and then speaks, this seems to be all right. You have worked hard. She now has come to the field. She looks around worriedly, thinking she thought she would be walking or riding a horse. Bastian Clausewitz now turns his head back and speaks to Odette. Have you ever shot a gun before? Odette lowers her head and then stammers, no, I also never thought that there would be a time that I would touch a gun. Bastian Clausewitz, hearing this, smiles and then says, who knows, maybe you thought wrong. Hearing this, Odette asks, why do I have to shoot a gun? Bastian Clausewitz then continues, the weather is perfect for shooting. If it is not today, it won't be easy to get time like this. Then he calls out, come here quickly, Odette. Odette now just steps closer and thinks, she should not resist. Bastian Clausewitz picks up the gun and gives it to Odette, then says, although it is an old gun, it is suitable for practice. Try holding it. After she holds it, he immediately asks, is it heavy? Odette answers, a little heavy. Hearing this, Bastian Clausewitz says, if that is the case, then it is all right. Then he continues, first I will guide you on how it works. Right after finishing the sentence, he shows her how the gun works. Now, Odette still does not understand. She immediately says, wait, I still do not understand clearly. Can you explain it again? Hearing this, Bastian Clausewitz does not get angry. He slowly and gently says, I will explain it slower. Then he explains again from the beginning, here, from this place. Now, Odette does not pay attention, but looks up at his handsome face and thinks, when instructing like this, he is very considerate. After finishing explaining, he picks up the gun, explaining the theory that much is probably enough. Look carefully, because it is not always that a gun can protect you. Even so, it is more reliable than that pocket knife. Hearing this, she remembers the old story, Odette says, in surprise, mumbling, could it be? Then she speaks and asks him, you still remember? Bastian Clausewitz's face immediately darkens after hearing this. Odette thinks, because she had to move to houses with cheap rent, she had to protect herself in places with complex security, because her powerless father, every day addicted to alcohol, could not protect her. And Tira, that pocket knife was like a talisman, containing the urgency to protect herself. But why is the only one who knows that is that man? Now Bastian Clausewitz has picked up the gun and is aiming. In Odette's head are still those streams of thought. She asks in her heart, why, after all? While immersed in those streams of thought, there is suddenly a gunshot. Bastian Clausewitz has shot into the 10-point circle. Then he turns back and gives the gun and tells Odette, "Take it. Now it is your turn." While receiving the gun, she speaks and praises Bastian Clausitz. "You shoot guns so well." Hearing this, his face is self-satisfied. Seeing this, Odette realizes she misspoke. She ponders. Ugh, she has uttered something too obvious. Seeing her standing in the wrong posture, Bastian Clausitz immediately reminds, "Spread your legs wider, straighten your back." He takes his hand to adjust her shoulders while saying, "Your shoulder must be lowered." After adjusting according to the posture, he said, Odette speaks and asks, "Like this?" Bastian Clausitz immediately answers, "No, Odette, not like that." Odette holds the gun and her body trembles. Seeing this, Bastian Clausitz speaks. Heavy, she immediately answers, of course. He now steps closer to her and thinks, it seems he can't instruct with words. It is useless. He hugs her from behind, then says, "Look ahead, Odette." Bastian Clausitz takes his hand and touches her chin, then pushes it up. He says, "Raise your neck." He lifts her hand, adjusting it to the correct posture, then tells her, "Slowly breathe in. Now breathe out." After adjusting, Bastian Clausitz asks her, "Ready?" Odette immediately answers, "Maybe." But suddenly she speaks and says, "But Bastian." Bastian Clausitz says, Odette asks, "Are there many things I need to know?" Then Bastian Clausitz reminds her, "Do not close your eyes, like that is all right." Then both of them press the trigger and shoot straight into the 10-point circle. Seeing this, both Bastian Clausitz and Odette happily give a bright smile. Now there is the sound of footsteps. It turns out to be Lady Clausitz, she with an angry face while walking and muttering, "Bastian, that brat is finally blocking our way. Now he must be excited, because he has defeated his father's company." In this situation, what on earth is Franz doing? Countess Klein already has many complaints. With his indifference towards his fiancée, he also does not meet Ella often. Coming to the door of the room, she knocks on the door. Without any fear, she opens the door and enters, then shouts loudly, "Franz!" But there is no one in that room. Her face darkens and she bites her lip, mumbling to herself, "What? It seems he is not in the room." His mind is always immersed in those meaningless paintings, so he neglects his future wife, right? Then she steps to the painting, being covered by the cloth. Then she slowly pulls the cloth off. After seeing the painting, she widens her eyes in surprise, thinking, the person that Franz drew is Odette. Now at the shooting range, Odette has changed to a pistol. She turns and speaks to Bastian Clausitz. "It seems I have progressed much more than the first time." Seeing her smiling face, Bastian Clausitz thinks, "Look at how proud she is. The skill is not too bad." Then he steps forward and takes the rifle, then says, "Now let us end it." Finally the rifle. Odette immediately answers, "All right." Bastian Clausitz says, "Do not forget to straighten your back." Odette shyly blushes, thinking, "How many times has this happened? But I still do not get used to it." Then she speaks, "That you have a knack for teaching. I think it will be as excellent as your shooting skill." Hearing this, Bastian Clausitz leans down close to Odette's ear and then whispers in her ear, "It is an honor." Bastian Clausitz tells Odette, "Turn to the left a bit." Then she calls out. Bastian he hears and immediately says, She then asks, "Why did you choose the Navy?" Actually, I have seen comments that you fight just like the Army. Skilled at riding horses, your shooting skills are also excellent. Do you choose the Navy for a special reason? Hearing her question, he stammers, "That thing?" Then he thinks in his heart, actually, which side is not related? Then he remembers the unpleasant things, the guilt of being labeled as the grandson of the scrap shop. Because of his grandfather, I decided to become an officer. Due to the conservatism of the Army, I chose the Navy. It is easier to advance. Even the discussion that I fight like the Army is the rigid theory of the conservatives, the people who do not approve of the fighting in the Battle of Trassa, because they believe that head-on combat with swords and guns is not the way of naval combat, saying that the choice according to the principle of utilitarianism is a disgrace, but I do not care much about the perspective of those nobles anyway. My honor is not at the same level as them. When he is immersed in his own streams of thought, there is a call that brings him back to the present. Bastian. Then he answers, "That is it." Because he likes the uniform, Bastian Clausitz thinks, now it is not necessary to open up about those rigid things. Odette asks again. Because of the uniform, Bastian Clausitz immediately answers, the Navy's uniform is more his style. Odette, after hearing this, purses her lips and smiles. Then she looks up and gives a smile to Bastian Clausitz. "That is right, the Navy's uniform looks very good on you." Seeing this, Bastian Clausitz slightly leans down to look at her. Then both of them smile at each other. Then Bastian Clausitz gently lets go of his hand. Then he looks at her, holding the gun and shooting. Odette slowly squeezes the trigger. Then the gunshot rings out. The shots that she shoots all hit the high score circle. Seeing this, Odette happily and excitedly turns to call out, "Look, Bastian." Seeing this, Bastian Clausitz immediately speaks. "Do you want to enlist? Skilled at digging, skilled at shooting, maybe you will become a useful military force." Then Odette says excitedly, I have the ability to command a naval fleet, right? Bastian Clausewitz immediately steps towards Odette. That depends on you. Then he takes Odette's hand. Then both of them, holding hands, stride away together. Now, at the Sabine tailor shop. Lady Gross sits and says, you said you were raising a dog. Odette immediately answers, yes, Lady Gross, a small and cute puppy. Then she continues, I will show you when you come to visit our mansion next time. Now Lady Gross on her face is sweating bullets, she thinks. It seems she does not know anything about that. I did not expect Bastian to pamper his wife like this. Even the matter today is like that. Then she remembers the call before. The voice on the other end says, I want to prepare winter clothes for my lady. The weather is cold, so she will probably need a thick, warm coat. He contacted directly to ask if he could book an appointment at the tailor shop first. Lady Gross thinks, what on earth is he planning to do? She looks at Odette, then mumbles. Obviously she is a beauty that fascinates anyone. Is Bastian one of them? Even he has no intention of hiding that fact. No way is this also part of the plan. The door is suddenly opened. Someone steps into the room, then says, hello, Lady Gross. That person sees Odette and also exclaims, oh my god, Odette is also here. Odette now thinks, this voice. That woman says excitedly, just right. I have something I want to say. It is so nice to meet you like this. Odette? Odette now thinks that is Sandrine. Then Lady Gross stands up and says, what to do? The frame of the new dress has been prepared. Maybe I need to go take a look for a moment. Sandrine smiles excitedly and tells Lady Gross that, I will chat with Odette for you, so do not worry, Lady Gross. Okay, then you chat comfortably. Now Sandrine sits down, then says, it seems Bastian is planning to prepare winter clothes for you. The shop staff are preparing thick fabrics. Surely nothing has happened that is worth changing the measurements of the dress, right? She says again, oh dear, it sounds scary. I am just worried about you, after all new clothes have already been made. But it would be a waste if you can't wear them. As you also know, Sabine is a tailor shop that is very difficult to book an appointment. Won't it be difficult to enjoy special favors, like now after Bastian leaves? Odette now speaks. What are you saying? Sandrine exclaims, so you do not know. Now she thinks back to the words that Lucas said. Although the application for discharge has not been accepted, the matter of Bastian's expedition has almost been decided. Sandrine murmurs, fortunately the information dug up from Lucas is useful. There have been times when I did not want to send Bastian back to the battlefield. But now, it is different. The most dangerous place for that man is by her side. Sandrine then says, Bastian will go on an expedition again. After hearing this, Odette is surprised and panicked. Odette then asks, you said he is going on an expedition. Sandrine continues, it is returning to the North Sea Fleet, the overseas battle area, where the Battle of Trosa took place. I heard that he will leave right after the naval festival ends. Odette now has a bad feeling in her heart. She clenches her fist, so that is how it is. Sandrine now pretends to be innocent and says, I am sorry. This matter was discussed with me before, so I just thought that he would also tell you. Then she continues, Bastian is also really heartless. Anyway, he should give you time to prepare. Does not the contract time also end when he completes his overseas mission and returns? Oh, well, now it seems the days of you acting as Bastian's wife are not long anymore. She now glances at Odette, then thinks, enjoy it to the fullest. You will have to move out when that time comes. She only came to that extent. She does not understand why throughout this time she keeps feeling worried. Then she stands up and says, then you should try to sew a lot of beautiful clothes. Because maybe this will be the last gift Bastian has for you. I hope you are more careful to have a perfect ending, Odette. Then she thinks, I did not expect the ending to be so boring. Now, in the house, someone is playing the piano. That is Odette. Suddenly, the dog Marklet looks at something. The door now opens. It also runs out to see what is there. Bastian Clausewitz slowly opens the door. Seeing this, Odette turns around, then exclaims, Bastian. Then she continues, I left a message telling you to rest first. Or did you not meet the head maid? Bastian Clausewitz immediately answers, I heard it. Odette, not understanding why he came in, then speaks again, then why did you, Bastian Clausewitz? Then steps towards her. And then he answers, I do not know, I can't sleep. After finishing speaking, he looks at her with a passionate gaze. Odette continues, I am sorry, my practice time is not enough, so I spent a moment to practice more. For next time, I will not let this happen again. But in her heart she thinks. She thought he would grumble because she disturbed his rest time. Suddenly, Bastian Clausewitz points to the sheet music, then asks, what does this mean here? Odette immediately answers, it is a vibrato. Bastian Clausewitz asks again, a vibrato, a sound like the sound of the waves. Odette now exclaims, ah! Then she plays that note, then asks again, you are talking about this part, right? Then Odette explains, a vibrato is a type of embellishment note. Bastian Clausewitz murmurs, embellishment note. Odette answers, that is right, in a piano. The duration of the sound is quite short. So if we play the accompaniment with the keys next to it, this sound will be extended. Do you want to try playing? Once, Bastian Clausitz asks. Me? Then Bastian Clausitz sits down with Odette. Then he plays that note. But his face is disappointed, thinking, completely different from the vibrato sound that Odette performs. Odette smiles and claps, saying, "It is not too bad at this level, maybe it is more excellent than my shooting skill." Hearing this, he smiles, then thinks, she is really good at scolding. Then, coincidentally, both people turn to look at each other intimately. Odette thinks again. Why did not he tell her about the expedition? A day after the shooting practice, Bastian gave her a rifle, preparing a defensive weapon to protect herself, maybe also the last gift, before letting her go. If so, then she needs to be grateful about that. The marriage is about to come to an end. She wants it to end well with only deep gratitude. So she should wait until Bastian opens his mouth, then she speaks and calls, right, Bastian? Can I take a vacation this weekend? Bastian Clausitz, after hearing this, immediately asks back, vacation? Odette answers yes. If the schedule does not have anything special, I want to ask for a vacation for 1 or 2 days. Bastian Clausitz turns to look at her, then says, has he ever promised you a vacation? Odette then says, although there is no such thing. Even with a normal employment contract, there is also a vacation policy. Bastian Clausitz, after hearing this, then says, if it is a contract for hiring a maid, then that is right. Odette immediately says, of course I know it is different from the covenant. Bastian Clausitz, feeling strange, then says, what on earth is the matter? Tell me, Odette. Odette hesitates, then says, my younger sister, I want to attend an event for parents at Tira's school. Bastian Clausitz, after hearing this, then exclaims, so that is how it is. It seems it is the Gillian girls' school in Karlsbad. She immediately thinks it is not possible after all. After thinking, she immediately stands up, then says, I apologize if I have made a troublesome request. It is late at night. Let us go back. Seeing this, Bastian Clausitz pulls her hand. It is all right to go, Odette. She, after hearing this, surprisingly turns her head back and asks, really? Bastian Clausitz continues, if we go together, then it is possible. After hearing this, she is shocked and exclaims blankly, huh? Bastian Clausitz, seeing that she is surprised. He then explains, just right. I also have work to visit Karlsbad to handle the company's matters. Now, at the Karlsbad station. Tira, seeing Odette, then immediately runs out to hug her, then speaks, sister, I miss you so much. I really miss you so much. Now Odette tells Tara that, do not act so childish. Tira raises her head to look at her sister. She says with teary eyes, you can't imagine how happy I am when you came here. Odette smiles, then says, your feelings have been expressed all over your palagohamua face. Tira, after hearing this, denies, no way, this is still not enough. It is to the point that I want to jump over the walls of the dormitory because I want to meet you. Seeing her younger sister being too much, Odette says, calm down, Tira. Tira now says excitedly, that is right. If it was not for your scary husband, the one who sent me here, I would have run back to Arden. Now Tira sees something. Then her face darkens with a fearful expression. She exclaims one word, ah. Tira thinks in her heart that scary husband has also come. Seeing this, Odette then reminds her younger sister, come on, Tira, you should greet him. Then she turns to give a forced smile, then tells her husband that, Tira's rudeness. I will apologize to you on her behalf, Bastian. Now there is a carriage outside. Odette stands inside the house looking out, thinking, it has been 3 days since coming to Karlsbad. She keeps feeling strange because he suddenly said he would come along. Despite her doubts, Bastian is still the same every day, experiencing a busy schedule with appointments with businesses at the northern headquarters. Even at that time, he also called Tira and insisted on having dinner with them, the husband, to meet the younger sister of the beloved wife. Surely he wants to expand the emotional aspect to let people see. And moreover, today, after receiving the invitation to attend Duke Hellholtz's luncheon, she is also forced to accompany his schedule. When looking at his complexion, she thinks, he seems tired. So handsome that even the princess is fascinated. He is both an honorable soldier and a successful businessman. Regardless of the whispering gossip of the world, I have never thought that marriage with this man is humiliating. Perhaps from the beginning I have never stopped. Suddenly, now Bastian Clausitz also turns to look at her, making her startled. Then Odette quickly says, it seems your tie is a little crooked. Bastian Clausitz, after hearing this, asks, where? Then she reaches out her hand to adjust his tie, here. Now both people are close together, making Odette's face flush red. After adjusting his tie, she says, all right, then she asks Bastian Clausitz that, how do I look today? Am I all right? After hearing this, Bastian Clausitz looks at her, then smiles. Then he says, you are perfect. At the hospital now. Dessen sits on the bed, then mumbles, it has been 3 seasons since I was imprisoned in this hospital. The more he thinks, the more angry he becomes, hitting the table. Yet in that long period of time, not only did they not visit, But even my letters. They did not answer even once. I have given them a chance, but at this time there is no way to endure it anymore. Odette, the one who abandoned the ethics of being a child first. Is she going to pay for her sins with just this meager amount of hospital fees? How absurd. Even if she cannot recover her crippled body, she robbed Odette. A huge asset, worth thousands of other things. Anyway, I have the qualifications to be treated better now. After thinking, Bastian picks up a pen and writes something. Alright, first is Tira Beller. That one is no different from a murderer. She must be sent to prison. Bastian, while writing, smiles, then mumbles. Just watch what happens if you do not meet my request. You will not be able to despise this letter. Now he does not know that the nurse is staring at him. Over on Odette, she seems to have just finished eating. Her face is bright, her hand holding a bouquet of flowers. She says, "The food is really excellent, right?" Seeing this, Bastian Clausitz then asks her that, if you like it, should we rob him, the chef of the Hellholt house? His skills are good. Hearing this, she turns and asks him, "Then how do you plan to do it?" Bastian Clausitz then says, "We pay more than them, there is nothing to it." Hearing this, Odette immediately denies, "Not really. It is not certain that you can solve everything with money." Bastian Clausitz again continues, "But I still won in that shameful war, Odette. There is a type of weapon that they will never obtain." Seeing this, she then asks, "What is that weapon?" Then he says, "The shamelessness of someone who gets rich in an instant." After hearing this, Odette bursts out laughing. Then both of them walk out together. Then Odette says, "Although it is very regrettable, but let us give in, Bastian, because the chef's skills at the Arden Mansion are also very good. The sky now looks so beautiful. So beautiful." The carriage has waited for the two of them outside. When the carriage is going, both people suddenly look out the window. Outside is an amusement park with a Ferris wheel. Seeing Odette staring outside, Bastian Clausitz then says, "Let us try going. It seems to be not far from this place." Hearing this, Odette turns to wave her hand. "No need, I am okay." Seeing this, Bastian Clausitz then says, "Last night, at the hotel, you were looking at this amusement park the whole time. Were not you?" Then she turns to smile and say with him, "That thing. It is just because it is beautiful, that is all." Now, Odette remembers her conversation with her younger sister. Tira said, "Is it true that you are taking me to the amusement park?" She immediately answers that is right, Tira. Hearing this, Tira then hugs her, saying, "I thank you, sister." Then she thinks, if only she did not promise Tira like that, then it would be so much better. If so, then she would not have risked her life trying to keep the reserve fund out of her father's hands. Her face turns sad. She should not have done that. Then she turns to say to Bastian Clausitz that, "You have an appointment tonight, you should go now." Hearing this, he thinks, the purpose of him taking the train to Castlevad was to meet Hellholt. That matter has been resolved, so the other schedules only need to be handled appropriately. Then he turns to look at Odette for a moment, then murmurs, above all, right now he wants to be by this woman's side. He takes his hand and puts it on her hand, then murmurs, "The two of us, just like this." He turns to say to her, "It is all right, the schedule has been changed," he thinks. He hopes this time will be extended a little longer. The amusement park in the evening is even more beautiful and sparkling. Now, Tira says in a panic, "Why are not you tactful at all? What to do if you bring me here?" Odette asks, "Tactful?" Tira points her finger towards the front and says, Seriously. I just thought that you were feeling stifled and suffocated because you had to be with your husband." Seeing this, Odette says, "Do not be rude, Tira. Bastian did not do anything wrong to you." She remembers the time before she hesitantly asked, then bring Tira along." Bastian Clausitz asks back, "Your younger sister?" Odette then explains, "Because I already had an appointment with her, so if you say you must go, then I want to bring Tira along." Then Odette says, "Anyway, Bastian has already said it is all right." Although his expression was a little strange, Tira says, "Who said, Mr. Captain did something wrong. The mistake is caused by you. Coming to a date with your husband, but bringing your younger sister along. What to do?" Hearing this, Odette says, "It is not like that." Tira then shouts, "If it is not like that, then what is it?" Odette explains, "We are just..." Tira is unable to say anything, then helplessly sighs, "Oh my god, try looking, is it really a date? Even if it is not like that, I am also very scared of Mr. Captain suddenly becoming a light bulb, then being stared at. It is very inconvenient." Hearing this, Odette then says back to her younger sister that, "Bastian is the person you have to be grateful to. He is giving you a big favor, do not look down on it like that." Tira immediately answers back, "I am just saying I am afraid of the scary person. What is looking down on it?" Hearing this, Odette asks, "Bastian is scary." Tira turns her head back and asks, "Are not you scared of Mr. Captain?" Odette now lowers her face, unable to speak. She thinks back to those things, then thinks, of course when being by his side it is very uncomfortable. That is the truth. But it is different from being afraid. Even the things I request, in the end he also approves of them all. If we get closer, we will see a deeper aspect. Tira speaks, "That is right, you are like that. That person is lovable." Odette still does not understand her heart. She murmurs. She almost exclaimed, "That is not true." Suddenly behind her there are two female students standing far away calling out, "Tira." Hearing someone call her Tira, quickly sticks her head out. Seeing her friends, she quickly turns around, runs, and shouts to Odette that is great, I will go play with my friends. Hearing this, Odette, not having enough time to say anything, panics and exclaims, huh. Tira greets her sister. See you later, sister. I will come to the Ferris wheel before 9 of the clock. Now she steps to Bastian. Clausitz then says, I am truly sorry, Bastian. You have given so much concern and care, yet, after all, she is also at an age where she likes playing with friends more. So maybe it is like that, things have become like this. Truly, very embarrassing. Even the cotton candy she wanted to buy, she also did not take, and just left. Bastian Clausitz, after hearing this, breathes a sigh of relief, then thinks, I thought she was just a child, but it seems she also has some tact. After thinking, he immediately says to Odette that, do not worry about it, Odette, she is still young. She is at an age where she likes to play with friends more, like you said. Seeing this, she is very grateful that he understands her. Thank you for saying that. Then Bastian Clausitz raises the cotton candy and gives it to her. Seeing this, she then says, I am not a child who likes this thing. Bastian Clausitz then denies, it is not like you are younger than me anyway. Unable to refuse. She then takes the cotton candy, then looks at it thoughtfully. Then Bastian Clausitz takes her hand, without any extra movement, then says, all right, let us go, Odette. Then she looks up at him, looking clearly at his face, then thinking, why has not he told her about the expedition? Is it because he thinks this is just a relationship that will end? There is no need to keep the politeness to that extent. Then what is the reason he insists on giving this kindness to her? The man is always good at handling social situations. Suddenly, she stops and calls his name, Bastian. Then she thinks, if she looks back, he has always been polite and kind. Even occasionally, he has given a gentle smile. It is just that everything is only on the surface. Bastian Clausitz, hearing Odette call his name, leans down and exclaims, because she has also gotten used to smiling falsely. It is the moment that person shows his true emotions. Then she remembers the things of the past. He pressed on top of her. Then remembers his cold face at that time. She almost forgot that she has experienced those peaceful days in a moment. Every time that person shows his emotions, the only thing that remains with her is hurt, so she decided not to confront him. The result is that she can experience a comfortable life. Throughout the time by his side, the empathy that arises is perhaps something that is indispensable. However, that is only a temporary illusion, just like this cotton candy. So, while immersed in her own streams of thought, Bastian Clausitz suddenly pulls her back. It turns out there are two people running past, nearly bumping into her, causing her to startlingly scream, just leave it, Odette, I will buy you a new one. Now she looks down at the ground. Then she thinks, the illusion immediately dissipates. Because she is tired with what she is thinking, she immediately closes her eyes, sighs and mumbles, do not exceed the obligation. Then she smiles, waves her hand, then says, no need, I am okay, there are a lot of people, now let us go try that. No matter what that person decides, she only needs to fulfill her obligation. The red wine in the glass is being shaken back and forth, just like the heart of the person holding the glass has to think about something. It turns out that person is Lady Clausitz. Suddenly a voice exclaims, Madam? Chief Maid Dora runs in and says, my younger sister has brought the letter that Duke Dyson wrote to his daughter. Hearing this, Lady Clausitz shouts, letter, that guy with the delusional disease is again rambling meaningless words, right? She does not have to look to know. Maid Dora, holding the letter, hurriedly answers, that thing. This time it is different, you must read it. Hearing this, she also picks up the piece of paper to read. After reading, she opens her eyes in surprise because she can't believe it. Her hand holding the letter, her hands trembling then mumbling, so that is how it is, so things happen like that. Then she bursts out laughing, thinking, I was wondering what that girl was hiding after all. The perpetrator who made Duke Dyson crippled, it turns out, is Odette's younger sister. Bastian points to the game in the back, let us try sitting and playing that. Odette shyly smiles, no need. Both of them stroll together. He then asks, how about the puppet show? She still refuses, it is all right. He still does not give up, pointing towards the place that has interesting games. Odette then answers, I am all right, Bastian. The clock has pointed to the hour. Both continue to walk together. Bastian secretly finds it difficult to understand. After all, they are just walking around the amusement park. If so, then why did she want to go to the amusement park? Walking to the Ferris wheel, Bastian quickly has an idea. He still continues to probe her, let us try going. But Bastian does not expect the result. Anyway, this time she will also say it is all right. His eyes suddenly stop at a point. Odette shyly says, it seems there are still 30 minutes until it stops. Bastian feels happy in his heart. She agreed. He hurriedly answers, maybe so. Inside the game, the stop operation sign appears in front of the entrance. Oh, we are truly sorry to the customers. The staff inside explains that the axis of the Ferris wheel made a rather serious sound, so it was ended earlier to check it. Bastian turns to ask for Odette's idea. What about another game? If not, then let us go on the carousel. She cleverly refuses. It is almost the appointment time now. There are still many beautiful places. Let us just go sightsee. Do not bother with it. He suddenly becomes silent. Bastian is a little unhappy. He really does not understand the way you talk around and around in a difficult to understand way, Odette. Bringing his face close down, carefully observing Odette's gestures. Are you really all right? Odette smiles and looks at Bastian. Yes, really. She hurriedly turns and leaves. Let us sit on the bench and wait for Tira to come. It is a little tiring from walking so much, right? Odette sits on the bench nearby. Her eyes are a little sad. It is a pity. But she can only do that. She looks up, surprised when she sees everything is empty. Odette frantically stands up. Bastian? She goes to search for him everywhere. Where did he go? Is he joking? The sound of footsteps walks over. Bastian, holding a cup of water, walks to Odette's side. He gives the cup of warm tea to her. Take it. Odette blankly looks at him. Both look at the Ferris wheel in front of them, Odette says. Not being able to sit on the Ferris wheel does not seem bad. Thanks to that we can stay here and look at it to our heart's content. Looking at it up close, it looks much more beautiful, right? He turns to ask, do not you think this is just an exaggerated excuse? She looks at the cup of warm tea in her hand. How can you see it while inside the Ferris wheel? So if we sat in there, we surely would not be able to see this scene now. Odette gives a gentle smile. Thanks to you. I have many beautiful memories. Thank you, Bastian. He looks at her puzzledly. In his heart, a feeling of unease suddenly arises. Why does she say it as if it is a farewell greeting? Bastian says to Odette, next time let us play too. There is also a Ferris wheel in Raz. Odette falls into contemplation. Both fall into silence that the other has their own thoughts. Bastian bends down, looking into her eyes. She turns to avoid his gaze. He raises his hand, touching Odette's shy face. Her face starts to flush red. Both of their eyes meet. Bastian presses closer to her small face. When their lips are about to touch, suddenly there is a call. Sister. Tira, standing far away, is waving her hand, calling them. Hearing her younger sister's voice, she is happy and turns. Tira. Odette then moves away from Bastian and runs to Tira. You are later than the agreed time. I am sorry, I just got caught up in playing, so I did not pay attention to the passing time. The next morning, both stand next to each other talking together. Seeing you living well like this makes me happy. Thank you, Tira. Tira, with teary eyes, blaming herself. Why do you have to say thank you? I am a younger sister who is no different from a burden. On the contrary, I have to say thank you and apologize to you. Bastian, sitting on the carriage, hears clearly the conversation of the two. That is it, now I am going. Take care of yourself, Tira. She sadly runs to hug Odette. Goodbye, sister, I love you. Her eyes express unwillingness. She receives Tira's hug. I love you too, Tira. Sitting on the car, Bastian secretly pays attention to Odette's complexion. He cannot understand her thoughts. For this woman, what is family, that she is so devoted to the point of blindly forgetting herself, just like becoming a mother? Bastian has some questions. That person is a half-sister. Is the father's child? Why is she so dedicated? Odette calmly answers, the matter of being born an illegitimate child is not Tira's fault. It is father's mistake, no matter what anyone says. I still consider Tira as my family. The carriage is still going on the road. Inside, both still chat together. Your love for your family seems to only be for your half-sister, right? She coldly answers. Father is the one who personally gave up the right to be a father. Bastian is a little suspicious. Then is it true that Tira Beller also loves you as much? Odette answers gently. Even if it is not like that, it is all right. She tells him her thoughts with her younger sister. I do not expect Tira to love me so much that it makes her heart hurt. Compared to that, I hope that child likes me. Bastian is a little surprised when he hears her say, I hope that I can be the person that makes her mind bright and happy when she thinks of me. So, it is like the lights of the Ferris wheel we saw yesterday. And Bastian feels it is unbelievable to become family with Odette. Is it that precious? At the mansion, Odette difficultly understands, holding the card in her hand. Suddenly there is an invitation from Theodora Clausitz sent, because she wants to have tea. She is telling her to visit their house. Chief maid Dora at her side says, Actually, I know this is an intervention exceeding my position, but it is an invitation from the husband's family, madam. She gives Odette advice. I think you should refuse. That is only my point of view. The decision is your right. In her heart, Odette secretly considers the situation, looking at the chief maid, who has never exceeded the normal limits, giving such a big decision, surely in this house. There is a complex situation. She calmly answers yes. I also think like Dora. Furthermore, will it bother you if I ask for another piece of advice? Dora is ready to answer. Yes, madam, you can ask anything, Odette asks her. Will it be better to discuss this matter with my husband? She asks Odette. The naval festival will take place in not much time. Do we need to bring unnecessary worry to the master on such an important day of glory? Hearing her question, Odette has mostly understood. All right, then I will refuse within my authority. She puts the card down on the table. Dora continues. You think very carefully. The mastery does not like hearing that name. Odette answers, "Thank you, Dora. You have helped me a lot." Having persuaded Odette, she smiles happily. "Then will you prepare to welcome the guests?" Odette then asks, "Is the interview with the newspaper?" She stands up, turns and leaves, leaving the card on the table. "Now I will go immediately." Odette starts the interview. She sits opposite the person from the newspaper office. He picks up the piece of paper, happily saying, "Thank you for spending your precious time for us, Sir Captain. Now we only need to take pictures, then it will be finished." He starts to lead the way. "Please come this way." Bastian secretly looks at Odette, who is next to him. Marquise de Mel has told him, "This interview is an order from the Emperor. Emperor," he said, "that he wants to take pictures of you two as an image to promote the naval festival." He continues to say, "However, he said he will not force you. If that matter damages the honor of the hero, if you do not want to, then you can refuse." In Bastian's heart, he also understands clearly, it is just wanting to take advantage of their image to consolidate the national marriage of Princess Isabel. Bastian has known the complexity of the royal family. The Emperor has a special attachment and pride to the North Sea Fleet, even knowing that soothing Crown Prince Belov is important. He would never choose to damage the honor of a hero in the Battle of Trosa. He looks at Odette standing next to him with her pure white dress, further revealing her white skin, however. Even knowing everything, he still accepts, because this is what he wants. The person from the newspaper office speaks. "Both of you please look forward." Bastian sees that. The overthrow of his father is happening faster and more smoothly than expected. He believes that, if it continues to progress in this direction, he can achieve his goal without marriage with the Levier family. He starts taking the first photos of the two of them. Bastian's stream of thoughts is still happening. If this business project ends successfully, by paying a satisfactory amount, he will be able to hold half of the management rights of the railway joint venture with the Levier family. Duke Levier is a person who is good at calculating gains and losses. There is no way he will refuse a transaction that can bring huge benefits without marrying off his daughter. He raises his hand, signaling for them. "All right, now it is really the last round of photos. To be more affectionate, the lady please put her hand on the Sir Captain's shoulder." Odette shyly puts her hand on his shoulder. Bastian happily believes that, if it is like that, continuing this marriage does not seem bad. The person from the newspaper office looks through the camera, happily saying, "Then I will take the photo. 3. Bastian thinks that, once he completes all the assigned tasks and handles the complex relationship of benefits, the day that he can start his life again from the starting point like that, if that day comes, he is still continuing to count down, too. And the flash goes off. The appearance of both in the photo are very well matched, he thinks, seeing this woman as his real wife, is not dreaming about a family, also very happy. At the mansion of Countess Trier, putting the newspaper with the picture of the two of them down. "Look at this." Countess Trier happily says, "Evidence that is clear as day." "How great," she says to Odette sitting opposite. "There has not been a wedding photo all this time, so you must feel uncomfortable. I told you I would introduce a portrait artist, but you always refused." Her words gradually lose control. Odette is a little surprised to hear the Countess reveal that. "She almost misunderstood your husband. Oh my God, he keeps talking nonsense, saying that it is because he does not want to leave evidence of this marriage." Odette hurriedly explains. "That is not it, madam." Trier immediately interrupts. "All right. I know, no more bad-mouthing. Moreover, seeing how deeply your husband loves you. The honeymoon is really the honeymoon, right? If his heart was evil, there is no way he would publicly show off his wife in such a dignified manner to the entire empire. Batru Nanrarang. It seems his feelings for you are deeper than I thought. You do not need to worry anymore." Seeing her attitude, Odette is even more convinced that it seems the situation is worth questioning. Looking down at the newspaper with their picture, she thinks, why is it, more than anyone else, the man who never wanted to leave evidence of this marriage, even if you say it is the Emperor's order, the fact that he obediently accepted the interview? I think it is really strange. Countess eagerly asks, "Anyway, is there still no news of children?" Odette replies awkwardly, "Yes, not yet, it is okay." She reassures her, "You two are still young and healthy, no need to worry too much." Countess says that, "Anyway, please understand me. This old woman's heart wants to see her grandchildren soon." She, sitting opposite, can only give an awkward smile. She thinks, if Bastian goes on an expedition, she will have an excuse to escape these difficult questions. He must have considered everything, even this matter, and decided to leave Berg. Thinking of him, Bastian is indeed a capable commander in this marriage. She is forced to admit that he always has a suitable strategy to achieve his goals. She puts her trust in Bastian, just trust and do as Bastian decides, because that person's victory is also her victory. The servant walks in, interrupting their conversation. There is a letter for Lady Clausitz. Odette unexpectedly asks, "A letter for me is being delivered to the Trier house." The servant then says that it is a letter using the forwarding service. They said there is an urgent matter to report. They said to bring it directly to where the lady is, and also said it is from the errand boy of Lady Laner. She takes the letter, carefully opening it to read. In her heart she cannot help but wonder, is Lady Laner? She is the first time hearing that name. Seeing the letter of that day appear here, Odette is surprised. This letter? Carefully looking at the letter. Her hands are trembling non-stop, the Countess asks worriedly. Are you all right, Odette? Seeing her unstable state, she then asks, did you receive bad news? She explains to her interior that, no, it is the wife of a close officer of ours. She said there is something urgent to discuss, related to the naval festival. Hearing this, she does not keep her to stay any longer, so that is how it is. It is a pity it is only to hear today. Go ahead, you cannot prepare the day of glory of the family carelessly. Odette hurriedly stands up, saying goodbye to Trier. Thank you for understanding me, Lady Countess. She quickly leaves. The sound of high heels is getting more and more urgent. Quickly. The speed is getting faster and faster. Odette hurriedly goes to that place. She must go meet Theodora Clausitz immediately. Bastian is holding the file, walking. He says that, compared to going on an expedition to fight, is it not better to work at the headquarters for promotion? Lucas also says to Bastian that is right. High rank is not only obtained from military exploits, and if you take on an important position at the headquarters, is it not more convenient? If he thinks in that direction, staying here is the right thing. However, what Bastian really wants, he does not intend to live as a soldier for the rest of his life, because in order to consolidate his reputation in this place, he only decided to put on the uniform for a period of time. And Bastian has considered, in the meantime, there is nothing better than recording achievements like a few more medals. He turns around and leaves. He still needs more time, until the end of his father's matter, in a satisfactory way, because the things he needs to do have been completed. Entrusting the remaining parts to the director is the most effective. Bastian is still looking for an opportunity. The problem here is how to use the time to make the most profit. When he has tried to consider many aspects, then going on an expedition is the best choice. His feet suddenly stop, and Odette. Bastian has a request. If she is his legal wife. Looking at the stack of files on his hand, he has hesitated back and forth throughout the time, filling out the application for discharge, repeatedly, writing and tearing. Remembering her kind appearance, Odette, the girl who always loves and is dedicated to her family, surely she will also be loyal to her new family, even if she does not have feelings for him. Holding the stack of files tightly, although he completely does not know what a warm family feeling is. He secretly decides that, but he is confident that he will give Odette a better family, a family that is much better than the Descent house, throughout her life only knowing how to exploit that woman. And Bastian also hopes, if it is like that, Odette will enjoy a life that is more noble than any noble. He thinks of their happy life. I will let you hold in your hands all the things that are most precious and beautiful in this world, just as long as that girl wants. No matter what method he uses, he will bring it back for her. Thinking of the coming days, he gets to hug her. And I will always protect you, so that there is no more hardship coming to your life that is already too tiring. Being able to live with the identity of a husband like that, a father like that, a family like that, he is also willing. Bastian is sure that if he keeps living like that, someday, the day he touches your heart will come, because the Odette that he has seen until now is not a woman who betrays trust. He raises his hand and knocks on the door. Come in. Bastian is a little hesitant anyway, who knows, it is only a temporary excitement. Opening the door and stepping in, it may also be an illusion created by the desire with the woman that he wants to obtain. But the conclusion to all matters, the answer is, he believes that time will solve everything. In front of the shop, the sound of Odette's high heels hurriedly stepping in. Lady Clausitz arrogantly says, why do you have to rush so much? There are still 10 minutes left. If only you had accepted the invitation to have tea, then it would have been great. Odette walks in with a tired appearance. Then you would not have to work so hard. She feels difficult to understand, questioning her. Why, after all, did you call me to come with such a ridiculous threatening letter? She replies calmly, I have read the letter, personally written by Duke Dyson. He has remembered all the memories of that day. How long are you going to continue lying? Clausitz puts the book that she is holding down, Odette difficultly asks, meaning my father directly sent the letter before the eyes of the lady. Her answer causes her to not be able to help but be surprised. You can also see it as that Odette feels her mind is blank. She tries to convince herself, it seems my father has some mistake. Odette naively is still saying that, like he said, the accident of that day caused him too much of a shock. Maybe his memory is also seriously deviated by the sequelae left. Clausitz laughs, looking at her. A mistake. With a teasing tone, I think it is really a pity that you have been obsessed with believing the words of a patient who is weak in both spirit and body. This time I will be understanding. But I hope you do not offend me and Tira in this way anymore. Odette disappointed bows. With nothing more to say, I will take my leave. Turning around, intending to leave, Clausitz is still unwilling to let go. You act so confident before my face. Do not you feel bitter? She tries to reassure herself to be truly calm. Do not let herself be drawn in. Clausitz unexpectedly asks, Lady Palmer, do you remember? Her feet suddenly stop. The next words make Odette surprised. The wife of the building manager that the three of you had once rented there? Your father said she is a witness. She remembers at that time Tira painfully hugged her face, full of despair, even if father cannot remember. But if someone accuses me, then what to do? If there is someone who lived in that building, who saw, Odette is a little vague, there really is a person who witnessed. She calmly continues to say, it seems Duke Dyson wants to have a 3-person confrontation. He requests to call both Tira and Lady Palmer to the hospital. Clausewitz continuously uses words to attack Odette. If you leave like this, I will consider that it means it is all right if the daughter is uncaring and indifferent to the end. Should I ask if I can reconcile the misunderstandings for him? Of course I will also have to discuss this with Bastian. Her hand slams down on the table. Could it be? Odette cannot stand firmly anymore. Her father's memory has really recovered. Seeing Odette's fearful appearance, she is even more complacent. It seems you understand my words now, Odette. Slowly getting closer to Odette, Bastian still does not know anything. There is no way that calculating child would collude with a woman hiding a secret. Just like this time bomb, right? She whispers next to her ear, saying bad things, a bastard child intending to kill his father, and a sister who is an accomplice with that half-sister, and a father who is harmed to the point of being crippled, unable to move, all caused by 2 daughters like that. This is an extremely interesting story. Odette is trying to endure Clausewitz's sarcastic words. Furthermore, the main character involved in the incident is the daughter of Princess Helena, is the wife of the hero soldier. Just that much is enough to become a scandal that shakes the entire empire. Using her shoulder to push her hand away, she turns around, questioning Clausewitz. If you need a scandal to taint Bastian's reputation, then there is no need to call me to come in this way and threaten me. Say it. What is your purpose? Clausewitz twitches her mouth and smiles, as expected of a smart child. The more I look, the more I like you. Clausewitz raises her hand. First, I will ask one thing. Her question makes Odette surprised. Do you love your husband? From a calm state, then turning into an unstable state. Odette does not know how to answer. She collapses. Clausewitz complacently smiles. She is happily approaching. Good, now we will start on the main content. The sky has turned to evening. Stepping out of the room, the application for expedition has been accepted quickly. Bastian's head is dizzy. Demel was very upset, not being able to meet you for a long time. It is such a pity. Bastian is exhausted. Instead, he had to toast with the Admiral until late at night. Changing into his pajamas, he opens the door. It is already past midnight. Odette must be sleeping. Odette is still waiting for him. Bastian just steps in and is surprised. I thought you were sleeping, Odette annoyed answers. Just that. I am thinking about some things. Picking up her shawl that is lying on the floor. Bastian considerately gives it to Odette. Your shawl has fallen on the floor. She shyly takes it. Thank you. Looking at her weak appearance, Bastian cannot help but worry. Once the contract ends as expected, the next husband will probably become Odette's first man. He sighs. If it continues like this, then getting divorced will give him a bad reputation of being impotent. Odette, concerned, asks, It seems you are very drunk, Bastian. Now quickly go to sleep. Bastian immediately agrees. All right. She takes his arm, considerately saying, I will help you to the bed. Bastian's face flushed red due to being drunk. He has a request with Odette. Anyway, since it is like this, can you always sing a lullaby for me? Odette is embarrassed and blushes. Bastian steps closer. He gently calls. Odette, she confusedly answers. Bastian, ayeka. Bastian hugs her. Their eyes meet. Bastian gives her a deep kiss. Odette receives the passionate kiss from him. After that day, he has never been like this. Why? When their lips separate, Odette is a little regretful. Why is it so affectionate? Both continue to kiss each other intensely. In Odette's heart, she cannot help but think, why is it like he is being genuine with her? Her hand unconsciously scratches his arm. Bastian. Odette says confusedly, I have something I want to say. She looks at him puzzledly. Do not you have anything you want to say to me? Bastian hesitates and thinks. The matter of the expedition has been decided. It is also time to let Odette know. He does not know how to open his mouth, but what on earth must he say? An idea suddenly appears in his head. Let us go together. Bastian considers the place of expedition. In the Trosa Islands, there is also equipped housing for the families of soldiers, although it cannot compare to the life in this place. It is also not a place worth enduring much hardship. Odette is not a delicate girl. Of course she will adapt well to that life. Looking at the girl before his eyes, looking at him puzzledly, he is even more hesitant, but it is that which makes him hesitate even more, because bringing Odette to the place of assignment means continuing this marriage forever. Odette's sweet appearance. That girl is beautiful to the point of being crazy. Who knows? He has been fascinated by Odette. He raises his hand, intending to touch her small face. When he regains his senses, he realizes that when standing in front of this girl, emotion has taken over his reason at some point. His hand suddenly stops. It really is a foolish action to make a decision on the direction for the rest of his life in this state. Bastian chooses to be silent. No. Bastian is not brave enough to bring her closer to him. Let us just follow the decision to leave alone. That is the choice that is beneficial for both sides, Bastian replies in silence. I do not have any. She looks at him intently as if expecting something from him. Odette disappointedly closes her eyes. In her heart feeling lost, she turns around and leaves, so that is how it is. Bastian hurriedly grabs her arm, giving her a loving kiss from the bottom of his heart. Odette looks at him. In her heart she cannot help but compare. Every time his father is drunk, he only scolds and insults or smashes things. Bastian considerately looks at her. Let me sing you to sleep. Looking at the man who is being gentle before her eyes. While Bastian, every time he is drunk, he smiles more and becomes closer. Taking his arm away from her face, Odette hurriedly refuses. It is a pity you are too old for that, she thinks that. Although they are two extremes, but they have the same point. Which is the bad habit when drinking alcohol. Bastian laughs. His shoulders tremble a little, silently leaving. Falling down on the bed and falling asleep. Odette stands there in surprise. She walks to lift him up again, her heart full of heaviness. Looking at his handsome face that is sleeping soundly, between family, who is her everything, and the owner of the 2-year contract, it is too clear for her to make a choice. She has used resolute eyes to tell Tira, if someone is forced to go to hell, then I am the one who goes instead of you. She has gone to resolutely ask about the truth of that day and promised her. Odette is silent. Now is the time for her to bear responsibility for those words. Raising her hand and pulling the blanket up, to protect Tira, she painfully looks at him, forced to betray this man.